Volume 10, Chapter 452, Fighting Giant Spirit. Fighting Giant Spirit is its magic-related ability like the fluid acceleration. Jacob couldn't help but question with shining eyes as this physical aspect clearly sounds like the fluid acceleration, which could grow with his innate prowess. Furthermore, by how exaggerated Immortality was, he was now quite excited about getting this physical aspect, which was clearly a huge help to him, like the fluid acceleration. Yeah, you can put it like this. But unlike the gentle fluid acceleration, in comparison, the fighting giant spirit is a tyrant. Not only will your body continue to increase in size with every substantial power boost, but it will turn into a weapon of mass destruction once you really start to tap into the fighting giant spirit when you reach the unique rank physically. All I can tell you is this ability is purely related to combat, and the more you fight, the more you'll be able to tap into fighting giant spirit. It's like an unexplored treasure trove you need to explore if you want treasures. Right now, you're physically epic tier -6, and you can increase your fluid acceleration up to 30x now. Your entire power anatomy has been changed. Now, when you reach 35%, you'll be as strong as an epic tier -9 combatant physically. This is just how powerful your new body is, and it will continue to become more powerful. You can even think of this body as a perfect match for your fluid acceleration. I have to admit, that little giant really had a powerful ancestor that he had traces of fighting giant spirit in his bloodline, and you ended up awakening it. I wonder if those guys will come after you even more strongly if they learn it. Ha ha ha, Jacob's eyes grew larger from this unexpected surprise. Although Immortaka's explanation was still ambiguous, it still revealed enough for Jacob to understand what kind of aspect he had just awakened. Even if he would turn into a giant, it was worth it as long as he could become powerful. As for the last part, he merely snorted since he killed Frugal, knowing what sort of background he had. But Immortaka wasn't done, hey. But when there are benefits, there are also disadvantages. And for you, the only disadvantage is adaptability, like you need to consume more from now on, and the more you grow, the hunger will grow with it. Oh, other than that, I think you should know that if another giant who had awakened the fighting giant spirit appeared into a certain range of you, he would go for your life with everything he had. Ha 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 ha, Jacob's expression fell the moment he read at this point, and that sadist laughter gave him the chills as it was clear it wasn't joking. Why? If I told you everything, where's the fun in that? Besides, this is as far as I can tell you. Hihihihi. Jacob's expression greatly clouded as he knew the cursed book was playing him again, but he knew nothing could be done anymore, so he could only suppress his seething rage. Still, he got to know about his new physical aspect, which was far more terrifying than the wyvern's endurance. Now he had to adapt to his new body and increase in strength. So be it. At least I didn't learn to control this ability like the fluid acceleration. Just tell me if there is any danger behind that door. Jacob pursed his lips as he moved towards the door. He was planning on ending it all today and then start getting comfortable with his body. Nothing is there, for now at least, Immortaka replied without committing to Jacob's new aspect anymore, as if it had completely forgotten it. After getting Immortaka's confirmation, Jacob crossed the door and appeared in the death maze, which appeared the same as ever, and opened the map to find his current location. He quickly found where he was and then marked the closest inheritor checkpoint to his position. His lips suddenly curled up as he muttered, "Let's see how fast I can run." Boom! A small shockwave was created the moment Jacob moved, and the ground where he stood was cracked. He instantly picked up momentum and felt strong wind pressure on his face. He could already tell he was at least twice faster than yesterday, and he was still not giving it his all. Furthermore, he thought he would feel uncomfortable and might feel restricted or slow because of his size, but that wasn't the case at all. He was still fast, and his reflexes were even more refined and shaper. No wonder giants are considered strongest in any plains. Without my hex magic, I might not be a match of both brother and sister one-on-one, even if I gave it my all. I also need to change my swords now. They are too short for my size and should learn combat-related water magic. Jacob already started making his plan for his new body as he picked up the pace. However, when he was halfway towards the inheritor checkpoint, he sensed a strange sensation like never before and stopped around a corner with a frown. What is this? I feel excited. The next moment, Jacob suddenly took a step back when a dark phantom suddenly emerged out of nowhere, right in front of him. It was 3 meters tall and wore a tattered cape. While 2 blazing sights were raging under its dark hood, it was holding 2 chipped swords in its bony hands as it remained motionless in front of Jacob. Oh, an epic tier -8 shadow wraith, now that's a rare dark being. However, Jacob didn't have time to ask for its weakness because he suddenly sensed goosebumps from the back of his neck, and without hesitation he ducked. Swish! The next moment, a sharp wind whistled, and there was the blade of a chipped sword right where Jacob's neck was at this moment, and that blade struck him from within the darkness. Jacob instantly turned toward the shadow wraith and saw one of its sword blades was pierced into dark mist. Dark magic. Jacob's expression turned grim as that attack was extremely accurate and fast, and he didn't even hear any spell chant, which meant this shadow wraith had the ability of silent casting at least. But still, for some reason, Jacob again felt excited as his entire body tingled, wanting him to lunge on that shadow wraith and tear it apart. At this moment, Immortality wrote something on the book page. Still, it quickly disappeared. Hehehe. A newly awakened fighting giant spirit bearer can't resist the urge to fight a stronger opponent no matter the strength difference. That's why most of them are dead, because they court death themselves like lunatics. If they can't control this urge, how amusing, heh. Chapter 453, A Brutal Aspect. Jacob felt quite strange with his newly awakened physical instinct, but he didn't give in and controlled that strange urge to enter a fistfight with that shadow wraith. The next moment the black titan appeared, which now fits perfectly in his new hand, and he took a shot at the wraith's face. However, to his surprise, a dark hue suddenly lit up on the wraith's body, and the bullet completely passed through it like it was just an illusion. Jacob's expression changed, as it was the first time an opponent was able to react so quickly and even dodge his bullet. The shadow wraith was extremely dangerous as he couldn't read or predict its moments. The Wraith race was one of the tops of the Dark Being races in the Dark Being's hierarchy, and they were also called the Killers of Night. They were always merciless, even towards their own kind, and lived alone in shadows and preyed on anything that fancied them, and they could sense fear from miles away. The more fear their prey have, the more enjoyable their hunt and impossible to escape. However, only 1 in 100,000 skeleton grand warriors can evolve into the direction of a wraith, and if someone showed signs, their own kind would like to get rid of them before they turned into a full-fledged wraith, since they were more of a disaster than help. Jacob knew he had encountered a tricky opponent, and suddenly the wraith suddenly moved into the darkness before slipping right into it, vanishing completely. "Are there more or them?" Jacob asked while he felt ill at ease since he knew that guy hadn't retreated at all. In fact, he was going to attack very soon, so he quickly asked Immortality if there were more such deadly dark beings around here. Hee. I don't think the others would dare to wander into the Shadow Wraith territory unless it was another Shadow Wraith. So no, there are no more, at least for now. Heh. Jacob was glad to hear it, and his eyes turned sharp, and the next moment he ran. He wasn't an idiot to wait for that Shadow Wraith to attack him where he can't even sense its movement. No matter how much his body was screaming at him to stop and fight, his mind was calm and collected. What the hell is happening? I know there is something you're not telling me about this new aspect. Jacob coldly questioned Immortality as he ran toward the Inheritor checkpoint. The fighting giant spirit is a combat-related aspect, so what do you expect? Heh, I've told you enough. Besides, as long as you have a strong mind, I don't think you need to worry about your raw instincts, Immortality wrote. Jacob pursed his lips and wanted to say something when he suddenly sidestepped, nearly losing his balance and smashed into the maze wall. But his eyes were focused on the blade and bony hand appearing within the shadows, and the next moment the Shadow Wraith crept out. Now the swords in its hands were shimming in dark hue, as if it was going to try something new since sneak attacks were not working on Jacob, because of his high sensitivity. Humph, since you're alone you can die, Jacob coldly uttered before using Slumber Hex. He has been avoiding using it since he needed to recharge the Hex mana afterward. Furthermore, for a moment, he disdained the use of this spell, which would lead to an easy victory, and Jacob found that notion absurd as he knew his mind was being affected by that strange instinct. So now he was no longer as happy as before of awakening that physical aspect, and it no longer seemed to be harmless at all. In fact, it was as dangerous as the fluid acceleration if he had no control over it. The next moment, the Shadow Wraith, who was preparing some spell, suddenly stopped as the swords in its hand dropped, and he wobbled before falling to the ground. Jacob was pleased with that result, and without hesitation he moved and stomped his massive feet over the Wraith's hooded head, and the sound of a skull encased in a glass being smashed into pieces rang. Thereby, Jacob then felt a sliver of coldness suddenly enter his body before it instantly vanished into his Hex magic core. He felt it too many times, as it only happened whenever he killed a dark being who met the criteria for his Hex core evaluation. Jacob didn't bother searching for the magic core since he could tell he had cursed it with the skull. Although it was regrettable, his power was still not under his complete control, or it would be more accurate to say he felt anger for a moment, so he used his full strength to crush that Wraith skull. I think I understand why you said if I meet someone with fighting giant spirit, they would try to kill me. You call this aspect a tyrant, which could only mean this aspect's nature is brutal. Someone can lose their mind if they overcome with brutality, isn't that it? Jacob coldly spoke as he clenched his fist and felt the hidden power in his body that wanted him to go on a rampage. Ha. Isn't it ironic that someone would have completely opposite physical instincts than his mind? It's quite entertaining for me to see, as I can't wait to see who will win in the end, mind or body. or will both be united in the end. How mysterious. Jacob's expression crumpled when he read that sadist text, and he wanted to smash a punch on the cursed book, but he controlled himself and decided to move forward. But before that, he picked up the Shadow Wraith chipped swords. Although they looked worn down, he knew they were magic weapons and were at least of intermediate epic-grade quality, as they were the perfect substitutes until he could make new ones. Thereafter, Jacob no longer encountered any wraith, but other dark beings were a different story. But Jacob completely ignored them and ran towards his goal. He also noticed a new thing about the giant fighting spirit aspect. He didn't feel that fighting instincts towards those weak, dark beings that he knew he could easily crush. If anything, he felt disdain, like they were just ants, and it wasn't worth dealing with them. This discovery was enough to give Jacob more insights into his new aspect, but he still has a long way to go. After some twists and turns, Jacob was finally able to reach his destination as the static voice rang at this moment. You have discovered the hidden inheritor checkpoint. Please insert the Witch Queen's key to move forward. Chapter 454, 3 Imprecates. Jacob entered his second inheritor checkpoint, and this place was exactly the same as the last one, which made him frown with a foreboding feeling in his chest. At this moment, a projection appeared, and it was also the projection of the same person, Witch Queen Margaret. She appeared while concealing her appearance like before and started speaking. If you're watching this, then this could only mean you have reached the final stage of the insentience grounds. I must congratulate you because, truth be told, I never expected anything ever to meet my high standards in Epic Plains, especially the qualification of possessing a magic core related to curse. But if you're able to reach the end of this trial, then this means you have it, or you're simply too powerful for my trials to hold you back. Whichever the case is, if you manage to pass this last trial, the Witch Palace is yours and everything in it. After this projection ends, 3 magic scrolls containing my strongest 3 imprecates will appear before you. They are the symbol of my years of research and attainment in curse magic, and if you want to be my successor, you need to have the talent and willpower to surpass me. All you need to do is to endure each for 10 minutes of each curse. Don't worry if you can't endure them. I've modified those 3 curse magic scrolls in a way they will instantly break the spell once 10 minutes pass. Or you can break them yourselves if you have the skills. It is a farewell, a mysterious one. After this point, you'll either be my successor or just join the ranks of my victims. For once, I'm pretty agitated and excited, aren't you? Hi, Margaret darkly giggled before her projection was gone, and the next moment, 3 stone columns started to rise from the ground, and 3 crimson scrolls were resting above them. Jacob's expression was solemn as he looked at Immortality and asked, I've been meaning to ask this, is imprecate another form of curse like the whammy? Why, of course, imprecate and whammy are both 2 sides of a single coin called the sin curses, one of the main branches of curse. They both use evil as their base to invoke malicious cures upon their targets. If whammy is invoked by poison, then an imprecate is invoked by evil canticle sounds. It's a very intriguing discipline and complex since just one mistake, and you'll be the one getting corroded by the same imprecate you were trying to corrode something else. That little witch seemed to have some achievement in sin cures. Even her methods are to my liking, hehe. Jacob ignored the last part and asked with a frown, sin curses, can you tell me what is the difference between hex and this sin curse? Or, as a matter of fact, what is this curse? Aren't curses supposed to be just curses? Just when did they become as complex as a universe? Jacob has been wondering for a while now about this exact same question. Only after coming here did he get to know just how complex curses were, and the more he knew, the more complex they became. At the root of this complexity was curse. Jacob even thought that the cursed work in cursed immortality might be related to cures after all, since even his magic was curse-related. However, what he failed to understand why his magic core was hex core instead of curse core, and he knew there was something different, especially after coming all this way. Heh, aren't you a curious one? But my answer will be the same. You need to explore on your own, and I can't answer anything unless you find it first. The topic you stir is out of your league right now. But don't worry, just as you found the traces of sin cures, I know you'll make your way all the way towards curses. Heh, Jacob pursed his lips as he was expecting this sort of answer to begin with, but it still made him perplexed. It was just that he didn't know if it was because of his new aspect or if Immortality had a knack for ruffling his feathers. Then tell me what kind of imprecate are stored in those magic scrolls. This was the main reason he wanted Immortality present here anyway. He guessed that since he was just 2 points away from achieving his objective, the trial might be the hardest one because there wasn't any information given on the levels of checkpoints or any sequence from easy to hard. So it wasn't hard to guess they were all based on the participants' progress in the inheritance grounds. Oh, that I can do in the least. The left one is a Bone Eater Imprecate, an advanced epic rank imprecate spell that will release a peculiar sin curse that will give you the illusion of your bone being eaten away by thousands of insects. while in reality, your bones will be corroding with the imbricate until there's nothing left of them. The center one is a bloody imbricate, the same rank as the left one. It will affect blood by making it stop circulating, and you can imagine what could happen once blood stops circulating in a body. The last one, the right one, is quite interacting because it is the imitation of a legendary imbricate, evil cannibal imbricate. Although it is nowhere near its original, it still has 1% of the original's effect. Being effective by imbricate means you will die by feeding on your own flesh and blood. Imagine the absolute urge to eat your own flesh and drink your own blood, and everything else has turned into poison. Nothing tastes as sweet as your own meat and drink as intoxicating as your own blood. Heh, and this is just me telling you moderately. The evil cannibal imbricate will only become stronger and stronger until the target is choking on its own guts. Isn't it just a marvelous thing to take revenge on your enemy? Ha ha ha. Jacob felt cold sweat at this moment and felt insects crawling under his skin just reading about the evil cannibal imbricate. It was simply malicious even for your enemies, and now he had to get affected by such a spell willingly. It just made him even more fearful, and he wondered just how in the world the vile witch copied such an imbricate. I won't be affected by them, right? Jacob had to confirm this as he completely hesitates now. However, Immortalita's reply left him seething. Won't we find out once you open those scrolls? Chapter 455. The final checkpoint. After getting burnt by Immortalita, Jacob, with a dark expression, moved towards the first scroll on the left, Bone Eater Imbricate. Although these imbricates were horrifying, he knew his hex magic core wasn't normal either. If this were dangerous, Immortalita would have left behind an ambiguous clue. It was even so subtle, but he knew the cursed book couldn't help itself. So in the end, Jacob, in the light of his recent power-up and discovery about the hex magic core nullification effect on previous imbricate, decided to go for it and open the Bone Eater Imbricate magic scroll. The very next moment, Jacob suddenly heard faint whispers. Still, only for a moment, and the next thing he knew was his mind going blank before he found himself in a dark place, lying inside a sticky substance, and something or things were trying to penetrate his body. A terrible, terrible feeling of pain and despair suddenly hit him, but the very next moment, that illusion shattered like glass, and the dark membrane around Jacob's eyes cleared up while the scroll in his hand was still turning into dust. But the thing was, Jacob was drenched in cold sweat, and breathing was hurried while he knew only a second or two had passed. I was drawn into that illusion in an instant, just how powerful these imbricate magic scrolls are. If not for my hex magic core, I don't think I can survive whatever that thing was. Jacob felt a few chills coursing through his spins as the fear lingered in his eyes. Oh, 4.3 seconds, no bad. Someone could have easily been killed with this time, ha. Immortalita wrote in relish. Jacob's expression grew paler. He didn't retort because he knew Immortalita was stating the fact. If he ever encountered an enemy like the witch Queen Margaret, who can use imbricate magic, he knew he would be long dead without even knowing the cause. Just like how his opponents would meet a certain doom under his hex magic. The curse magic is becoming more and more ridiculous. Jacob thought as he moved toward the next scroll with a hint of fear. But he wasn't entirely afraid since now that it was confirmed he could break free from these spells and no one was there to attack him, he didn't need to worry and focus on passing this last checkpoint. After picking Bloody Imbricate Magic Scroll, he opened it while preparing for another strange spell effect. However, to his surprise, nothing seemed to happen, and soon after, the scroll started to turn into dust particles. Jacob thought he had missed something, but he was completely fine. Then he looked at Immortalita and his eyes instantly narrowed. Oops, did I forget to mention that blood imbricate directly affects the heart to stop the bloodstream? But you know what kind of heart you had, so this kind of insignificant spell will not even skim the cursed heart, much less control it. Hee, you biblical bastard, Jacob said through gritted teeth. He knew Immortalita deliberately did it so it could get a kick out of watching him all anxious. And when he saw the maniacal laughter filling the page after he cussed, he knew he was right. In the end, he controlled his raging fury since there wasn't a point in wasting his breath on a lunatic. He picked up the last scroll and the most dangerous one among the three, the evil cannibal imbricate magic scroll. He was still afraid of this imbricate spell despite knowing his immunity to curses. Let's get it over with. Jacob's eyes shone with conviction, and he opened the magic scroll. The next moment he heard the mysterious whisper again, and the next thing he felt was hunger. A hunger so terrifying that he could eat everything, and he was very familiar with this sort of feeling. It was just that it's been a while since he had experienced it because after he got the wyvern's endurance, all he felt was sleepy whenever he was hungry. But this feeling was something he would never forget, and he chuckled in mockery as he showed full control over his body despite the urge to eat his own self. And here I was afraid of this spell. In comparison, this is nothing in front of the real curse I got from you. Jacob looked at cursed immortality with cold eyes as it began to laugh even more manically, clearly enjoying Jacob's intense gaze. The next moment, Jacob felt a strong reaction from his hex core, and the next moment, that hunger started to fade away while the scroll turned into dust. But Jacob's eyes were affixed on Immortica. At this moment, the static voice rang, which palace system detects the Bone Eater Imprecate, Bloody Imprecate, and Cannibal Imprecate has been successfully removed. Time taken 13 seconds. Participant Viper has gone beyond the Witch Queen's expectation. You have been rewarded with 20 inheritor points. Participant Viper now has a total of 118 inheritor points. The prerequisites of the Witch Palace Inheritance Grounds have been completed by Participant Viper. Congratulations! As the final reward set by the Witch Queen, you are granted full control over the Witch Palace. Inheritor Fairy Human Viper, your life signature has been recorded successfully, and the Master Authority has been completely surrendered by Witch Palace System to Inheritor Viper. The transfer process has been completed. The final projection recording of the previous owner has begun to play as the final command of Witch Queen. Jacob was surprised because everything went too smoothly. Truth be told, he was expecting some backstab by the vile witch or some other excuse. But to his surprise, for the first time since he had come to this world, things actually went smoothly and without any betrayal or hidden tricks. He even felt somewhat uncomfortable by it and looked at the projection of the Witch Queen with full-on high alert as he thought that it might be it. But what he heard next was completely out of his wildest expectations. Chapter 456, Witch Palace, Part 1. Congratulations on completing the requirement to be my successor. Witch Queen Margaret's projection stated impassively, I never expected anyone to overcome these trials. But if someone did appear, then this could only mean its fate, and we were meant to be fated. I made this recording while being persuaded by the 3 hegemonies because they won't like I'm in possession of all the plain shares of Epic Plains. It would be quite ironic if my successor is affiliated with one of the 3 hegemonies. Heh, at least they could have sent uniques if they wanted to give me at least some challenge. Well, I'm not someone who holds a grudge against insignificant ants, so I've sold the shares to the 3 hegemonies for a special item. Now I'm going to leave the Epic Plains since I've gotten everything I wanted, and now it's time for me to take revenge. I don't know if I'll be alive when you, my successor, would appear or just how much time would have passed by. But if I died while taking revenge, I don't want my legacy and years of research to go to waste, so I'm leaving everything in this place. I hope you'll inherit everything and even surpass me. I won't ask for anything in return. I hope for us to meet one day if I'm alive and you want to meet or ever contact me. My star ID is. Farewell, my one and only student. The projection vanished thereafter. Jacob frowned since he just felt the hatred when Margaret talked about revenge, while at the same time sincere hope for whoever got her legacy. Furthermore, Margaret clearly left the Epic Plains on her own. She wasn't killed. Moreover, from her arrogant tone, it was quite clear she didn't dread unique ranks at all, and that was what made Jacob even more perplexed about just how strong Margaret was and how in the world she was here and on whom she was seeking revenge. So all those stories are fake, or did the 3 hegemonies create them to hide the fact about Margaret being so powerful they can't do anything to her? This entire thing is too strange. She clearly knew about unique rank, but it should be impossible for her to hear if she was from unique plains, just like those pirates. Unless she was like me. Jacob's heart raced just thinking about the possibility of another inheritor of the universal godly scripture appearing. If he considered someone the biggest threat in his path, it was definitely the other inheritors of the remaining 8 universal godly scriptures. Although he didn't know what the other 8 universal godly scriptures could do. Since cursed immortality can grant immortality, they should have their own insane, unique feathers as well. Furthermore, Jacob was pretty sure if those universal godly scriptures had inheritors, they would be as careful and discreet as him. Now Margaret appeared to be too strange, and he wondered if she was like him, who could enter the plains while ignoring the rules. Do you think she has a universal godly scripture? Jacob could only turn to one thing that could know the exact answer to this question, cursed immortality. Heh, who knows, she may have or may not. But if you're reaching this conclusion by simply suspecting the fact that she was a unique rank and was living in the Epic Plains, then you're thinking too much. What if she had a treasure that could help her suppress her real rank, or other treasures like magic scrolls with unique rank magic store in them or unique rank armor? Or she has a way to regress her rank or was wounded by an enemy that her power had greatly affected. Only true unique ranks can't break past the plane's restrictions, not former or almost unique. And I'm even bothering to correct your mistake because you're thinking about universal godly scriptures like they are mere books. If you're not careful enough, your location can be discovered because a universal godly scripture is very sensitive towards someone who knows its existence, especially their names. If you speak their names, they can directly look at you. So, it will be my first and last warning to never casually speak about universal godly scriptures again, at least not out loud. Or you'll be calling calamity upon yourself. Well, it's not like I'm against it or anything, ha 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 ha. Jacob's heart palpitated when he read Immortalty's first serious writing. He never thought universal godly scriptures had such power, and he knew his mistake. He jumped the gun too soon, and despite Immortalty's last remark, it was clear it was warning him for his own good. Curiosity kills the cat. Jacob thought as he stopped thinking about all sorts of conjectures. He was sure if he ever encountered a universal godly scripture inheritor, Immortality would be the first one to alert him despite its eccentric personality. Palace Master, you may command the Witch Palace now. The static voice rang at this moment. Jacob snapped out of his thoughts. Yes, who cares if she is a universal godly scripture inheritor or not? I'm not planning on meeting her or anything. I should focus on the rewards at hand. I want to see all the things which Queen Margaret left here, including her research on curse magic. Jacob issued his first command. The next moment, the entire room suddenly shakes faintly, and the next moment, the floor below the stone columns starts to shift, revealing the stairway. Jacob was surprised. Please follow this passage and enter the western wing of Witch Palace. Jacob frowned as he asked, Western Witch Palace, where are we now and how big is this place? The Witch Palace is divided into eastern, western, southern, northern, and central wings. Southern wing is where the Death Maze is built. The western wing is where both the treasury and library of the Witch Palace are. The eastern wing is where all the research facilities are located. The northern wing is the training hub of the Witch Palace. Lastly, the central wing is the central command unit of the Witch Palace and also where the Palace Master's living quarters are located. The entire Witch Palace is connected with a massive underground maze, and without my help and Palace Master's permission, no one can escape alive. Chapter 457, Witch Palace. Part 2, Jacob walked into the long, narrow tunnel lit with magic torches. Actually, the tunnel was quite spacious, but not for a giant, so he was having some difficulty walking. Nonetheless, Jacob didn't mind the minor details as his focus was entirely on this meticulously built place. He had to admit, if not for the AI's direction, he would have been lost in this underground maze. After walking and following directions for over 20 minutes, Jacob finally reached another staircase, and a door was opening just like the one he had entered through this place. Walking out, Jacob found himself standing in the center of a spacious library. It was filled with bookshelves, and his eyes shone. This is all the knowledge Margaret had accumulated in the epic plains. He longed for this kind of place and knew just how fortunate he was to found it. Since Margaret had been so powerful, her collection wouldn't be any less impressive either. We are in the western wing of the Witch Palace. Palace Master is currently in the library. In this place, there are 4 separate knowledge sections. Section A stored all the previous Palace Master research. Section B stored all the magic-related knowledge for the sorcery. Section C is for the combat. Section D is for alchemy. The treasury is located in the hidden section. Would you like to head in the treasury? Jacob's lips rose as all the knowledge he wanted was here, and he said, let's head there. Although he wanted to be submerged in that knowledge right away, he couldn't help but wonder just how many treasures the Witch Queen had left here. He was pretty sure those treasures wouldn't fall short of the wealth of the 3 leaders of the 3 hegemonies. The moment he gave his command, he heard some large cogwheels suddenly move, and the next moment, the right wall of the library filled with bookshelves suddenly split and opened like a door. Behind that wall was a silvery door that started to shift left while making deep sounds, and behind that door appeared a huge glittering space. Without hesitation, Jacob moved toward the treasury with ecstasy. As he stepped inside, he was rooted in his place when he saw the dazzling sight of treasures stored in that place. There were weapons, pills, magic scrolls, space rings, and talismans. Hills of magic gems, magic cores, raw materials, herbs, and ores. They were all neatly arranged and encased in a special corporeal barrier to make sure they wouldn't wilt or lose their essentials no matter how many years they were stored there. However, what truly stuck out from all those treasures were 3 glass columns in the center and 3 items hovering above them. A black book, a black robe, and a faceless white mask. Why are these 3 items stored separately from others? Jacob tried asking the AI as he moved toward them. The AI replied, they are the most precious items in the whole treasury. The Black Book is a unique rank universal scripture called the Dusk of Black Magic. It is also the universal scripture the previous Palace Master cultivates, and it's suitable for any curse-related magic core. As her successor, you should also cultivate this, for it is the most precious treasure of the Witch Queen. The Black Robe is a basic unique rank armor, handcrafted by the previous Palace Master for her successor. Its size can be adjusted according to the wearer's size, and it has a clearing, fire, dust, and water resistance magic runes engraved in it. The Gluttony Mask is something she found by chance in a Noritune zone. Its exact rank is unknown, for it is a mysterious treasure. The previous palace master was only able to find two functions of this mask. As long as you feed the gluttony mask a complete corpse of a living being, it can change your facial features and body composition into that exact corpse that it devoured. Once it feeds again, the previous disguise will be overwritten by the new one. The second function is related to the first feature. The gluttony mask seemed to have the ability to become stronger as it ate corpses like a living being. In a sense, this mask is alive, and it could also affect the wearer's mind because it would absorb all the resentments of the dead person it devours. The Witch Queen only left this behind because she didn't want her successor to die. But she also left a word of caution. Don't feed it too much unless you have strong mental strength, or it might devour the wearer's mind. Right now, the gluttony mask is around the intermediate epic rank, and a female goblin's disguise is its current disguise. Lastly, this mask required mystic signature to control. Without it, it's just an ordinary skin mask. Jacob was astounded by the first two items since they were both welcoming. But the strange gluttony mask was simply an unexpected surprise. Not only this mask can change facial but body composition after eating a corpse, which should be impossible. But it won't even come closer to the fact that this thing is alive and can grow by devouring corpses. Not to mention it can affect the mind. Jacob thought with a grave expression as he looked at the white mask, which seemed extremely ordinary, but it was the most sinister thing in this entire treasury. Furthermore, he was sure the Witch Queen hadn't left it behind out of the kindness of her heart. Or who in their right mind would leave behind a treasure that can virtually grow endlessly? Although he had to admit Margaret was quite generous and even kind enough to leave behind all these treasures for her successor. But that mask was too out of place, and this gave Jacob all sorts of reasons not to get involved in it. The Witch Queen was too mysterious, and that mask was even more. Besides, he needed a mystic signature to operate that mask, which he didn't have at that moment. So even if he was suicidal enough and tempted by its ability to change faces on a whim, which Jacob really needed right now, he couldn't use it. Furthermore, he wanted to ask Immortalita's opinion on that mask first after its summoning time refreshed before deciding how to deal with it. Nonetheless, since he got all those treasures, it was time for him to make his report to Captain Freesword before his body forced him to. Only then would he be free to study to his heart's content until, of course, the trial plane descended. Chapter 458. A new task from Captain. Mr. King, I have to admit I had my doubts about this venture of yours, but it seemed I've underestimated you. Captain Freesword's jolly yet scrutinous voice rang from the vermin transponder. So, what is the haul? Jacob has just reported his succession in the vile witch lair. He confirmed that this place belonged to someone from the witch race. But he omitted all the crucial details about the witch palace and the witch Queen Margaret. All he revealed was he got the inheritance after going through some difficulties. He didn't reveal his encounter with star hackers, or Captain Freesword might lose confidence in him if he knew Jacob was now the enemy of star hackers. But that guy didn't even ask about how he got here and directly asked about the treasures, nully as expected of a pirate. Jacob scoffed inwardly before he replied impassively, "It's pretty good. You'll definitely like all of these, I can assure you, Captain. Ha ha ha. Since you've said it, Mr. King, I believed you, and you'll be generously rewarded once you come back." Captain Freesword laughed heartedly. "Now that you have gotten what you wanted, are you moving to the next phase of your plan?" Jacob impassively replied, "Indeed, now all I have to do is to spread the news and wait for those 3 hegemony's high-ranking members to take the bait. It'll be quite easy to enslave them this way. I need your permission to go forward with my plan." "Since you performed well, Mr. King, as long as it is for the unique Star Ocean medallion and your actions won't affect me or my crew, you can take actions as you see fit. But you have to give your usual report in more detail," Captain Freesword nonchalantly stated. He was still under the impression that Jacob could not make false reports because of the slave rune, nor could he take independent action against him. So he was now even more confident that Jacob could pull this off. However, Jacob wanted to hear exactly those words because with them, he was free until the plane trial and he doesn't have to move around anymore, nor he was planning to. "Thank you for your trust," Jacob thanked Captain Freesword as if he was very gratified by his acknowledgement. Captain Freesword was pleased with Jacob's attitude as he said, "Now on to our next business. Remember I've told you that if you pull this off, I have another task for you." "Nully, what is he after now?" Jacob frowned as he replied, "Indeed, please go ahead." "It's simple, actually. You see, my crew and I hadn't come here of our own free will. But traitors in our ranks betrayed us, and I had no choice but to use a very precious treasure to escape with my and my crewmates' lives. The dark elf you saw in Mash's lab is one of the traitors. Although he surrendered on his own and claimed to be the only traitor, I beg to differ. Because it was quite clear he was sacrificing himself for someone else, or it might be just my overthinking things. Whatever the case is, We can't just go back if there is even the slightest chance of another traitor still present amidst our ranks, because we'll be just going back to our doom. If there's still a remaining traitor on the ship, he or she has deep ties with one of the three hegemonies of the unique planes. If he could contact the Epic Plains' three hegemonies, I'm pretty sure our enemy won't sit still once they find out where we are and might send someone to finish the job. Captain Freesword grimly revealed. Jacob's expression changed slightly since he never expected Captain Freesword to reveal this information to him. He also had his own speculations about why a powerful person like Captain Freesword would come to the Epic Plains. Now it was quite clear he wasn't here of his own free will but was betrayed by one of his own people. "What do you want me to do?" Jacob asked, as he had a very bad feeling about this. If there was still a traitor, then that person was cunning enough to get still not caught by that conniving ogre, so what can someone like him do? Heh, it's pretty simple actually. If there is a traitor and they want to contact the unique planes, then they need at least the leader-level character to establish that contact. All you need to do is to enslave the three hegemonies leaders somehow. So if the traitor tried to make contact, you'll know, and all you have to do after that is to tell your kind captain, and I'll handle it from there. Captain Freesword stated his plan. But Jacob's expression clouded, and he almost started to curse Captain Freesword because he was asking too much. Enslaving the three leaders, he would die before he could reach their safe bunkers, and they were not foolish enough to meet him in person and alone. Captain Freesword was simply asking him to commit suicide. Jacob calmed himself and tried to talk reason, but Captain, it's impossible to do that. I'm not powerful enough to go toe-to-toe with the leaders, and they seldomly made appearances. No one knows about their actual whereabouts. Besides, if there is a traitor, he might have already made the contact, or he might not even do this, so it's simply too risky for our own plan. Ha ha ha. As expected of you, Mr. King, but you have no choice but to do it. Even if that traitor had made contact already, I wanted to know, and if he didn't dare to, then I was to be sure of it. Because without assurance, I can't go back, nor do I want to resort to violence with my crew on mere speculation. I need to be sure that there is another traitor, and you, Mr. King, are going to help me whether you like it or not. After all, your life is also connected with us now, so you better do all you can to keep it safe. Oh, and I'm pretty sure the three leaders will be in the plane trial, so you'll get your chance. Captain Freesword coldly laughed before he directly cut off the call after he gave the absolute orders. Jacob's eyes were swirling with killing intent as he wanted to crush that vermin transponder, but his body wouldn't let him. "Nully this bastard." Jacob fumed before he regained his calm and sighed ruefully. "At least he didn't give me an ultimatum. I look forward to that day when our positions will have switched." Chapter 459, Skulls. I'm back, the hidden headquarters of the Killer Skull Society. Shiro trembled a little when she looked at the call on her star watch and accepted it after calming her wildly beating heart. "Greetings, my lord." She tried to be as respectful as possible, but the fear in her voice couldn't remain hidden. "HMPH, it seemed you're doing quite well. Does this mean my assets and data have been secured?" the ghastly voice asked with scrutiny. Shiro quaveringly implored, this. "I'm still looking for clues about the faceless ancient, but that rat is too careful and no one is able to find any trace of him. I'm sure my lord should know about how even the three leaders of the three hegemonies wanted to capture him or kill him, but even they had failed to find him. We had been underestimating him all this time, and he's clearly not just anyone. I'm afraid he might have a backer from higher planes helping him. Please give me more time." Heh. The ghastly voice burst into eerie laughter, which made Shiro's heart beat widely with trepidation, because she knew better than anyone that the person on the other side was angry, not joyous. The voice suddenly stopped before stating, "Your luck is really something else. I know you're telling the truth, and that pest is really not some trifle, but it doesn't give you the courage to try negotiating with me. You only have until the trial plane's beginning. Once the trial begins, you'll no longer be the Shiro, but Sminus-1 and Sminus-1 will be replacing you since he has been far more useful than you lately. I've even decided what kind of Dark Skull mission I would give you, so look forward to it, hehe." The call suddenly cut off while the echo of that ghastly laughter rang for a long time in Shiro's mind like some nightmare. In the end, she couldn't help but roar with hatred, "Faceless ancient, you bastard, just why?" After a few moments, just when she started to calm down, a static voice rang, "Lord Shiro, I have urgent matters which need your utmost attention." Shiro's eyes narrowed as she felt something was amiss. "What is it?" "Just a few minutes ago, 9 of our secret bases, Base No. 628,389 in the Alliance region, Base No. 4850 in the Alchemy region, and Base No 449,799 in the Bank region has been fully annihilated." The static voice emotionlessly reported. "What? How did those leaders find out? Not even a single survivor is left. 3 of those bases are in the medium-sized cities. How could they get annihilated so quickly?" Shiro asked in disbelief, as it was simply too unrealistic. Please watch this footage, Lord Shiro. You might be able to understand the situation from them. These footages have been trending on the Star Network News, and they are posted by none other than one Dark Skull target with the Star ID, the Society Killer. Shiro's eyes contracted when she heard this name. The Dark Skull targets were the mortal enemy of the Killer Skull Society and the highest-level priority targets. These targets must be eliminated because they were a direct threat to the existence of the Killer Skull Society. Even the Faceless Ancient, despite his continuous interference with the Killer Skull Society's plans and after stealing their important assets, was still a Red Skull target a level below the Dark Skull target. Why did he appear now of all the time? He was silent for over 22 years after he got nearly killed by Sminus-1. Shiro muttered as her day was getting from bad to worse very quickly since she knew nothing good would come when the Society Killer was involved. At this moment, a few projection screens appeared in front of her and the video started to play. She frowned because of the video of a few landscapes and 3 large cities, not their secret hideout, and was confused. However, the very next moment, she jumped in alarm when all of a sudden a blinding white light suddenly appeared, followed by a deafening sound. What happened next was nothing but out of a nightmare as the white light grew and terrifying shock waves spread before a huge thick smoke could rise towards the sky. WWH, what is this? She stuttered as her horrified eyes were glued on the screens as the same scene was playing on all of them. Lord Shiro, after analyzing the comments on these Star News posts, over 84% of people are calling these explosions caused by the atomic grenades created by the famous and also Red Skull target, Faceless Ancient. No survivor or living being below the epic rank in the area of over 150 miles radius managed to survive, and our agents are all dead with the base thoroughly destroyed. Although the Society Killer didn't give credit to the Faceless Ancient, he only left 3 words, "Skulls, I'm back," on the Star News posts, but many people are suspecting that he's related to the Faceless Ancient. The more Shiro heard, the more her blood boiled and her eyes turned bloodshot. She was already having trouble with Faceless Ancient, and now the Society Killer has come out of nowhere. Not only that, but that guy might have been working with Faceless Ancient so they could get rid of their common enemy. Shiro didn't dare to imagine just how deadly that combination could be. Because the Society Killer was too cunning, he always somehow dug out their secret hideouts. But they were never able to find any traitor among themselves. It was simply impossible with the brain chips planted into every skull's brain. That's why the Society Killer was so dangerous and was made in the Dark Skull target list so quickly. Furthermore, he wasn't like Jacob, who wasn't actively seeking trouble in the Killer Skull Society. That guy seemed to live just to destroy the Killer Skull Society, and he didn't care about the lives he would sacrifice to achieve that goal. Just like right now, he directly annihilated 3 medium-sized cities where the Killer Skull Society's bases were hidden, and he clearly didn't care about the collateral damage. That's what made him so dangerous. Now, if there was a possibility that the Society Killer had teamed up with the Faceless Ancient, that was simply too terrifying. Just thinking about it made Skull know. Shiro shivered, and she knew she might not escape her pitiful fate after all. Chapter 460. The Star Magic System. The magic system of the Zodiac Plains is called the Star Magic System because of the magic orbits. As for why, it was because the magic orbit's visual state was like countless stars had been molded and then etched into the structure of a living being. But the magic orbits weren't limitless. Every living being has different amounts of magic orbits. The amount could vary depending on their bloodline density, innate talent, compression, species, races, and many other factors that can affect the number of magic orbits. These core factors and the number of magic orbits also decide a species rank. A common rank species born with magic orbits between around 1 to 999 magic orbits. Rare 1000 to 6999. Extraordinary 7000 to 9999. Epic 10,000 to 99,999. Unique 100,000 to 999,999, and so on. When a living being started to sense magic in the air, it indicated their dormant magic orbits awakening. Afterward, it was commonly known knowledge of following specific steps to awaken magic orbits and form a magic core fully. The magic core was the heart of magic orbits and also its corporeal manifestation. But what happened to the magic orbits once a magic core fully manifested? Actually, the magic orbits then become the foundation for a magic core. It means the more magic orbits one is born with, the stronger the foundation. Moreover, creating a magic core doesn't mean the magic orbits become useless, or they were fully integrated with the magic orb. Once someone could create a magic core, it was just the beginning of the magic path or path of stars. After a magic core is formed, one needs to refine their magic orbits slowly, and one by one, connect them with their magic core. Similarly, a white star or rectified star in a magic core was formed after refining and connecting 1,000 magic orbits into a single star. So to speak, only a rare rank species has enough magic orbits to create a white star. The first star rank only has 9 white stars in a magic core, which was the limit of a star rank magic core. Those 9 stars then represent the 9-star tiers of the magic core. To further increase this capacity, a magic core needed to be evolved, and once the 9 stars became 10, a magic core evolved into epic star rank magic core. But it can't be just done on a whim because talent and magic orbits are essential. The larger the number of magic orbits one has, the easier it is to evolve a magic core to another rank, thereby increasing its capacity. But the lesser the magic orbits, the more difficult it was to achieve the next tier, not to mention an entirely new star rank. An epic star magic core has the capacity to hold 99 rectified star, and those stars are no longer white but coated in the hue of the magic orbit's element. 10 rectified were equivalent to tier -1 epic star magic rank, 20 rectified stars tier -2, and 90 rectified stars to tier -9 epic star magic rank. Once the number of rectified stars reached 99, then it represented the limit of the epic star magic core, and it needed to be evolved again into either combat or sorcery-type unique star magic core. The number of rectified stars also becomes 100 per tier in this star magic rank, and so on and forth. But when all the magic orbits were refined into rectified stars, and there were no more magic orbits left to refine, it simply meant the end of a person's innate magic talent and bloodline. Without more magic orbits to refine, the path of further evaluation was closed. This was when people started to seek stronger bloodlines, medicine, or anything that could increase their potential and magic orbits. However, increasing one's latent talent and magic orbit capacity that they are born with was an excruciating process, and the mortality rate was over 70%. Especially if someone tries to integrate with something that their body can't handle, like a common species trying to change their bloodline with a unique species, or eat a similar medicine, they will end up blowing apart if their vessel isn't strong enough. Magic orbits also weren't the same for everyone. Some were born with unique magic orbits. Like growth-type magic cores were examples of unique magic orbits called the elemental magic orbits. Some are born with magic orbits that can grant unique magic abilities upon increasing a magic core rank, and these types of unique magic orbits are called attribute magic orbits. The magic scriptures were then used to inflict different techniques to make the refinement process of magic orbits faster and more flawless, granting many benefits and more mana. As for the universal scripture, they not only have the benefits of a magic evolution scripture, but they can also modify the already refined magic orbits and grant abilities like innate magic abilities, but are limited. In actuality, the thing that they actually modify weren't the magic orbits, but with the help of magic orbits connected to a rectified star, they modify the rectified stars into unique formations called the star magic formations, like runic formations. The magic ability scriptures follow the same principle. The difference was this wasn't something that could be done or just anyone could invent those abilities. After years of errors and research, a star magic formation of rectified stars was discovered. Just moving a rectified star in one's magic core was seemingly impossible, much less setting them up in a formation. Looking at all these notes of the witch Queen Margaret, Jacob felt like a vast world of possibilities had been opened to him. This was the first time he was seeing information on how magic orbits work and the secrets of the scriptures in so much depth. His eyes shone like a researcher's as he turned one page after another while books were already piling around him. It had been 2 months since he started reading, and time was flying without Jacob realizing it. But as time passed, his knowledge about the star magic system grew at a terrifying rate. Chapter 461. Sin and Virtue Curses. Magic/mana has 2 forms, abstract magic and corporeal magic. Abstract magic attributes can't cause physical harm, opposite to the corporeal magic attributes. Attributes like water, earth, lighting, wind, and such elements were all corporeal magic, while attributes such as holy, dark, shadow, curses, and such elements fall under the category of abstract magic. The abstract magic could directly cause harm to the mind, and it was physically harmless. This type of magic was very hard to master and complex in many ways. The owners of such magic can't use their mana to strengthen their weapons or use them in physical combat. But if someone mastered abstract magic, it was very hard to guard against their attacks. The curse abstract magic was as mysterious as the holy abstract magic, and these 2 attributes were the bane of each other. Furthermore, the scope of these 2 abstract attributes was so vast that they were divided into many branches. Just mastering one of their branches was virtually impossible, and only after mastering each branch can one fully grasp the essence of an abstract attribute. The curse magic was divided into two main branches, sin curses and virtue cures. These two branches are then further divided into sub-branches. The sin curses were curses that feed on the target's sins, while the virtue cures feed on the target's virtues. Both of them were almost unbreakable cures if someone was able to master them. The witch race was proficient in witchcraft, which was the branch of the sin cures, and Margaret belonged to the witch race's species called the Vile Witch. The Vile Witch race studies the whammy poison and imprecate magic. Whammy is invoked by poison, imprecate invoked by evil canticle sounds, and to study these two disciplines, one needed a magic core related to curse magic. There were many books in Margaret's personal records on whammy poison and imprecate magic in the library and database, which brought Jacob joy as he finally started his research on these two disciplines. Jacob naturally chose the imprecate magic first because it didn't need any physical object like poison. Although Margaret left a wide variety of poisons for her inheritor to practice with, Jacob wanted spells related to curse magic more. The imprecate magic spells were all dependent on evil canticle sounds, and Jacob discovered that there was a special magic ability scripture named the Hymn of Evil, which was essential to perform an imprecate magic spell. But he soon frowned when he saw the requirement for this magic ability scripture. Nully, I need 12 rectified stars to make a star magic formation to conjure this ability. But my magic core is only at the peak of star rank, which means I should only have 9 rectified stars. This is a problem. I need more stars to conjure other magic abilities. Nully, no wonder those guys throw so many magic ability scriptures in auction. The more powerful the magic ability, the more rectified stars I need to conjure that magic ability. Just the silent casting magic ability required 9 rectified stars. This is a bit problematic. Nully, furthermore, my magic cores won't follow the common sense of the star magic system. The hex magic core evolves by ranks, not tiers, while the water magic core was formed directly at the epic rank, and I have no idea if it will evolve with other evolution magic scriptures. Nully, even if it evolved, I don't know if I can create this ability in other magic cores than hex magic core. Jacob became confused as he was in a dilemma. He had some idea about how his magic core worked, but the water magic core was still a mystery. He still didn't find any record of someone else having more than one magic core, so he was in completely unknown territory on this subject. Nully cursed Immortality. Jacob decided to summon the cursed book in the hope he could get some clues about how to proceed. The moment the cursed book appeared, he asked before it could start laughing, Nully, you should have known why I summoned you. Tell me, if I evolve my hex magic core to epic rank, how many rectified stars would I get? Immortica laughed as usual before replying, Nully nulb hee. You've finally stepped into the field of magic, huh? Very well, I should help you a little. Every time you complete the prerequisites of a star magic rank of the hex magic core evolution, it will directly reach the peak of that rank. Jacob's expression brightened before he threw another question, Nully, then what about magic orbits? How many do I have? Nully nulb hehe, are you really putting limitations on yourself? Do I need to remind you that you're my inheritor? Your body evolves every time you complete a stage of mine. So now tell me, if you evolve, won't your magic orbits follow suit? Immortica questioned. Jacob's eyes went wide as realization struck him. Nully, so you mean to say I don't have a limit to how many magic orbits I can have if my physical body is strong enough? Nully nulb exactly. Ha 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 ha, aren't I great? Immortica laughed. Jacob sneered, Nully, yeah, if only I could say the same about your personality. Nully nulb, now you're just being a jerk. Nully, we both know who the jerk is between us. How about my water core? Can I cultivate with evaluation scripture, or if I use the rectified stars in the water magic core to form a star magic formation for curse-related magic, will it work? Jacob questioned. Nulb Nully ha. Now that's another matter entirely and not related to me as far as I could tell. How about you try and find one for yourself? It's not like you don't have the capital to try. After all, since it's your magic core, shouldn't you be able to control it at will? Immortica ambiguously replied. Jacob's eyes narrowed. Nully, you know what, you're right. Last question, is it true that true curse magic can only be learned after grasping sin and virtue cures? Nully nulb, heh, it is indeed true, but you're still missing far too much to even think about mastering both types of curses. The sheer scoop of this ambition is something that no mortal could achieve. Chapter 462, All Alive Alliance, Part 1. In a black mask, Lucy was silently sitting in a heated meeting between the 10 strongest S-class mercenaries of the Epic Plains. These mercenaries were not only the strongest S-class mercenaries, but they also controlled thousands of mercenaries. The leader of the Bronze Barbarian Mercenary League's leader, Wilder, was also present among these 10 figures, and his expression was unsightly as he glared at the gray scales menacing Wind Kobold. He was the leader of the Wind-bringer mercenary group, Giko. Giko was extremely gleeful looking at Wilder's ugly expression. "Leader Wilder, we are gathered here to discuss who will be the vanguard of our mercenary agency in the upcoming trial plains in 3 months, not to mend your tribe's feud with Scroll Elder Ephraim." "Giko, stay out of my business. I'm just pointing out the Scroll Elder Ephraim's disrespect towards our agency. He publicly berated us, and I think it's time to shoot him down a peg. Even if he's one of the 10 chief elders of the Alchemy Guild, he can't block us from acquiring magic scrolls," Wilder retorted with a murderous look in his eyes. In the incident with Jacob, Ephraim nearly died, and since no one was there to blame, he naturally vents his anger on his enemy, Wilder, and the Bronze Barbarian tribe. If before he was blocking the Bronze Barbarian tribe from acquiring just the magic scroll since he was in control of the magic scroll business. After that incident, he started to block them from acquiring any alchemy items in any way he could. Strong and arrogant, the Bronze Barbarian tribe may be, but in front of someone like the Scroll Elder Ephraim, who controls a large portion of the Alchemy Guild's business. They were fighting a lost battle, and now they were on the verge of exploding from all that pressure. The alchemy commodities were the lifeline of any living beings, and without them it was like living in a primitive era. As for solving this matter by killing Ephraim, if only it were that easy. As one of the 10 chief elders who were just a rank below the vice guild leader and above everyone else, killing or assassinating Ephraim was akin to an all-out war with the entire Alchemy Guild, which would spell nothing but the end of the Bronze Barbarian tribe since the bank won't stand for them. So Wilder now had no choice but to bring this matter here in the hope that Lucy might help him a little despite his last blunder. But Giko's tribe, the Wind Kobold tribe, has been sworn enemies with the Bronze Barbarian tribe for generations now. Both tribes hold prominent positions in the bank region, so they will not stand still to kick each other while they are down, and Giko was doing just that. He wanted the Bronze Barbarian tribe to perish and couldn't be more gleeful about their feud with Ephraim. "Leader Wilder, you misspoke just now." An ebony elf with astute blue eyes and graceful bearing coldly spoke. She was not only the leader of Lighting Assassin Den but also the tribe leader of Shadow Elf tribe Mildred. She continued coldly, "There is no we in this but only you. Don't drag the agency into your fight. If you truly want what is best for our agency, go to Scroll Elder and apologize. After all, you guys were the ones who started it because of your crass temper." Wilder's expression turned even darker as he glared at Mildred. She has no enmity with him and was just stating it as fact, and it's exactly because of that it stings so much. A white lion face orc, the leader of the V-Lion mercenary team Verlin with a deep scare over his left eye, also chimed in with a growl. "If you want to talk chivalry, then how about we discuss the war between the Society Killer and Killer Skull Society and how it is damaging the epic Alive Plains. Furthermore, the likely perpetrator of this war, the Faceless Ancient, has been silent for over a year now. Or how about the King of Dead Onyx, who's pressuring the Alive Epic Plains even more wantonly now that the Life Zone is about to descend? As we speak, hundreds of lives are being harvested in life crystals. If you're so noble, how about you take your league and go help out the Alliance armies? I promise, if you really do it, my V-Lion team will be your #1 supporter." Wilder's breathing became ridged as he clenched his fist. He couldn't find a word to refute Verlin since his selfishness was now as clear as day. At this moment, before anyone else could take a shot at Wilder, a frigid gale of wind suddenly brushed past everyone, and they all were instantly alarmed and looked in one direction in unison. Lucy was impassively looking at everyone, and when their focus turned on her, the icy gale vanished. But they all could still feel the chilly killing intent in it. She finally spoke, "If you guys are done talking nonsense, shall I proceed with the matter of today's meeting?" No one spoke in objection as they all knew their time was over, and from now on, Lucy would be the one talking. Lucy continued, "As Leader Giko just mentioned, the trial plane will descend in exactly 93 days. Since everyone knows what's going on in the Alive Epic Plains lately, it would save me the trouble of explaining everything. If I remember correctly, for both Senior Nathan and Senior Mac, it is your second time participating in a plane trial, which is extremely rare." She glanced at 2 wizen-faced pale gray elves as they were both twins and strongest among the top 10. They were the 2 leaders of the strongest mercenary team, the Twin Sword Golden Team. Even Lucy called them seniors, which clearly represents their worth in the agency. Both Nathan and Max smiled and bowed humbly. Lucy didn't react much. "This will also be my second plane trial and probably last before my replacement took my place. As the rule of the bank, we don't have a vice bank manager but only a bank manager. So you two will be my chief commanders in this trial plane, and if you perform well, I'll give you a chance which would only come in once a lifetime." She then looked at the others, who were looking at her with wide eyes as if they were seeing a ghost. Lucy nonchalantly continued with a hint of killing intent, This offer is not just limited to 2 seniors. If any one of you performs well, you will be eligible for this chance. Furthermore, if anyone can give me the head of the Faceless Ancient, this opportunity will be yours. Now, let me tell you all about the changes this time in All Alive Alliance, which were made considering the variable named Faceless Ancient. Because you might not be aware of the fact that he was the champion of this time's Rare Trail Plains, and he had done it in a record-breaking time. Chapter 463, All Alive Alliance, Part 2. In the headquarters of the Alchemy Guild, Nelson stood on a podium, and in front of him sat Ellie and 10 chief elders. With a solemn expression, Nelson stated, "As always, the 3 hegemonies will form an all-alive alliance a week prior to the trial plane, and it will last until the end of the trial plane. The all-alive alliance is formed with the purpose of winning the trial plane before the dark beings could, or at least win a spot to save ourselves a complete loss, and stop the dark beings from having the rights to use 3 plane authorities. The last time, we somehow managed to tie in with the dark beings because the plane trial was a puzzle-type trial plane. As always, we will be first blocking the entire entrance to the trial plane so no civilian or unauthorized personnel can enter. The second thing will be sending the Vanguard Guard unit built upon the combat sector and our intelligence sector to figure out the nature of the trial before forming an accurate expatiation unit for the trial. This will be our foremost priority in the first 5 years after the start of the trial. Remember, the dark beings will be doing the same, and a clash with them is unavoidable. Both sides will be looking for stealing each other's collection of data, and this data will always be in the possession of someone from the intelligence sector's hand, which means us. The rule is simple. In case you can't protect the data, just destroy the data if you can't protect it. Even if it costs you your life, the dark beings can't have the fruits of our labor. The intelligence sector's other main purpose is to stop the emergence of a sole champion, especially if an outsider tried to claim one of the positions. If someone managed to achieve this, as the intelligence sector of the All Alive Alliance, it's our duty to track this person down and make sure to eliminate this error. Although such a thing had never happened before, this time it might be a different case. This also brings me to the changes we have made in the All Alive Alliance because of a single threat, the terrorist Faceless Ancient. Ellie showed killing intent when that name, which has been haunting her nightmares, was mentioned, while the 10 chief elders also wore grave expressions. They all knew just how much threat Faceless Ancient possessed. Before, they were always fully confident that no one could rival the 3 hegemonies. But it all changed in these last few months when the Society Killer started a one-sided massacre with Faceless Ancient technology. No one knows how he got his hands on so many atomic grenades, but that guy clearly has enough to cause a nationwide panic. Furthermore, Faceless Ancient has vanished since the Society Killer started his conquest against the Killer Skull Society. Now, many people believe that the Society Killer has either captured Faceless Ancient or was in a cohort with him. Whichever the case had been, it was not good for the 3 hegemonies since the Society Killer was a sociopath who only wanted to end the Killer Skull Society, even if it meant killing everyone in the process. In truth, the Society Killer was like the Faceless Ancient but was far worse. But he seemed to have vanished mysteriously over 2 decades ago, and everything thought he was dead until over a year ago. Nelson continued, "Like you, I don't know if Faceless Ancient is caught or killed by the Society Killer, but something tells me that he's still alive and probably in some partnership with the Society Killer. That's why our biggest concern is still the Faceless Ancient, because he is nothing but simple. As well as being an astute fellow and talented alchemist, he is also the sole champion of the last Rare Trial Plane. That's right, he became the sole champion of the Rare Trial Plane in less than 7 months, and that trial plane was also a puzzle-type trial plane, no less. Now you guys could imagine just why we all wanted him dead and how many secrets he's been hiding. So he wasn't something to get caught by the likes of the Society Killer. If anything, my guess is he's preparing for someone in the shadows, and my guess is he's also aiming to be the sole champion of the epic trial plane as well. That's why, by keeping this in mind this time, we have put many resources into sealing the entrance. If by some miracle he manages to bypass all that, then our top priority will be to end him within the trial plane. He might not know, but in the epic trial plane, as long as you complete a trial condition, your star ID will be announced in the entire trial plane. At that time, the dark beings will also join the fray to hunt him down if he dares to poke his nose where it won't belong. Or if luck is on our side, the trial plane type might be a tournament type or royal type. If this were to happen, we don't even need to seal the entrance, and he'll be doing us a favor by entering the trial." Nelson chuckled darkly while the other chief elders also smiled evilly. Nelson still wasn't done as he spoke. "Other than that, I have another good news. I had persuaded 3 Dark Earls from the Dark City in the neutral zone to join our All Alive Alliance with their personal armies. So this will be a rememberable plane trial because too much is on the line here, and I won't accept any errors. Further details are sent to your Star Network IDS, and you can look for Vice Guild Leader if you have doubts. It's time to start the preparations. I'll be seeing you all on the day of the Alliance Formation Ceremony. Nelson smiled mysteriously, and the next moment he vanished from the podium like a ghost, but before that he winked at Ellie. Ellie pursed her lips. What a show-off. Chapter 464. Masha's Strange Symptoms. A few hundred miles away from the epic plains in the Star Ocean, the massive ship of the carefree sword Star Pirates was calmly afloat on the water's surface. At this moment, Masha stood in front of Captain Free Sword with a somewhat pale complexion, and she also lacked her sharp focus for some reason. Captain Free Sword easily noticed this strange change in Masha, who was always spirited, and asked, "Are you feeling all right? You look absent-minded for some reason." Masha was not only an alchemy genius, but she was also the chief alchemist of Captain Free Sword's crew, and she had never fallen sick before because it was simply impossible for an alchemist like her to succumb to some illness, especially when she was unique rank sorceress. Masha finally snapped out of her dazed-like expression, and she frowned. "I'm not sure, Captain. According to all the scans and even after using the inner sight, there's nothing wrong with me. But as you see, there is definitely something wrong." Captain Free Sword's eyes narrowed. "If you don't, can I examine you?" He can afford to lose anyone else but Masha because of her uniqueness, and if there was something wrong with her, then he had to find its root and take care of it quickly. "Of course, that's why I'm here." Masha nodded without hesitation. Captain Free Sword was far stronger than her, so he might be able to discover what was the cause of her current situation, and that's why she came here. Captain Free Sword put his massive hand over Masha's head, and the next moment, Masha felt a current suddenly run down her entire body. But she didn't resist as she knew this Captain Free Sword's inner sight ability in play. The inner sight ability was a unique rank magic ability that only had one use, which was to reveal the normally invisible magic orbits and magic core within your own body, or you can also examine others if they are weaker than you and can't resist the potency of your mana. This ability was a must-have if someone wanted to go further in the path of magic, because this ability would make it much easier to observe the magic core and the rectified stars in it. Not only that, but it can also help with mystic signatures. That's why this ability is a must-have for any unique. There were also similarly weaker or even more powerful versions of inner sight. But all of them were driven by the three most powerful innate magic abilities of the legends: the inner espy, the eyes of judge, and the vision of truth and false. These three innate abilities were considered the most powerful vision abilities, and there were only legends about them, and no one had ever seen someone who could use them. Captain Free Sword frowned as he put his hand away and said with uncertainty, "I also didn't find anything wrong with your body or magic orbits. Could it be you're just tired, and all those tireless torture practices are finally catching up to you?" Masha appeared more depressed about it, since she was hoping that something was wrong with her since she would be able to counter it this way. But if she didn't even know what was causing all this, she couldn't do anything. The unknown was more terrifying after all. "Captain, I'm not in the mood for jokes." She pursed her lips. "I have another speculation about my condition. I think someone might have poisoned me." Captain Free Sword was taken aback by her declaration and squinted his eyes. "What made you think that?" "My symptoms have been worsening day by day, and they are not affecting my physical condition but my mind. I'm losing focus more often, and sometimes I stare at the void like an idiot for hours. This sort of poison is extremely rare, and they can affect others by simply polluting the air. That's why I've reached a conclusion." Masha's eyes shone with killing intent. "I think there is another traitor or traitors among us other than Vayli, and now that things have calmed down, they have started to make a move. If they are targeting me first, then this means they might want to rescue Vayli." Sharpness crept into Captain Free Sword's eyes as he wasn't expecting to hear this from Masha, because he never told her about another traitor being present among them, since he also has doubts about Masha herself. But now that he thought about it, Masha's reaching this conclusion was not so startling, since she was clearly being affected by something, and the only sound explanation was someone targeting her. If she was being targeted, this could only mean she wasn't a suspect, or she was playing victim to avoid his suspicion. Whatever the case was, Captain Free Sword couldn't ignore the possibility of it being the truth, since it would also put his own life in danger. If they are starting to move, then this could only mean they are losing their patience. Furthermore, that slave is still far away from making the three leaders his slaves. The trial plane is also about to start, which means it will take many years before he can complete them, or he might die. This is no longer a matter of wait and see. Since they're making their move, then this means they are confident in handling the consequences. Captain Free Sword's mind raced as he remained silent while gawking at Masha with a grim expression. Masha suddenly felt chills in her spine when she saw Captain Free Sword's grim expression, and realization dawned upon her. He knew. She felt even more alarmed because if Captain Freesword knew about another traitor and didn't tell her, this meant she was also a suspect, which was anything but good. Captain Freesword sighed ruefully as his eyes went sharp like a ruthless predator. All right, Masha, I need to trust you, and only then can I help you and myself. I really want to avoid it, but now the safety of all the crew members is on the line here, so you all have to be considerate of my plight. I want you to carve a slave rune on yourself, and if you're not the traitor, I'll promise after a few questions, I'll set you free. Only after that we will start combing through the rest of the crew. Chapter 465, The Atlas Council. The Atlas organization was the most mysterious organization after the Dark Cities. But unlike the Dark Cities, the Atlas was only known to the upper echelon of the three hegemonies. The common public only knows about the star hackers and how they should never associate with them. The Atlas ranking structure was quite straightforward and solely based on achievements. The head of the organization was given the title of the Star Lord, and the successor of Star Lord was the Vice Star Lord rank. Below these two highest ranks were the star numbers starting from Staron, and they go on as more people join in. The lower the star number, the higher the member achievements, and there was a unique system in place that couldn't be cheated. If someone makes an achievement befitting the position of Staron or even the Star Lord, no one can rob that person of their rightful position, and everyone has to obey. As for how this system works, it was still a mystery that even the Star Lord wasn't aware of, and the member section was also done mysteriously. No one can recruit anyone, and members were selected by a unique method of the Atlas. That's why no one has any control or monopoly over this selection system, because no one knows when or how a member will be chosen to be part of the Atlas. Then, there was the Atlas Council built upon 5 councilmen, and only the Star-Lord and the Vice Star-Lord were aware of their existence. However, they don't know their identities, and any major movement related to the organization has to be approved by the Atlas Council. The Atlas Council's job was to make sure the Star-Lord wouldn't use its authority to endanger the origination, and as long as they had proof, they could easily strip the Star-Lord of its title. Today, in the hidden base of the Atlas in masks, the Star-Lord and Vice Star-Lord were standing in front of 5 large screens, projecting 5 dark silhouettes. They were the councilmen of the Atlas Council. Star-Lord and Vice Star-Lord, you both have our condolences for your children. A mechanical voice rang from the central screen. The gender of this person was unknown, but it was the first councilman. Star-Lord's eyes were raging with killing intent behind his mask as he replied, I don't need your sympathy. If you're really empathic, then you wouldn't have stopped us from searching for them. We gave you 2 months, and I think it was enough to comprehend the situation. Anymore, and we were at risk of being exposed, so you have to understand our plight better than anyone. Personal feelings have no place in our organization. We've told you this long time ago. Another mechanical voice rang from the third councilman. Still, we let you do as you please for 2 months because of your achievements, which is enough empathy from us. The second councilman spoke, and its voice was the same as the others. The Vice Lord finally couldn't contain her fury as she retorted, Don't make me laugh. You guys stopped our search before we could even confirm whether our children were alive or dead or who killed them. If you had allowed us to use the S-augmented reality lane, we could have easily discovered the killer's star ID. Yet you guys. Humph, do you even hear yourself? That thing can only be used 3 times and you want to waste it to solve your personal matters. I know you're angry, but don't get blinded by it. We are protecting you both from ruining yourselves. It's not like you can't make more children. The fifth councilman sneered, and despite its emotionless, mechanical voice, the disappointment in its voice couldn't be hidden. You boss, that enough. Before the Vice Star-Lord could complete her sentence, the Star-Lord strongly pressed his hand on her shoulder and stopped her. Although he wanted to tear apart the fifth councilman's mouth, he knew better. They had indeed lost their children, but they couldn't lose their position in their fury because as long as they had their positions, they at least got a chance to get justice. The Vice Star-Lord also knows that as she is even more astute than the Star-Lord, it's just that as a doting mother, she has lost her rationality for a moment and suppressed her raging emotions. Let's not discuss my children anymore, it is best for all of us. The Star-Lord coldly uttered while suppressing his rage, I want your opinion on the Void Star Server extermination plan. You should have received the documents I've sent you all. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and the first councilman spoke, That is indeed an excellent plan, but how confident are you that you can pull this off? About 50%. Even if it failed, we won't lose anything. The Star-Lord stated, but if we manage to pull this off, I don't want anything but the chance to use the S-augmented reality lane. I think this sort of achievement is enough for a single use no. The councilmen didn't reply instantly, and the Star-Lord and Vice Star-Lord waited patiently. They were aiming for this exact thing, for this was their last hope, and they no longer cared about anything else but taking revenge for their children. The first councilman finally spoke, Are you sure you don't want to go into the higher planes? You always wanted it, if I recall correctly. If you missed this chance, your lifespan would be over before you could pull something like this again. The Star Lord replied without hesitation in an icy tone, "We indeed wanted to go to the higher planes, but we were doing it for our children. Now they are no longer here, what's the point in going to higher planes? As a parent, it's our duty to protect our children, but since we failed our duty, we at least want to avenge them as their parents. Furthermore, even if this mission fails, I'm planning to aim for the Trial Plane Soul Champion position, which should be sufficient for the same reward." The second councilman spoke, "Sai, you guys are really determined this time. But it would be a shame to let someone like you die since the organization needs you. Very well, if you can pull any of it, you can use the S-augmented reality lane and we'll also give you 2 tickets for the higher planes." Chapter 466. The Awakened Fluid Acceleration. The southern wing of the Witch Palace, where the Death Maze was located. A group of 30 shadow wraiths was sieging a giant figure clad in black armor and wearing a dark windbreaker on top as they moved systemically and with flawless coordinates and tried to take the giant down with every vital attack. However, the giant didn't seem to be at any disadvantage as every time, those shadow wraiths were about to pierce into his armor. He would block them with his 2 dark blade swords as he spun them around like a pendulum. With every move, he would push a shadow wraith a few meters back before focusing on others. It was like he had eyes on every angel, and at this moment, a faint smoke screen started steaming from him as if he was on fire. At this moment, on the edges of his 2 dark blades, ethereal blue energy surfaced, and thereafter he ruthlessly slashed it down the shadow wraith who was about to stab his heart. Swish. A clean blue streak suddenly glowed in the center of shadow wraith, and the next moment it split in half. The other shadow wraiths wailed in their spooky voices before they moved to shadows. But the giant figure didn't give them any chance to enter the shadows, as he splashed his blade without caring about what he would cut. And in Sword Wing, 8 shadow wraiths lost their limbs or cut in halves while others managed to enter the shadows. Taking this chance, he quickly gets rid of those disabled ones before he focuses on the sneak attacks from those who entered the shadows. As someone who had been fighting dark beings for over 3 months without resting, he was aware of their tendency never to retreat if prey was a living being. "Water manipulation," he hoarsely uttered as water suddenly started to materialize around him, and he muttered again as his amber eyes glowed blue hue, "water weaving." The next moment, the surrounding water suddenly started to take the shape of 50 bullets. Fluid acceleration, external. The next moment, something magical happened. The water bullets suddenly started to spin like crazy, and their speed only increased without any sign of slowing down. Those water bullets spin so fast that the surrounding air vibrates. At this moment, the wraiths who entered the shadows crept out with increased speed as they were all aiming for the giant's vital spots. HMPH. Released, the giant sneered, and the next moment, those 50 bullets were released in the direction of the wraiths, and their speed was so fast they left behind small shockwaves. The shadow wraiths were clearly not afraid of water bullets, but those weren't just any water bullets, and the moment they touched those wraiths, they made big holes in them. And even after passing through the wraiths, those bullets blasted apart the stone floor, creating small craters. The next second, the shadow wraiths started to crumble down as they were all dead without even realizing it. The steam from the giant finally vanished as his breathing appeared somewhat uneven, and he muttered, Using fluid acceleration externally is even more tiresome than using it internally, especially when I'm using both of them simultaneously. Still, I'm glad that I found the true potential of my first ability from water acceleration before it was too late." The giant, who was naturally Jacob, sounded very excited about defeating 30 shadow wraiths at once, and he felt that all that solitary magic training was worth it all. In these past 20 months, he has learned many things in the Witch Palace about magic and witchcraft. His biggest discovery was naturally about fluid acceleration, which can not only manipulate his blood but any fluid. He was able to discover this secret after learning about the unique rank magic ability, the water acceleration. Although this ability could only accelerate water up to 100 kmph speed, its principles were the same as fluid acceleration. Jacob was shocked when he discovered the resemblance between the two and instantly confronted Immortality about it. The reply he was given almost made him faint. "I never said you can only accelerate your blood. Besides, your ability name is fluid acceleration, not blood acceleration." That was the typical reply of Immortality, but Jacob felt like crap because he ignored such an obvious thing. Nevertheless, he didn't wallow, and he instantly started to research fluid acceleration by following the water acceleration principles. Although it took some time and he almost lost control, the results were far more terrifying than he could have imagined. First, he was able to manipulate any fluid that he touched and accelerate it. After some more practice, he was able to manipulate fluid a few centimeters away from his body, and now, he was able to manipulate fluid 2 feet away from his body. Although the ring wasn't much, it matched his water magic that has been honed with the universal scripture aura of water and fire knight. The fluid acceleration turned out to be very terrifying. About the universal scripture, Jacob was easily able to learn it like any other magic user. However, Jacob also discovered another fact about his unusual water magic core. It was that he didn't have any problem learning any magic spells or abilities, whether they belonged to combat or sorcery. After dealing with the magic, Jacob finally decided to put that all to the test of what he had learned. Also, he wanted to upgrade the Hex magic core to the next level. This way, he will be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Although there were many more things he wanted to learn and try here, since he was only able to absorb about 20% of the knowledge the Witch Queen Margaret left about witchcraft. The thing was, he didn't have time, so he put the witchcraft on hold and focused on his combat magic. Jacob looked at the cursed book in front of him and asked, "How many more left before I can upgrade my core to epic rank?" Immortality laughed in amusement, "Ha ha ha. 1,284. But I'm afraid you have already exhausted the dark being in this place, and in a few hours the trial plane will descend. Just thinking about it makes me ecstatic to no end. I can finally get the entertainment I deserve. Ha ha ha." Jacob pursed his lips, seeing the crazy laughter of Immortality, and sighed ruefully as he couldn't do anything about it because what Immortality said was a cold, hard fact. "Oh well, I just need to enter the trial plane. Completing it, that is another story, and I can continue my study of witchcraft in that place. I think it's for the best since I need some living test subjects for the witchcraft." Jacob's lips rose in a cruel smile as he ordered coldly, "Guide me to the central wing." Chapter 467. Void Star Serve. Today, the entire epic plane seemed to be noiseless, creating a solemn atmosphere. Massive armies, both dead and alive, were on standby on their respective borders as if they were waiting for something and no one was moving an inch. Whenever a trial plane was about to descend, those with the plane shares would be given an advance notice 24 hours prior. Just like 23 hours and 59 minutes ago, the 3 hegemonies leaders were given advance notice. Now only seconds remain before the life zone, dead zone, neutral zone, and trial zone will be divided. These zones were always the same, and that's why everyone knows their borders. Furthermore, unlike the rare planes, the 3 hegemonies didn't have any reason to hide the existence of the trial plane, because they were in full control of epic alive planes. Right at this moment, both sides' armies felt a massive fluctuation, and out of nowhere, the mist started to appear on the borders. Within a few seconds, that mist became as thick as clouds, and not even the ground could be seen. A giant in golden armor loudly proclaimed with a solemn expression, "Warriors, this is the start of trial plane. This time the entrance is hidden within this fog. We, as the vanguard unit, have to find it first and claim the exit before those corpses. Only then will we have an upper hand in defeating those corpses. The 3 leaders have already given us everything needed for this venture, and now it's our turn to prove ourselves. Glory or death, let claim it with dignity." The surrounding men shouted loudly, full of spirit and ambitions as they all marched forward into the mist. "Halt!" However, right at this moment, the giant's roar stopped them. When they looked at him in bewilderment, they saw him looking into the sky and they all looked up. "What the hell is that? Dead Duke of West and Dead Duke of South, don't disappoint me." The King of Dead Onyx's cold and eerie voice rang in the gloomy fields filled with thousands of kneeling dark beings, and 2 figures were kneeling at the very front. Both of them were clad in dark armor and crimson caps behind their back, carrying the symbol of 5 dark skeletons. They were the 2 Dukes of Dead out of 4. "We obey the King of Dead," both of them yelled in unison. "What is that?" However, the King of Dead's uncertain voice rang all of a sudden, and both dukes looked startled. "She." A strange sound was getting closer all of a sudden, and when they looked towards it, they were shocked because some flying object leaving behind a trail of thick, cloudy smoke was moving toward the direction of the epic alive plains, and from its trail it was coming from the west of the Dead Plains. "What is that?" The Dead Duke of South, the bloody white Dead Duke, repeated the same question in a creaking sound, but he looked at the puppeteer zombie Dead Duke. The puppeteer zombie Dead Duke was startled before he replied innocently in his extremely sharp voice, "I don't know." At this moment, almost everyone's attention was pulled by that flying object, especially those who were gathered together for the trial plane. The people of the alive epic plains easily speculated that it was some attack by the dark beings because it was coming from the dead epic plains direction. The question now was where this object was heading and what sort of damage it was capable of causing. But one thing was clear. Since the dark beings decided to launch that thing right now, they were up to no good. However, right at this moment, something magical happened. The flying object suddenly smashed into something, which was extremely absurd because there was nothing in the sky. A corporeal neon wall suddenly appeared in everyone's eyes, which were right in the sky, and the flying object was now covered with a dark gray glow as it was spinning into that neon wall. It was as if it wanted to bore into it, and glowing particles were exploding like firecrackers. Everyone was bewildered as their entire attention was gathered on the sky, and they had no idea what was happening and how in the world that sort of wall could even exist right in the sky. Furthermore, who attacked that wall and why? This was an even bigger question in everyone's mind. At this moment, every star watch in the epic plains, whether it was active or not, started to buzz in sounds. Warning, warning, warning. Someone is attacking the epic void star serve. Please use any means necessary to stop the attack, or the epic plains will be cut off from the star network for years. Anyone who can stop this attack will be granted immense rewards. Warning, the same message was being repeated again and again, startling the masses as they had never expected such a day would come when someone would try to destroy the star network. The even more shocking point was someone was able to discover the weakness of star network, as everyone thought that it was invincible. But now, the mysterious and mighty star network was crying for help, and no one had any idea what in the world was happening and how they were supposed to stop the attacker that even the star network couldn't. As for those who were watching the neon wall crack little by little, they instantly guessed what was the epic void star server. But despite being closest to the scene, they were miles away from the crime scene, not to mention they couldn't fly. Furthermore, they didn't even have the time to react because whoever launched that attack made sure that no one could interfere, and it went as swiftly as possible. Within a few seconds, the neon wall finally broke apart, creating a small hole in the sky, and that object instantly vanished into that hole. But what happened next made everyone's blood run cold, because a huge explosion that could be heard in the entire epic plains sounded before the sky lightened up in white as another sun appeared. In the history of epic plains and the star network, this day will be known as the Star Destroyer Sun Day, Chapter 468. No star network available. In the northern wing of the Witch Palace, Jacob stood in front of another blue portal, reading to depart for the trial plane, which was going to descend in a few minutes. Since this was his primary objective, it was impossible to delay, and he didn't want to lose control of his body either, so he willingly decided to move out. As for this portal, it didn't lead anywhere near the Vile Witch Valley. In fact, Jacob found that the Witch Palace wasn't even located in the Vile Witch Valley, but hidden somewhere in the neutral plains closer to the coastal line. These portals are made with a unique rank runic array called the Space Portal. Space Portal required a great Elder Rune Artificer, a rank higher than the Elder Grandmaster, to make this array in 2 specific points before connecting them with their unique array signatures. In the entire Epic Plains, the Witch Queen Margaret was the only great Elder Alchemist, but even she was only able to create 3 of these space portal arrays because of the rarity of the materials. She made 1 space portal in the Vile Witch Valley that led to the Inheritor Grounds, and it activated, but Jacob destroyed it. However, the remaining 2 space portals were specifically made for the owner of the Witch Palace. One led to somewhere in the center of the Epic Alive Plains, while the other was at the border between the Alive and Dead Plains. Since Jacob had inherited the entire Witch Palace, he was able to get his hands on the extremely precious map of the Epic Plains and many locations, including the Witch Palace, which was marked in it. Furthermore, that map was left in a specific Star Watch, which should be the best in the Epic Plains, and with that Star Watch, he could give commands to the palace system remotely and open these portals or even the main entrance. Without the Star Watch, it was impossible to enter the Witch Palace any more unless extreme force or a superior rune artificer than the Witch Queen Margaret appeared. That's why Jacob was very reluctant to leave this fortress and wanted to spend some more years, at least until he could absorb everything. Just the workshop in this place was enough to give Jacob the freedom to bring 60% of his weaponry knowledge to fruition. In the end, he had no choice but to focus only on the important things, and now he was ready to leave and exit. His decision was, "All right, as soon as I exit, close this portal." Jacob gave the command and entered the mirror-like portal. The next moment, Jacob found himself in a dark tunnel wide enough to hold him, and the only light was from the portal, which soon disappeared as the portal vanished the moment he crossed it. Although it was dark, he was able to see with his night vision clearly. He moved forward towards the hidden exit. After walking for over 100 meters, he found a runic gate blocking his way. This gate was just like the one in the inheritance ground. He took out a new crimson key, which was apparently the master key of the Witch Palace, and inserted it into the keyhole. The next moment, the runes on the gate shimmered brightly, and sounds of cogwheels spinning were heard, and the next moment the door shifted. Jacob saw greenery on the other side, and he walked out. Looking back, he saw the gate was installed in a cliff, and as he took out the key, he started to close off. The moment he was locked, the gate's appearance changed, and now it appeared as part of the cliff. His lips rose, how thoughtful. No wonder no one had ever discovered this place after so many years. Pleased with the security, he finally paid attention to the thick forest he was in. Since he remembered the pathways around this portal, he knew where he had gone. However, right at this moment, Jacob felt a vibration on his new star watch. Startled, he looked at it, and the next moment the static voice started ringing. Warning, warning, warning. Someone is attacking the Epic Void Star Serve. Please use any means necessary to stop the attack, or the Epic Plains will be cut off from the Star Network for years. Anyone who can stop this attack will be granted immense rewards. Jacob was shocked when he heard those unknown words. What in the world? He had no idea what was going on and thought the Star Watch was malfunctioning as it kept repeating the same message and nothing else would open. Could it be something is really attacking the Star Network? But who, and what is this Epic Void Star Server? Even if someone is crazy enough to attack it, shouldn't it have some defensive measures? Jacob wondered with a frown. However, a few seconds later, Jacob suddenly looked up as he heard a massive explosion, and thereafter a blinding white light covered the entire blue sky. Jacob's eyes widened because that white light seemed somewhat familiar. I couldn't be, he thought with bewilderment. However, looking at the star watch, then that ridiculously loud explosion followed by the white light that could cover the sky, Jacob felt a chill running down his spine. Don't tell me someone used the White Sun missile against the Star Network, no less. Jacob knew just how destructive the White Sun missile was and its aftermath. Although he sold them knowingly of what kind of destruction they were capable of, he never thought someone would use them against the Star Network. No, it's just a coincidence, he rejected the silly notion. However, when he looked at his star watch, which fell silent after that explosion, he found himself sweating because there was written, "No Star Network available." No matter how he looked at it, this didn't seem to be a coincidence but a huge scheme. As the white light started to vanish, Jacob's heart turned colder and colder, and in the end he inhaled a deep breath and muttered, "Now this spells serious trouble." Chapter 469, Unstoppable Trial. Somewhere in the Star Ocean was a hidden island. At this moment, the entire island was buzzing with static voices. Contingency alert, Epic Void Star Server has been destroyed. Contingency alert, Epic Void Star Server has been destroyed. Contingency alert, Epic Void Star Server has been destroyed. All of a sudden, this voice suddenly stopped and another voice rang. Data received. Analyzing the data. Data analyze complete. Activating the emergency Void Star Server in Epic Plains. Camouflage mood activated until the attacker is dealt with. Weapon used in attack, Elemental Shield Spell Intermediate Unique Rank, Origin. Unknown Void Drill Spell Advanced Unique Rank, Origin. Unknown Nuclear Warhead Advanced Unique Rank, detecting unique Star Server signature on the nuclear warhead. Nuclear Warhead Advanced Unique Rank, Origin. Ancient Artifact Industry Star Server, finalizing the list of prime suspects. Star Chaser Nuclear Warhead Buyer, Timeless Dark Tree Nuclear Warhead Buyer, The Society Killer Nuclear Warhead Buyer, Faceless Ancient Nuclear Warhead Seller and probably Creator, finalizing the list of secondary prime suspects. Amiable Wizened Monk, only nuclear weaponry expert in the Epic Plains, dispatching containment unit to contain the contingency. The next moment, something shot out from the island and vanished into the cloudy sky. Thereafter, the island fell into eerie silence as if nothing had happened. Succeeded, the Star-Lord roared in mirth as he watched the footage of the explosion. The Vice Star-Lord was trembling with excitement as she spoke. Decades of research and planning finally paid off. The Star-Lord nodded. Now that annoying AI is gone and the Star Network is shut down, we don't need to hide our movements. All we need to do is strike down the 3 hegemonies before the Star Destiny Corporation can react. More importantly, now we can find the bastard who stole our children, the Vice Star-Lord murderously declared. HMPH, that's our primary objective. The Star-Lord coldly nodded, but at this moment he frowned. Wait, why is the trial plane still there? The Vice Star-Lord was startled as she looked at the screen and found the mist was still there and frowned. Could it be the trial planes are not connected with the Star Void server? Those trial planes are still the biggest mystery, as no one has ever been able to discover how they are made and why. Furthermore, the Star Watches won't work inside the trail planes, so they might be independent. This is new for us since this sort of information is top secret in the organization. But now that we have achieved this, those old men can't keep secrets. Even if something goes awry now, it no longer concerns us since we kept our end of the deal. Now let the council deal with the aftermath. I'm not interested in dominating this wretched place anymore. I just want to find that bastard and torture him for my remaining life. The hatred and madness in her voice were apparent in just how much she wanted vengeance. The Star-Lord looked at his wife with a hint of concern and sighed in sadness. Z, you know you can blame me for what happened with Frugal and Avon. I was the one who let them out. I never discussed it because I was afraid that I might lose you as well, but now I'm afraid I might lose to your vengeance. We still have our lives after we avenge our children. I want you to remember that. If not for me, live for them and keep them alive in your memories. The Vice Star-Lord looked at the Star-Lord deeply, and for a long time before her hate-filled eyes suddenly turned moist, and tears started to gush out. I sobbed, my precious babies. Sob, she pounced in the giant's arm without saying another word as they were simply too heavy for, and all she could do was cry and express her boundless sorrow, which she had been keeping for too long. The Star Lord hugged her back as his eyes were also misty. You can cry all you want. I'll always be here for you, just don't blame yourself. We will avenge our children even if it's the last thing we do. Jacob was moving towards the trial plane with a hint of ecstasy. His early anxiety was completely gone. After he mulled over the destruction of the Epic Void Star server, which has cut off the star network from the Epic Plains, he thought that the trial plane would also vanish or at least be delayed because of it. Although he might get suspected as an accomplice in the destruction of the Void Star server, he decided to worry about it when the time came, and he had a clear conscience. If it was the SAAI, it could easily tell that he was cooped up in the Witch Palace when the attack happened, so he had nothing to worry about there. Furthermore, only 3 people had bought the White Sun missile from him, and he easily ruled out the possibility of the Dark City behind this attack since they didn't have any reason to go against the Star Network. So the attacker was either the Society Killer or the Star Chaser. He highly suspects the Society Killer, so Jacob threw his worry behind his head and decided to focus on the benefits. If the trial plane were delayed, then this means he would be free to head back and continue his research. That's why he was ecstatic about this whole situation and was going toward the supposed location of the trial plane with the hope that it wouldn't be there. However, after heading towards the Dark Being's territory for half an hour, Jacob's steps came to an abrupt halt when he saw the thick, cloudy mist and frowned deeply. There shouldn't be any mist in this place, right? He muttered as a bad feeling suddenly aroused in his heart. He knew whenever the trial plains descended, a unique pathway was created to enter it. Like the gray land trees in the rare plains were that passage towards the rare trial plane, the Dark Ruins. Don't tell me even that server thing can't stop the descent of the trial plains. Jacob grimaced, and having no other choice, he had to move forward, and if he was able to enter the dead plains, then this meant the trial plane was not active yet. But if he's not, then he was ready for the worst, and he also summoned Cursed Immortality. Chapter 470. The Hunter's Necropolis, Part 1. Walking in the cloudy mist, Jacob didn't feel anything, as if that mist wasn't there at all, yet his senses seemed to be getting restrictive the deeper he went. Are you sure this is not dangerous? He questioned Immortality with scrutiny. The only thing that stopped him from turning around was the damned slave mark. As long as he didn't confirm the trial plane was not descending yet, his body wouldn't listen to him, so he could only turn to the cursed book for help. Furthermore, with how things were going, he could tell the trial plane was least affected by that epic Star Void server's destruction. Heh, of course is an entrance after all, just like the last time, Immortality wrote. Jacob's expression stiffened and he questioned, so this is the entrance to the trial plane. Can you tell me the purpose behind the trial planes, and I mean the realm purpose? Is it really to give some space to the dead and living to grow? Why not let them duke it out once and for all? Why keep them together if they can't coexist? Moreover, how the trial planes are even made. Ha 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 ha. Do you know what you're asking is one of the biggest mysteries of the Zodiac Plains, and you want me to answer you, heh? Fat chance, could it be even you don't know? Jacob Prest wasn't bothered by Immortaka's remark. Who knows, if anything, this is all but a means of entertainment for me. Think about it. Watching others struggling, scheming, exploring, and killing each other constantly. What's bigger entertainment than violence? Immortality revealed its sadistic beliefs. Jacob sighed with a hint of nostalgia. Although you're a psychopath, I can't refute you. Violence is indeed the biggest source of entertainment, especially when it's about life and death, and maybe it is because it draws the true nature of others, the devil within. Oh, so you're agreeing with me? That's a first, Immortality wrote. I'm not unreasonable like a certain someone. Jacob sneered before he changed the subject since there was no point in debating about it. All right, enough with the violence. If you have time to write nonsense, tell me about this trial. Would it be like the Dark Ruins where I need to solve riddles? Heh, you'll know soon, don't you? So why spoil the surprise? But I can tell you that there are not just riddles in a trial plane. You can think of it as a specific trial mode. The Dark Ruins were a puzzle mode trial plane, and you should be very grateful that you got free labor from both dead and living. To put it simply, in all those years, they had already dealt with almost all the dangers and traps and looted what they could. So, it becomes easier for you to snoop around and take everything from right under their noses. Furthermore, as that trial was a puzzle mode, it wasn't focused on strength but wits, so it was even easier. But if that trial, for example, happens to be a kingdom mode trial, then you'll have to deal with the entire force of a kingdom that was entirely made to stop you, and their wits are not any lower than yours. So if you're arrogant just because you'd managed to complete the rare trial plane quite easily, you should put it aside. Because an epic trial plane, even if it's a puzzle mode trial, it would blow off your mind. Oh, and let me tell you a fun fact that even your master didn't know about. The medallion you're after. It can only be obtained by being the sole champion of the epic trial plane. This means if someone was able to claim even one position beside you. Ha 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 ha. Immortica's maniacal laughter filled the page like crazy. On the other hand, Jacob's expression turned stern and somewhat pale because he wasn't expecting the last revelation, and if it was true, then he was in huge trouble. Because first, he wasn't confident in becoming the sole champion of the Epic Plains. There were too many variables and hidden forces in play in the Epic Plains, and they were almost united under the banner of the three hegemonies and the dark beings. The second was even if he strived to become the sole champion, the others wouldn't sit still and let him be, especially if they also knew about the medallion. The third was Jacob wanted that medallion for himself because he wanted to go to the unique plains. He didn't have the luxury of waiting for 1,000 years to try his luck again. His lifespan wasn't even close to being 1,000 years yet. Even the elves and giants who were supposed to have the longest lifespan could only for around 1,201,300 years at epic rank with some precious herbs. So Jacob would be devastated if he wasn't able to go to the unique plains because it would halt his growth rate. Because he was pretty sure after the cursed blood condensing was completed, he might need to hunt the unique rank species. Now, Immortica has dropped this massive bombshell on him right at this moment when he needed to be focused. You fucking wanker, despite knowing the significance of this information, you only decided to reveal it now. Are you out of your goddamn mind? No matter how much tolerance Jacob had accumulated in these past few years, he still couldn't able to control the fury and anxiety he was feeling right now. In its defense, Immortica only laughs even more. What can I do? I can only tell you specific things at a specific time or location. It's not my fault that Ogre didn't know. Hehehe. Just tell me whether the things I heard about that medallion are true or not. Oh, they are absolutely, hehe. Bastard all of you. Jacob gritted his teeth as his blood boiled and his eyes shone with dark conviction. This is no longer about winning a spot or about that pirate pig. I need that medallion if I want to live on. I need to change my strategy from passive to active. Right at this moment, Jacob suddenly sensed something changed in the mist as it suddenly started to turn colder. Immortica suddenly wrote, "Time to go, have fun and let him have it too, ha 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 ha." The next moment, the conditions started to be revealed on the page. Epic Plain Trial Number, 28,948,743. Codename The Hunter's Necropolis. Trial Mode Hunt, time of beginning a few minutes, time of end ongoing. Conditions implanted for Epic Trial The Hunter's Necropolis. 1. Find and kill the Beast of East. 2. Find and kill the Beast of West. 3. Find and kill the Beast of South. 4. Find and kill the Beast of North. 5. Kill the Beasts of Directions to kill the Beast of Necropolis. Chapter 471. The Hunter's Necropolis, Part 2. The Hunter's Necropolis, like the City of the Dead, these conditions are also quite straightforward, unlike the last time. Jacob mused while looking at the revealed information about this epic trial plane called the Hunter's Necropolis. Furthermore, the trial mood was quite straightforward and wasn't hard to understand, and the conditions completely mirrored it quite well. However, it wasn't as simple since it wasn't told which specific beasts were titled the Beasts of Directions. This is where things get complicated since he needs to find it himself. Since this is about killing 5 beasts, I can manage that while those guys would still be figuring out about the nature of this trial. This is my advantage and I can't lose it to anyone. Jacob's eyes shone with deep conviction. After learning about the truth behind the unique Star Ocean medallion, Jacob changed his plans to bid his time, and now he wanted to clear those conditions before anyone else. At this moment, the cursed book in front of him suddenly vanished. Jacob's vision blurred, and he suddenly found himself standing in the middle of thick snow. "I'm in." Jacob looked around and found himself in the middle of a snowy mountain. The sky was gray, but the snow was falling without any clouds, which was quite strange. What kind of place is this, and where did I end up in? Jacob frowned as he clearly hadn't forgotten about what had happened the last time he entered the dark ruin. He ended up in the catacomb, but he was also lucky enough to end up closer to a trial condition. However, right now, he was in the middle of some unknown snowy mountain range, which was quite bad. Truthfully, when he saw the name Hunter's Necropolis, he was expecting a city of undead or tomb monuments, but there was no trace of any tomb or anything as a matter of fact. At this moment, he felt a vibration on his wrist from the Star Watch. "Faceless ancient welcome in the Hunter's Necropolis of Epic Plains. Please explore the Hunter's Necropolis for glory." Jacob's eyes shone with a hint of surprise. So SAAI is still active here. Or there's something else. He wondered for a moment before he decided not to think about it, as these things were still beyond him. Furthermore, he didn't think Immortica was afraid of a mere AI in the trial planes, but something that could threaten it or was strong enough to restrain it. That's why he no longer put the trial planes in the same class as the normal planes anymore. First, I need to figure out where the hell I am, and then I should start my hunt for these beasts of directions. Jacob mused before he decided to head toward the top of this snowy mountain to have a good view of his surroundings, and only then would he choose a direction to explore. The snow layer was quickly thick, as half of Jacob's feet easily penetrated into the snow, and he left behind a deep and long trail of footsteps as he moved towards the top. As for the temperature, it wasn't enough to affect his new physique. After walking for half an hour, Jacob noticed something strange: this snow. Jacob looked up again as the snow was still falling and frowned before he started moving forward again, unsure about something. A few more minutes passed as Jacob was almost on the mountain peak when suddenly, roar. An enraged roar reverberated like thunder in the silent vicinity of the snow mountain, and it came right from the top of the mountain where Jacob was. Alerted, Jacob increased his speed as that roar wasn't directed towards him, and as he reached the top, a massive azure shockwave hit him. Jacob's expression hardened as he felt about a kiloton force behind that passing shockwave, but he remained unmoved like a mountain. Gazing in the direction of the source, he saw a 7 feet tall gray-scaled kobold in flashy golden armor, and he was retracting a golden halberd from the head of a large hairy creature resembling a human and bare, as its own blood tainted its snowy fur. Although Jacob didn't identify the dead creature, he does know what killed it. It's a wind kobold, which means he's from the epic plains and might have just entered like me. That was fast. I thought they would waste time investigating the incident with the Epic Star Void server. Well, I guess they know what's at stake here. At this moment, the wind kobold seemed to sense Jacob's presence as well and instantly looked in his direction. He was astounded when he saw the athletic giant in a black windbreaker, his head hidden behind a wood and face covered with a faceless black mask, and only his emotionless amber eyes were revealed as they were affixed on him, which gave him chills or some reason. It was like he was looking at a predator. He's very dangerous. I don't think I would encounter someone this powerful so soon, just my damn luck. He cussed inwardly before he pointed his halberd at the giant and coldly questioned, "Who are you? You are not part of the Vanguard unit. Is he your friend?" He probed while in truth, he had no idea if this person was really someone from the Vanguard unit since he was too arrogant to pay others any attention except for a few worthy people. But he knew that giant was too eye-catching not to arouse other attention, and if he was really part of the Vanguard unit, he should have an identity badge. Because communication wasn't possible in a trial plane, it was almost impossible to confirm someone's identity without the Star Network. So the All Alive Alliance hands its members special identity badges. Furthermore, he doubted Jacob's identity from the start because this wind kobold was one of the leaders of the Vanguard unit, one of the top 10 S-class epic mercenaries, the Windbringer Geeko. He heard that every time a few daring independent experts snuck into the trial plains to fish in troubled waters, the Alliance members were allowed to kill such a person on the spot, only if they could though. Furthermore, the perimeter to prevent such a thing from happening had been disrupted by the sudden attack on the Star Network, so it wasn't difficult for some opportunists to snuck in there. Geeko wasn't an idiot, so instead of fighting Jacob, he wanted to recruit him as a pawn until he found his people. This way, it would be safer for him to get rid of Jacob. Jacob, on the other hand, has even more extreme plans than Geeko as he replies, "How about you introduce yourself first?" Chapter 472, The Hunter's Necropolis, Part 3. Geeko frowned ever so slightly hearing Jacob's impassive tone and coldly replied, "I'm the group leader of the Windbringer mercenary group and the 6th leader of the 6th Vanguard team of All Alive Alliance, Geeko." A mercenary from the bank, huh? Since he's a Vanguard leader, he might be pretty high up on the ladder. Jacob thought as a flash of coldness flashed past his eyes because of his deep grudge against Lucy. "I don't have a grand background nor titles. I'm just a nobody," Jacob nonchalantly replied. Viciousness shone in Geeko's beastly eyes. "Are you messing with me?" Jacob chuckled coldly. "I don't intend to. Anyway, since you are here and met me, how about we join up? I'm sure you don't want to tread in these unknown lands alone, right? We can help each other out." So he at least knew the significance behind my status. Geeko disdainfully thought and said, "Why should I trust a desperado like you? You've clearly entered this place without alerting the All Alive Alliance. You should know it's my duty to get rid of ruffians like you." Jacob didn't show any reaction as he coolly said, "All right, you can be petty and I'm going to leave. If you have skills, try to uphold your so-called duty." Geeko's eyes widened slightly when he heard Jacob's fearless reply, and anger surfaced. It was the first time that some nobody had talked to him this way, and he felt humiliated when Jacob clearly taunted him with the duty. It was quiet that Jacob had easily seen through his sham of playing hard to get and thus becoming the leader among them. Geeko's instincts were very sharp, and he knew just how dangerous this giant was, so he didn't want to attack Jacob from the start but just declared his superiority. But it seemed to be not working anymore. "I'll deal with you once I find more members." In the end, Geeko spoke coldly when he saw Jacob walking away. "HMPH, very well, let's move together." Jacob's lips curled ever so slightly under his mask before he turned toward Giko again and said, "Everything we found will be distributed 50/50. If a danger appeared that could threaten our lives, then this alliance would be over. That's are my terms." Giko narrowed his eyes, but he didn't find Jacob's terms unreasonable. In fact, he wanted to say the same, with the exception of that 50/50 distribution part. But he decided to go along with it for now until he fully measured Jacob's strength. It won't be too late to renegotiate the terms again. Very well, Giko nodded, but he didn't let his guard down. Jacob's eyes shone with a peculiar glint as he moved toward the edge of the mountaintop where Giko was standing. Giko silently stepped aside as Jacob was coming towards the fallen snow monster, and when he saw what Jacob did, his eyes widened with astonishment. Jacob stowed away the entire body before he said, "Food supplies. You can have half of it after we find a place to rest." With a strange glint in his eyes, Giko shook his head. "Help yourself, I have plenty of rations. More for me, I guess." Jacob shrugged his shoulder and finally looked around. The view from the top of the mountain was breathtaking as they were surrounded by snow mountains. The falling snow was making it hard to see so far. At this moment, Jacob suddenly noticed a strangeness far west. He said to Giko, who was also observing his surroundings, "What do you make of that?" Giko looked over, and his eyes narrowed when he saw a silhouette of a humongous mountain enshrouded by snow. "Do you think we should head towards it? It's qualified to be a goal." "Tell me how big a trial plane can get," Jacob asked again. Giko gave him a strange look as he said, "Don't tell me you just enter without even researching the basics. I like adventures, and where's the fun in an adventure if you already know your destination?" Jacob coolly said, "Now just answer the question." Giko was speechless as he replied, "You're an odd one, I give you that. A trial plane can be as big as the entire epic plains or even larger. It all depends on the nature of the trial. From this place's name, I first reckoned that this would be as large as a city or some graveyard. But now I can't tell anymore. We might be on the very edge of the trial plane." Jacob nodded as he thought the same before. "What about exit? I heard there can only be a single exit and it exists somewhere around a trial shackle condition." "Correct. The more shackles there are, the harder it is to find the exit. Some people could be trapped for their entire life in a trial plane. That's why the Vanguard unit's duty is to find the traces of the exit and claim it before the dark beings. And to find the exit, we need to find the shackles, and to find them, we need to figure out what type of trial it is," Giko grimly stated. Jacob could tell Giko was quite apprehensive when he said the last part as if he was anxious. "You don't seem like someone who wants to be here." "You can say that again." Giko bitterly smiled, and then his eyes went cold. "Enough with this bullshit. Let's head towards that mountain. That seemed like a place where a shackle could be. I'm also quite sure this ice monster won't be the last we saw." Jacob didn't pry into Giko's personal life anymore as he wasn't interested in it in the least bit. He was making Giko feel easy around him so he could pry into the bank's deep secrets. "I have plenty of time." Jacob smiled deviously behind his mask. "Very well, let's move. I don't think there's a concept of night and day in this place, so it's quite an advantage." Giko nodded in agreement as they both started their journey towards the highest mountain. Right now, they both didn't know that a pair of emotionless eyes were observing them from another mountaintop. Chapter 473, The Hunter's Necropolis, Part 4. The trial plane didn't have the concept of night and day like the real world, but the weather conditions were a different story. Weather could be different according to the circumstance of the trial scenario and raise difficulty by many folds. The snow mountain range was icy as the snow kept falling without any hint of stopping. It's been 2 days since Jacob and Giko started moving towards the tallest mountain in the vicinity. Although they weren't affected by the cold, the snow was a problem because it affected their vision and smell. In these past 2 days, they both had encountered the same snow monsters that Giko killed on the first day in the trial plane. Despite being only around the level of Epic Tier -13, they were extremely difficult to deal with because they took full advantage of the surrounding snow. And because of his special fur, the snow works like camouflage. Furthermore, those snow monsters were abnormally fast on the snow, which is why both of them had to be on their toes all the time. "We'll die of exhaustion at this rate," Giko growled in an enraged tone as he seemed exasperated. He was hoping to spot some other members of his team or the unit, but except for those blasted snow monsters, there was nothing but whiteness around them. Furthermore, their destination seemed quite far, and Giko found it even more maddening. The most annoying thing was his companion, who was like a statue and didn't talk much. Every time he spoke, his question was always about some deep secret that Giko couldn't tell just to anyone. This made Giko even more wary of Jacob, but he had to admit Jacob was too strong, and even he wasn't sure if he could take him on without experiencing grave injuries. That's why all he could do was to complain. "You seemed pretty fine to me," Jacob impassively replied as he didn't show any discomfort despite walking in a layer of 2 feet of snow. He found that the snow was getting thicker as they moved toward the tallest mountain while the falling snow was turning up, and as far as he could tell, they might experience a blizzard soon. Furthermore, there were no woods around to light a fire or a place where they could rest. They could have dug down, but they discovered that under the layer of soft snow was an unmeasurable layer of ice, and after examining the surrounding mountains, they discovered a terrifying fact. It was that the mountains were made out of ice, not solid stone. This was the prime reason that Giko was being restless, and those snow monsters just made it even worse. Although this entire place was strange, in a sense, terrifying even, Jacob didn't give in to fear and move forward. But now this big lizard was getting under his skin, and he even wondered if he should eat him. But he controls himself since he now knows Giko was one of the top 10 mercenaries of the bank and was directly under Lucy's command. That guy revealed it himself the other day while bragging. Jacob could have also used the parasite gem, but he didn't because he was feeling uneasy about doing it right in the open for some strange reason. What do you know? I'm not a hermit like you, and this place is not making it easy either. I should have never fallen for that bitch's trick, Giko retorted while gritting his teeth in hatred as he cursed someone. I didn't know you could be tricked into something like this. Are you sure you're not just dumb? Jacob couldn't help but spread salt on Giko's wounds, which only made Giko even more indignant. Are you picking a fight? He showed his sharp fangs. HMPH, I guess I can't blame you for being ignorant. If you ever encounter our manager, you'll understand just how vicious she could get. She can trick you to kill yourself and make it look like you're sacrificing your life for the greater good. Only later would you realize that all she's been doing was to use you as a pawn. He sighed helplessly. Jacob's eyes narrowed as it was Giko's first time he spoke about Lucy, and he clearly wasn't a fan of her. If anything, he seemed to hate her. He asked curiously, why don't you just leave if she's a vicious villain? Giko sighed ruefully before coldly replying, and go where? If only it were so easy to abandon your people for your own sake. Right at this moment, Giko suddenly stopped and Jacob also twisted his head. A black sword appeared in his hand and he slashed it vertically, creating a small wind wave. Smack, a metallic sound rang, and something strong clashed with Jacob's sword blade before it reflected to the side. Upon looking, it was a 1.4-meter-long arrow made of white metal. On the other hand, Giko had a pale expression as a gray wind barrier was in front of him, and the same type of arrow was stopped just an inch away from his forehead. Arches, he cried in alarm, don't tell me those furry bastards can even use weapons. Jacob's expression was also grave as he took out his other sword as well. Just like Giko, he wasn't expecting this sort of ambush as well. There are no archers but just an archer. You see, they are not just simple arrows but crossbow bolts, and they are at least advanced epic rank. Even my blade wasn't able to chip the bolt, and they were fired from a single weapon. Whoever shot us has a very powerful weapon, and they're not attacking us mindlessly like those fur balls. Jacob quickly gives his assessment with a very bad feeling. Giko's eyes widened as he knew what Jacob was trying to imply. You can tell all this just by looking at an arrow. And you're suggesting the attacker is something from Epic Plains. I'm 70% sure or we are tricked by those fur balls, Jacob stated as his eyes darted around to spot the attack, but to no avail because of the snow, and he was pretty sure that whoever attacked them was hiding in the snow. As a sniper himself, he knew how this kind of attack worked. Motherfucker, if you're from Epic Plains, then show yourself. This is no place to fight among ourselves, Giko furiously growled. There is no use if the attacker wanted to team up. I'm pretty sure there are better ways of greeting than shooting two sure kill shots. So, calm down and start crawling under the snow. This way, whoever is watching us won't be able to tell where we are. Jacob scoffed at Giko's naivety and found his action absurd still. He needed the guy to spit more secrets so he couldn't afford to lose him, and having him around was akin to having a meat shield. Crawl. Giko wanted to retort before his heart palpitated and quickly ducked, and thereafter another volley of crossbow bolts brushed past his hair. I'll fucking kill you for his humiliation, he roared with anger, but his action was quite the opposite as he quickly dived into the snow like Jacob. Now start moving slowly and be wary of those fur balls. They also crawl under the snow. Jacob's grim voice rang. Around 1,000 feet away from Jacob and Giko's positions, a 3-meter crossbow was hidden under the layer of snow, and only a scoop and bolt were revealed. A sharp voice sounded amused. Interesting. Chapter 474, Flame Iron Giant. Jacob and Giko crawled on their hands in the snow with grave expressions. Although Jacob's plan worked as they no longer were attacked by arrows, this was still not a definite solution to their problem. This way, they are in even more danger because of the snow monsters in the vicinity, and now someone is trying to kill them sneakily. Jacob also had a way of fishing out the attacker and even killing him, but by doing so, he would be revealing his hand too soon, and his weaponry was quite eye-catching to boot. That's why he hasn't taken action yet, but it didn't mean he was helpless, and right at this moment, the mask on his face suddenly switched. However, the mask appeared the same with the difference in the eye sockets as they were made with rainbow-colored glass. Jacob coldly said in a hushed tone, "All right, calm down. Let me see if the attacker is still chasing us." "What, you have a way to pinpoint the bastard?" Giko was baffled before killing intent surfaced in his eyes. "I'll keep watch then. Just tell me the location and that bastard is dead." In all his life, he had never stooped to the level of crawling to save his life. This was enough to make Giko hate that person to the core who forced him to take such a humiliating action. Jacob didn't pay him any more mind and slowly popped his head like a rabbit, and now he could see all sorts of heat signatures. In this kind of environment, this type of equipment could decide life and death. The only problem was that he couldn't use it against those damnable snow monsters, as they didn't emit any hint of heat signature at all, like they were made with ice blood. But it couldn't be said for others. Even Giko, who was a cold-blooded species, couldn't hide from his vision. At this moment, Jacob suddenly spotted a red spot in infrared, and it was completely visible because there was nothing but ice around them. "Found you." He coldly looked at the faint red smoke rising, which was the sign of breathing. Furthermore, that person wasn't moving at all, clearly not willing to take the risk of revealing his position, and he might still be expecting that Jacob and Giko might appear again. Jacob then thought about something before he said, "I found him." "What? Where?" Giko's astounded voice sounded as if he had never expected Jacob to find their assailant so swiftly. "He's approximately 1,200 feet away from us at 4 o'clock. If we rush toward him, we'll become ducks to be shot down, and the moment he senses danger, this will spook him and he'll escape. If you want to kill this person, we have to do it sneakily," Jacob stated as he glared at the red point. "You're not suggesting we crawl on him?" Giko asked with pursed lips as he didn't like this plan. "Do you have a better plan? And for your information, I'm not going with you if you're not going to be discreet. I'm not interested in killing this guy anyway, it's too risky. Instead, let's escape, and now that we know his position, he won't be able to ambush us," Jacob coldly declared. Giko's eyes narrowed. "You're kidding, right? That bastard will haunt us if we don't do something. With those furry bastards after us, this is nothing but suicide." Jacob's eyes flashed a peculiar glint as if he was waiting for those exact words. "All right then, how about we crawl toward him for 1,100 feet and then charge from 2 different directions? With our top seeped, it will only take a few seconds to narrow the distance between us. Of course, we have to avoid getting killed first, but this is the only fastest way to take our opponent by surprise. Tisk, we just have to crawl, huh? All right, you win, but that bastard head is mine." Giko had no choice but to agree since he didn't want to look over his shoulder constantly. After both of them made their decision, they started to make their way toward the attacker while keeping a 50-meter distance between them. Although Giko couldn't see the attacker, he could easily follow Jacob's direction, and when he saw Jacob appearing, it was a signal for him to initiate the attack as well. Half an hour passed and Jacob was still surprised because the target hadn't moved a bit, and he had to admit this guy was really patient. Furthermore, it was about time to initiate their attack, as Giko should be in position as well. Jacob wanted to surprise the other party, and he had a few tricks up his sleeve to block the onslaught of those crossbow bolts. Right at this moment, Jacob suddenly lunged toward the attacker while kicking the solid ice, leaving behind cracks on it. Like a bolt of black lightning, his speed was instantly fast, and the surrounding snow wasn't slowing him down a bit. Giko emerged a second late after Jacob, and his speed wasn't inferior to Jacob in the least. Jacob was ready to retaliate at a moment's notice when suddenly something strange happened. He saw the attacker didn't use the crossbow at all. Instead, he seemed to be standing up. Just when both of them were about 30 meters away to assault the attacker, and their weapons were already in their hand, a giant hourglass figure suddenly emerged from the snow. She was a 4-meter-tall giant with metallic skin, gorgeous features, and an hourglass figure tightly wrapped in soft white leather armor, and her fiery red long hair was bound in a ponytail. Her intelligent, alacritous eyes were locked on Jacob, and her pink lips were curved in an amusing grin. There was also a red birthmark like a flame between her eyebrows. With her slender hand held high in surrender, her lips parted, and her crisp voice sounded, "All right, you sirs have bested me." Jacob was startled by this unexpected turn of events, while Giko's eyes went wide in horror as if he had seen a ghost when he saw the giant woman, and his charge instantly came to a halt. Jacob naturally noticed Giko's strange reaction and decided to stop as well. He frowningly looked at pale Giko for an explanation. Giko looked at the charming giant with a smile and blurted in horror, "Flame Iron Giant. That birthmark, are you gattling Flame Lady Charlotte?" Now it was Jacob's turn to be astonished when he heard Flame Iron Giant, because this was the name of the same giant tribe that the Alliance chairman Gunnar hailed from. Chapter 475, The Princess of Flame Iron Giants. "Oh, this sir knows me," Charlotte giggled as she pretended to be surprised. Giko's face was red with anger, but for some reason he seemed to be suppressing it and forced an ugly smile. Lady Charlotte, why are you here? Charlotte appeared startled. Why can't I be here? I mean, did why your father know? Giko rephrased his question with a pale expression. Don't worry, he's too busy to pay me any mind. Charlotte innocently replied. Giko's expression went ashen as he blurted, you snuck in. I think this isn't the right question to ask. Jacob coldly chimed in at this moment as he looked at the graceful giant with a frigid glint. If you know him, why did you try to kill us? And why do you think I'm going to spare you just because you're some bigwig? Are you an idiot? Giko retorted. She's the daughter of the Alliance chairman Gunnar. What? Jacob was startled by this revelation, and he finally understood why Giko was reacting like a scaredy cat. Charlotte's smile grew bigger, clearly very pleased with Giko. However, what Charlotte hadn't expected was Jacob show a faint killing intent right after and said, I think you forget this isn't the Epic Plains, and since no one knows she had come here, then this means anyone can kill her, and we won't have to take the blame. Furthermore, I won't look kindly at someone who just tried to kill me. Giko's eyes widened as it finally dawned on him. He was so scared that he almost forgot where they were, and his pale expression brightened. Charlotte said herself that she snuck here without anyone knowing, so if she was killed, who would blame them or even think they were the ones who killed her? But Charlotte suddenly burst into a peal of laughter as she looked at Jacob with a hint of amusement. You, sir, are really impressive. At least you aren't spineless like the famous Windbringer Giko. Mind telling me your name and the tribe you hailed from? Giko's face turned red with anger after he heard Charlotte's disdainful words. So you do know me. Why, of course, I might have done my research before coming on this adventure. Charlotte stated playfully, I know I've attacked you, but that was just a test. You should understand my plight. I can't just team up with anyone, right? A test, you say? Jacob coldly sneered. Are you qualified to test us? Giko also nodded, and for the first time he found Jacob quite to his liking. Even though he's an eccentric, he has guts. Charlotte snickered as she found Jacob's quite humorous. You are indeed capable of spotting me in this weather. But all you did was use infrared vision. Let me tell you, I could have killed you if I wanted to, but I didn't, so I think we are even. And besides, she glanced at Giko with naked disdain. Aren't you the one who wanted to team up in this unknown place? Since you know who I am, you should know what I'm capable of. Do you really want to fight? Jacob was astounded when Charlotte caught his trick and he narrowed his eyes. She's quite tricky. It was the first time someone had seen through his means, and it also confirmed that he wasn't the only one who could make infrared glass and was in possession of them in the Epic Plains. The alliance was far more unfathomable than he had guessed. Furthermore, Charlotte was the daughter of Gunnar, so she had to have various trump cards, and if Giko wasn't present, he might have already used his hex on her. What an arrogant bitch. But she has a point. In the end, Giko sighed as he said to Jacob, I think we should let bygones be bygones. Since Lady Charlotte admitted her mistake, there's no need to be petty. Jacob glanced at the cowardly lizard and then the arrogant giant, who was smiling as if everything was going according to her plan. I guess 2 pawns are better than 1. Jacob thought and then nodded. Since you've agreed, then fine, but if she plays any trick, you better choose your side. Hee, I know you sirs will see the bigger picture. Charlotte giggled as she winked at Jacob coquettishly. I still don't get your name. Jacob frowned. I'm nobody. Now I think we have wasted enough time on your game, princess. Let's move forward. Charlotte's smile widened when she saw Jacob turn around and start to move without giving her a second glance and said to Giko, Your friend is very fascinating, Sir Giko. Giko smiled wryly. You can say that again. He also wanted to know just how Jacob was and how he could be so calm in front of the princess of the Flame Iron Giant tribe. He knew anyone who knew just how terrifying this tribe was would be shaking with fear, but Jacob seemed to be only momentarily surprised, and that's it. Furthermore, it was quite apparent that Charlotte seemed to be only interested in Jacob, not him, and she might have decided to join them because of this exact reason. Because of what he had heard about the rumors of the Gatling Flame, she was a ruthless killer who could wipe clans without batting an eye. And her prowess was second to only the Alliance chairman Gunnar. That's why Giko let it go quickly, as Charlotte was an undeniable asset to have on their team. Afterward, Charlotte collected her crossbow and quickly caught up with Jacob, and Giko followed suit. Can you at least tell me which giant tribe you belong to? Charlotte curiously inquired. Jacob annoyingly replied, Why does it matter? Just mind your own business. How feisty. Charlotte clicked her tongue while acting cute, but Jacob still didn't pay her any attention, which only made her even more curious about him. As she looked at Jacob's tall, sturdy figure, a peculiar glint flashed past her eyes. He is not just a nobody, and that strange feeling he gave is too magical. Not even my dad can make me this prudent of him. He's the only person who made me think of death in a long time. Chapter 476, Ambush of Snow Monsters. With their new companion, Jacob and the team continued their journey toward the tallest mountain. As they moved forward, more and more snow monsters started to ambush them. But they were still no match for the group, especially with Charlotte joining the fray as she literally turned them into blood mist with a signal punch. She was a peak epicrank combatant who specialized in close hand-to-hand combat, and Jacob mused that he couldn't kill her without using 25x fluid acceleration. This made him want to consume her heart even more, as she might give me even more than both Frugal and Avon combined. Still, he controlled his dark urges because she was more useful alive than dead, and he also noticed her deep interest in him from the first day. So he decided to play along because, as the princess of the Flame Iron Giant tribe, she had to have inside information he wanted. Furthermore, it wasn't like he didn't have hearts to consume. Those snow monsters were pretty tough, and he had already eaten their hearts in secret. But as they came closer to the tallest mountain, the snowfall turned into a blizzard, and the temperature dropped so much that the group finally started to feel cold. That's why Charlotte came up with the idea to use those snow monsters' hides to create clothes, and they were also quite useful as camouflage. In the end, Jacob used his skills to create them, which was quite easy considering his profession. After they all wore white fur coats made with the snow monster's hide, the attack on them not only decreased, but for some reason those snow monsters were avoiding them. On the 33rd day, the group meets with an epic Tyrannus 7 dark being, which Jacob personally killed without giving another chance to snatch the kill. "Oh, I have never seen you taking the initial before," Charlotte commented with scrutiny. Jacob coolly replied as he stowed away the magic core, "I just hate the dark being, don't you? You seem to have some personal vendetta." Giko also chimed in with great interest. He felt like a third wheel since Charlotte had joined the group because she always talked with Jacob and completely ignored him, which was not a good feeling. Still, he was content as long as that dangerous princess did not cause trouble for him. Something like that. Jacob didn't explain himself any further and looked at the tallest mountain, which was enshrouded in a snowstorm, and it was now only a few miles away from them. Furthermore, only now they saw the sheer size of that thing, as it was extremely huge. Right at this moment, the group suddenly stopped talking and took their stance as they all felt the ground suddenly shake, which was the first time that ever happened. The next moment, a few meters away, two huge claws suddenly bore out from the snow, and a giant snow monster crawled out. Although it looked like the other snow monster, there was a faint blue fur below its neck, and it was 2 times larger and fiercer than the normal snow monsters they were used to dealing with. Moreover, the aura it was giving off was not any less powerful than Giko. But it wasn't over with just one. 5 more equally strong snow monsters appeared behind him, and then a small army of normal snow monsters started to crawl and surround the group. So that's why there was no ambush for 3 days. They were preparing for this. Charlotte snickered as fighting spirit shone in her eyes. Giko frowned gravely. "This isn't the time to admire them. Don't you see that there are even stronger furry bastards among them, and we are terribly outnumbered?" Jacob took out his short swords and said, "Well, since they only decided to show up now, this could only mean they don't want us to get any closer to that mountain. This means we are on the right track." The next moment, Jacob charged towards the closest large snow monster as his blades were covered with a blue tint. "Hee, this is what I liked about him," Charlotte mumbled with ecstasy as she also chose a target and her first glow in crimson. "Those 2 battle maniacs." Giko cussed under his breath as he also picked a target and thrust his golden spear with the wind swirling around its blade. However strong as they might be, those large snow monsters were no pushovers. They didn't move forward. Instead, they suddenly stepped back and let those small fries take charge. The next moment, they started to mutter something, and ice spikes started to manifest in the air before they all rained down on the group without caring about the collateral damage. So they can now use ice magic, and they're using these pawns to cast spells. Jacob squinted his eyes as this situation was turning extremely dangerous, and he knew he had to get rid of those big ones as quickly as possible, and his companions has the mutual thoughts. The arm guard on his right hand suddenly shimmered in the gray light, and the next moment, a gray barrier suddenly formed around Jacob and the ice spike crushed onto it. They all shattered with small blasts. It was an advanced Epicrank light shield and very effective against such attacks. Thereafter, he started to quickly make his way towards the large snow monster while cutting down anyone that came in his way. When the large snow monster realized that the ice spikes weren't working and the danger was almost at his throat, he stopped the spell casting and cast a new spell. His large, sharp claws suddenly coated with ice blades, and he clashed them on Jacob, letting loose an angry growl. Jacob was already in 10x acceleration, and he could see the incoming in slow motion. He instantly dodged it by sidestep, and the next moment he kicked the ground, and like a flash, his sword tackled the monster's neck. Smash. The sound of ice crushing rang in the vicinity. The monster's neck was covered with a thick layer of ice, but with the monstrous force behind Jacob's attack, it shattered in an instant, and the next moment, blood spattered before the large head of the monster was sent flying as his eyes were filled with resentment. Charlotte giggled with excitement as she was also surrounded by a black barrier and quickly reached her target. Her fist suddenly caught flame and punched the giant monster's chest. Boom. A fiery shock wave spread in the vicinity, and the next moment, there was a huge burning hole in the monster's chest as he slowly fell. Giko was the most pitiful as he didn't have such a rare treasure, and he was having trouble just dealing with the ice spikes. He roared furiously, "Those monsters!" It was unknown whether he was cursing the snow monsters or his own teammates. Jacob and Charlotte quickly get rid of the third and fourth one by the time Giko is barely able to kill his first giant monster and seems extremely exhausted. Charlotte happily approached Jacob, who was stowing away the giant monster, and exclaimed, "So you're a water element combatant, no bad." Jacob gave her an annoying glance before he turned toward the place where the ambush came from and said, "I think I found their lair." There was a deep, dark hole in the ice ground. Chapter 477, Maze Under the Ice. Jacob's words drew Charlotte and Giko's attention as they looked at the 6-meter-in-diameter hole left behind by the snow monster. Giko frowningly asked, "Why do you think it's their lair and not a trap?" Jacob coolly said as he approached the dark hole, "This will explain how they were able to come and go as they pleased, and we didn't find any inhabitant in this place. So now it becomes quite clear that we were looking in the wrong direction all along. They won't live on the surface but underground. Think about it. This entire place is covered with solid ice, and we have no idea just how deep it is or if there's any ground under it or a body of water. But one thing is clear, those fur balls are capable of traveling anywhere in these blasted ice lands, and they always know where we are. This will also explain this, and they can always cover their tracks with snow around us quite easily. Only today we were able to discover it because they sent their top force after us. Still, they underestimated us, but it might not happen again," he gravely declared. Charlotte's eyes shone with a hint of anticipation as she asked, "So do you want to enter this hole? What about going to the mountain?" Jacob nodded and sternly said, "I think we should enter this place. That mountain is surrounded by an ice storm, and it hasn't disappeared since we started our journey. Now that we see this hole, I think the secret of this place lies underground, not here. Even if my speculation turned out to be a hoax, I don't think we should have any trouble climbing back up. Or do you prefer to dig yourself if that mountain turns out to be a dead end?" Both Charlotte and Giko were speechless by Jacob's argument. Giko muttered under his breath, "Why, this bastard made so much sense." "Please mind your manner, Sir Giko. You know we can hear you no matter how low your voice is," Charlotte retorted playfully before she looked at Jacob with shining eyes. "I'll go with you only if you tell me your name." Jacob was lost for words as this woman was too obvious with her crush on him, and she refused to give up on finding his name. Still, he needed those two just in case he needed to use them as meat shields to flee, so he impassively replied, "Jack. Jack." Charlotte's eyes brightened as she muttered his name a few times before she smiled beautifully. "All right, let go." Giko was utterly flabbergasted when he saw Charlotte agreed to this so quickly, and in the end he gritted his teeth and yelled, "If I die, it'll be on you." Jacob didn't pay Giko any mind. "All right, this pit is not straight, so we can just slide down. But we have to keep in mind that there might be a massive water body down there. So, we just sent a dead body ahead of us with a torch attached, and then we'll go after it while keeping 10 meters distant from each other. I'll be in the front, and if I tell you to stop, stop by using any means necessary." Afterward, Jacob picked up the second dead body of the large monster with a hole in his chest and sneakily stowed its heart away since Charlotte's ridiculous strength didn't damage it. He took out a torch and skillfully attacked the monster's body and slid it into the dark pit, and then he followed suit with his swords in his hand. Charlotte then looked at Giko smilingly and said, "Your turn, Sir Giko." Giko was startled. "Shouldn't you be the second?" "No, I'll have to be last." "What would happen if those guys followed us?" "Don't worry, I'm doing this to protect us," Charlotte replied with an innocent smile. "This cunning bitch," Giko cussed Charlotte for being two-faced, and having no choice, he entered after Jacob. The moment Giko was gone, Charlotte's smile vanished as she took out something from his storage ring. It was a black bead, and if Jacob was here, he could have instantly recognized it, for it was a vermin transponder. After she activated it, a respectful yet worried voice rang, "My lady, are you all right?" Charlotte replied impassively, "I'm fine. More importantly, I want to ask you something. Do you know about any giant named Jack who used water combat magic?" A moment later, the voice replied, "No, my lady. Out of all the famous giants and important figures, there isn't such a giant. Furthermore, a noteworthy giant with a water element hasn't appeared in any giant tribe for a long time, not to mention with rare water combat magic. Is there a problem?" Charlotte pursed her lips. "Oh well, I think this much." "All right, gotta go." "Wait, my lady, just where are you? The tribe lord was inquiring about your whereabouts the other day, and since the star watches are not working, he was worried," the voice hastily questioned. Charlotte's eyes went cold as she replied, "I'm just exploring the Beast Dawn Forest. I might have received his call, but tell him not to bother me. I'm busy." Done saying, she cut the call before the other party could say anything before she jumped in the pit, muttering, "This ought to be good." Jacob was sliding behind the dead body as he was sliding down on the ice. He was astonished when he found just how deep this ice layer was because he was already more than 50 meters deep in this pit. Is this a gigantic glacier? He wondered with a grave expression. After sliding down for 40 meters, he finally spotted another hole and the dead body sighed right into it. But he didn't hear any splashing sound, and the torchlight was still visible but no longer moving down, so he didn't stop. At this moment, Jacob slid out from the pit and landed on the dead body, and he was shocked when he saw where he saw. It was an underground cavern masterfully carved with ice, and there were many tunnels dug out just like the one he had come out from, like rabbit holes. Thereupon Giko also appeared fully alert, but he was gobsmacked when he saw the interior and exclaimed, "What in the world?" A few seconds later, Charlotte also appeared, and she was also flabbergasted and approached Jacob while looking at all those holes. "Now what? How do we know which hole leads where?" "It's like a maze," Jacob sternly replied. "We'll take the one which leads in the direction of the tallest mountain. I think the secret of this place lies there." Chapter 478, End of the Ice Maze. After hearing Jacob's suggestion, the other two didn't have anything to add since it was the most optimal action in this situation. Not only were they now almost 100 meters deep into an ice layer, but they were also in the den of snow monsters. So they had to be extra careful, especially with their explosive abilities, or they might be buried alive under this ice. The team selected the largest hole in the tallest mountain and started to move forward. But this time, they were relying on their night vision since the torches might spook the monsters. As they walked into the depths of the tunnel, they didn't see anything but a straight passage. It's like they had built these underground passages like we built roads in cities. Furthermore, I have a strong feeling that this might be where we found a shackle. Charlotte faintly stated in a fascinated tone like an adventurer. It was clear she was ecstatic while exploring this unknown danger. Giko merely frowned in trepidation. He didn't agree with Charlotte even the least bit because he wasn't here on his own accord. As for Jacob, even though he was the same as Giko in a sense, he could relate to Charlotte's adventurous feelings. Deep down, he liked this sort of exploration and the sense of excitement. These feelings were especially intensified after he awakened the giant fighting spirit aspect. Although he was keeping it under control, sometimes he just couldn't, especially when he met with strong opponents. His mind was filled with thoughts of fighting with Charlotte after he experienced her strength, and only he knew just how much willpower he had to expand to calm himself down. That's why he likes and hates this aspect, because it is a double-edged sword. At this moment, Jacob's ear twitched slightly, and he signaled the two behind to stop, and both of them became alert seeing Jacob's abrupt movement. 4 pairs of footsteps up ahead, around 60 meters away, coming at us. Jacob gravely stated in a very low voice, "Use your crossbow to get rid of them. We can't afford to cause commotion here." Charlotte nodded solemnly as she moved in front and took out her long and slender crossbow, which she hadn't used after joining up with Jacob and Giko. She was a fire combatant, and she had learned to use a crossbow to fill the gap for her long-range disadvantage against a sorcerer. Not just Charlotte. In fact, any combatant used some means to keep themselves safe from long-range sorcerers. Some learn archery or use advanced weapons like guns and crossbows. The sorcerer also learned many magic spells that could help them keep their distance from the combatant, and some even learned physical skills to train their bodies. But these types of sorcerers were extremely rare. At this moment, Charlotte peered through the 100x scope on her crossbow and held her breath. After confirming her targets, she pulled the trigger 4 times in succession while quickly moving her bow at lightning speed. She's really expert at handling the crossbow. I wonder why, if she's proficient in using a sniper rifle, or she's hiding that fact. Jacob mused as he watched Charlotte with scrutiny. From the start, he knew both Giko and Charlotte were hiding their true capabilities because he was doing the same. In truth, no one trusts each other completely, and despite Charlotte's fangirl-like acting and her interest in Jacob, she was always on guard against him. Everyone was using each other so they could safely pass this trial or return. Target exterminated. Charlotte snickered as she put her crossbow back while looking at Jacob. "Let's move forward then." Jacob glanced at her impassively as he started to walk forward again, since his sensing abilities were far more developed than the group despite being weakest in ranks. "How cold." Charlotte giggled playfully. She didn't mind cold shoulder at all. Just as the team walked for almost a mile, which was the approximate distance from the tallest mountain on the surface, they also encountered 5 more groups of snow monsters, both small and large, but Charlotte masterfully took care of them. Jacob left the corpse behind as he didn't need any more of them, not on their level or the same species. At this moment, their progress came to a halt when they met with a wall in front and 2 passages on the left and right sides. Giko winced his brows as he looked at the ice floor. Both passages have marks of being used. Now what? Both of them looked at Jacob since it was his idea and he'd been leading them till now, and they had to admit he had terrifying abilities to detect enemies. So they now rely on him. Jacob was in a dilemma himself because if he chose the wrong path, they might end up turning back and then lose their target for good while wandering around aimlessly in this ice maze. He looked at Giko and asked sternly, "You're a wind element combatant, right? Can you sense wind from any of these passages?" Giko looked at Jacob strangely before replying, "Element sense is the ability of sorcery. I can only feel wind mana density in this place, which is shitty as ever if you want to know that." Useless. Jacob pursed his lips since he didn't like that answer and then looked at the ice wall and coldly said, "Since we can't afford to stray off our target, we just have to make our own way." Charlotte couldn't help but exclaim, "You want to dig toward that mountain? What if there's nothing there? It's fine by me as long as I can confirm it myself. Furthermore, we might find a passage on the other side that is adjacent to one of these two tunnels. We can't take the risk of going away from this passage," Jacob sternly said as he took out his swords and looked at Giko. "Let's do this." "What about her?" Giko was startled and blurted while looking at smiling Charlotte. In reply, Charlotte innocently stated, "Do you want to make a delicate flower like me to do labor work? Don't worry, I'll protect you while you dig diligently." "Flower my ass." Giko wanted to curse out loud in exasperation, but he could only vent on the ice wall as he took out his spear and started to thrust while Jacob used water mana to cut the ice. Within a few minutes, both of them were 10 meters deep in the ice wall, and right at this moment, the ice vanished when Giko thrust his spear, and on the other side a hole appeared as a frosty blaze filled the tunnel. Chapter 479. The City of Snow Monsters. Stop. Jacob quickly stopped Giko from thrusting his spear because he could feel strong movements once Giko opened that hole. He quickly moved toward the hole and looked through it, and his eyes dilated in surprise. "What's here?" Charlotte curiously asked since she could also hear large movements behind that hole. Furthermore, the air on the other side was extremely freezing and strange. Jacob moved back and sternly said, "See for yourself. Don't mind if I do." Charlotte quickly approached the hole, and when she looked through it, she was stunned. "Are you kidding me?" she muttered in stupefaction. On the other side of this ice wall was a massive underground city built with nothing but ice, and thousands of snow monsters, big or small, were wandering in that city. The structures of those buildings were very mundane, but their sizes were different. But one building in particular was sticking out from the others, a 100-meter-tall ice tower in the center of this city. Furthermore, the walls around the ice city were filled with passages, and many snow monsters were going in and out. Jacob and the team position were 40 meters above ground, so they could clearly see a large part of the city. After Charlotte, Giko also saw the other side and was thoroughly shaken. "We need to get the fuck out here," Giko said with resolve, but a hint of fear was present in his shaky voice. "This isn't a place where we can just fight our way out. Coming here was a mistake, but at least now we know we should get as far away from this place as possible." Charlotte, for the time, agreed with Giko as she nodded. "Indeed, there is no way forward. This place is built within that mountain. We might be able to go around it on the surface while avoiding provoking those guys." If it were any other time, Jacob would be the first one to flee the scene, but after seeing the ice city and all those monsters, he has his own theory. "What if there is a shackle in this place?" he asked calmly. "And what if there really is?" Giko rebuked. "Do you really want to go down there and search for the shackle? The moment those bastards saw you, it's over. So stop being greedy, or if you really want to die, then be my guest. I'm going," Giko coldly stated. He was playing along with Jacob being the leader since his decisions weren't bad and rational. But now what Jacob was suggesting was pure madness, and this place can't be conquered without an army. So it was far better than to retreat now and gather their forces and only then take the risk. After all, not even a month had passed since the trial started, so there wasn't any need to rush to their own deaths. At least they now know where to look for the shackle. "I know it's very frustrating to just leave like this, but we can always come back after gathering our forces," Charlotte strongly suggested. "That's the exact reason I want to get it over with. The conditions to complete this trial are very simple this time, and if someone ended up killing my targets, it would be over for me. I've been wondering for a while now that this place is like the North Pole and those monsters coming after us. So this has to be the place where one of the beasts of directions resides, and now that I've seen this place, there is no doubt. Especially that tower, I have to investigate it, and if I can sneak in and find this so-called beast of direction alone, I can easily kill it. So I can't back down," Jacob thought with unyielding conviction. He knew if he missed this chance, he might not get another if anyone else figured out the mode of this trial. "All right, you two go back and search for your forces. But I'm going in. It was nice meeting you both," Jacob coldly stated as he felt it was a shame to let them go just like that, but he couldn't take the risk to hex one of them and then cause a commotion while fighting the other one. Furthermore, he would feel far better going around alone and sneaking toward the ice tower in the center, and he wouldn't have to worry about these two blowing up his cover. "Tusk, I thought too highly of you," Giko sneered with disdain as he turned toward Charlotte and said, "Let's go, Lady Charlotte." This greedy bastard will only drag us down. Charlotte winced her brows as she looked at Jacob deeply and said, "You do know there's a 95% chance you'll die before you could even find the trace of the shackle." Jacob coolly said, "I know, but that's the thing about adventure, going towards the unknown. Going towards the unknown." Charlotte muttered with a hint of surprise before her eyes suddenly glimmered with realization as she smiled at Jacob. "Since that's the case, I'll be coming with you." Jacob was surprised by Charlotte's sudden change in attitude. Why? Giko also wanted the answer to that, same as he thought Charlotte was too blinded by her own personal interest in Jacob that she was willing to take such a risk with him. "I'm also an adventurer, and unlike those fakes, I'm not afraid of dying by pursuing something that gives me true joy," Charlotte smilingly declared with a proud expression. Jacob couldn't help but look at the enthralling giant in a new light for the first time. There wasn't any falsehood in her words or eyes, and she was dead serious despite her expression. Even though he didn't want her to go there with him, he knew she wouldn't back down, so he nodded. "I hope you can prove those words when the time comes." "I'm going." Giko was very displeased and found both Jacob and Charlotte two lunatics who don't cherish their lives. So he didn't waste more time in persuading Charlotte and turned around. "Heh, he's just a coward," Charlotte scoffed, seeing Giko heading back. Jacob's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light and suddenly he said, "Wait here, I have something to discuss with him. I'll come back after escorting him out of this tunnel. If things go south, I think Giko can be very useful." Charlotte was surprised by Jacob's sudden mood swing and curiously asked, "What are you planning?" "Just making sure he leaves with proper motivation. Don't worry, I won't push too hard if he doesn't agree. You keep an eye on the other side and if possible devise a way toward that ice tower. That's our primary target." "I'll be back." Jacob didn't give Charlotte any chance to speak further and quickly catch up with Giko. Charlotte couldn't help but muttered with a strange expression, "Why does he sound somewhat excited?" She didn't know it was the last time anyone would see or hear from Giko again. Chapter 480, The Ice Tower Infiltration. Part 1. After 20 minutes, Jacob came back and Charlotte turned around while looking at him in scrutiny. He was completely fine, just like when he left. She curiously asked, "What did you say to him?" Truth be told, she thought Jacob was going to do something to Giko, but she didn't sense anything, nor did Jacob seem to be in some fight, so she was now quite curious about why Jacob chased after Giko. Jacob impassively replied, "I just asked him nicely to send some reinforcement if he found any and some other stuff. Nothing too serious, and I think after our heart-to-heart talk, he didn't hold a grudge against me. You're a strange one." Charlotte chuckled and no longer dug into the matter since Giko was now gone. Jacob shrugged his shoulder and changed the topic. "Anyway, did you find something helpful?" Charlotte became serious as she said, "You told me to look for a possible way to head to the ice tower, right? I think I should be quite problematic because there are too many monsters around the tower. I think they're guarding it. If anything, the only safest way to go there without alerting the monster is to make our own way towards it." Jacob squinted his eyes as he knew what she was suggesting. "You want us to tunnel our way toward the tower. But I don't think it's a good idea. Those guys are masters in ice, and I'm pretty sure they will sense our movements if we try to dig a tunnel under their feet." Charlotte frowned. "You have a point. Since they are affiliated with ice elements, they will be able to sense such changes. Then what do you have in mind? We can't take the risk of exposing ourselves. It would be very hard to escape if the entire colony of those monsters chased us. We'll think about it later. First, we need to get out of here. We dug this wall between the pathways created by them, so once someone comes here, they will definitely investigate, and we don't have the skills to seal it away like it was before," Jacob gravely stated. Charlotte's eyes shimmered. "This might be easy. We can sneak into one of those houses closest to our position. I notice only the weakest among them are closer to the walls." Jacob nodded. "Sounds like a plan. Do you want to take the lead?" "Hess, I'll follow you. I'm very afraid to take the lead," Charlotte shyly answered. Jacob nodded in agreement and didn't say anything as he expected this much since Charlotte wasn't a fool, no matter how much she tried to appear like one. He got closer to the hole and observed the closest houses, which were like ice blocks to their position. There wasn't any snow monster active in this area, or they might be just resting. "All right, I'm about to open this wall just enough for us to jump out. We need to move swiftly once I did it before those guys took notice," Jacob sternly stated before he used his sword to slip open a bigger entrance and carefully pushed back the ice block. Once the opening was made, Jacob glanced around and quickly jumped down, and Charlotte followed suit without delay. Both of them were giants, but they managed to land without making any excessive sounds or breaking the ice floor. The next moment, Jacob ran toward the small icebox around 10 cubic meters in size. All the house was made in such shape, and the deeper it went into the city, the houses became bigger. There weren't any doors in these ice blocks, and Jacob sneakily glanced inside and found two small monsters lying flat on the floor with their eyes closed. Without hesitation, he swiftly entered and stabbed their skulls with his swords, and before even a drop of their blood touched the ground, they were stored in his space ring. Charlotte appeared pleased with Jacob's swiftness, and now they were inside the house without being noticed by another. "What now?" she asked. "Now we do the same and make our way deeper until we reach the ice tower," Jacob said matter-of-factly. His plan was simple and more effective than digging a tunnel towards the tower. Furthermore, he had something else in mind as he continued. "You select another house and do the same. We'll move separately. Just in case one of us gets noticed, the other can take advantage of this situation. It's far more effective than moving together and risking being seen." Charlotte was surprised by Jacob's decisive plan. "Aren't you afraid I might use you as bait?" Jacob gave her a cold, hard look. "Try it. Besides, I think you won't do it because if we move like this, we can easily avoid being discovered even if someone comes searching after the disappearance of these guys. We can hide in each other blocks." Charlotte giggled. "And here I thought I might give you some scare. I'm starting to wonder if you're really not afraid of death or just simply too bold and confident in yourself." "Same goes for you," Jacob stated, looking deeply at the charming giant who decided to follow him in this dangerous place. "Don't worry, I found this journey more interesting with you than without you. How about we have a nice meal after we succeed in clearing this shackle?" Charlotte suggested meaningfully. "I don't see any problem with that." Jacob nodded impassively. Charlotte smiled pleasingly, and after confirming no one was outside, she instantly ran toward another ice block a few meters away from Jacob. Now Jacob was alone in the ice block, and after making sure Charlotte had succeeded in subduing the monster in the block, he took off his mask, and a fresh, warm heart appeared in his hand and he started to eat it. "This bastard was quite formidable. I hope his heart will be just as much," Jacob thought as he ate the raw heart like it was some snack while a warm current coursed through his body. But he didn't just stop there as he took out the hearts of giant monsters and continued eating. If Charlotte were here, she should be able to notice that Jacob's height was suddenly increased by 2 centimeters. Chapter 481, The Ice Tower Infiltration, Part 2. After Jacob and Charlotte's masterful invasion of the Ice City, they started to slowly move toward the Ice Tower just as Jacob planned. But half a day later, a commotion broke into the Ice City among the monsters when one of them discovered the unidentified hole in the ice wall. Almost instantly, the monsters reacted by sending 10 grounds led by large monsters at the peaks of Epic Tier -9, and all of them controlled at least 500 small snow monsters. All of them selected different entrances and started to comb through the maze for intruders. At the same time, more units were made to comb through the city. This naturally put massive pressure on the 2 infiltrators. But they had their way to make sure they wouldn't get noticed. And since many snow monsters were running around the city or combing the passages, no one noticed the missing monsters from the house. In fact, this creates a rare chance for the 2 to close the distance between them and the ice tower quickly. However, as they grow closer to the ice tower, their speed eventually slows down because the ice blocks, like houses, also grow larger, which means they belong to the large snow monsters and assassinating them was not easy, especially if they were a pair in a house or even more. So selecting the targets becomes even more important, and with just one wrong move they will be in a world of trouble. 52 hours after entering the Ice City, Jacob was now around 29 miles away from the Ice Tower, and currently he was hiding in a large monster's ice block, which he killed an hour ago with Slumber Hex. Although he was wasting his previous dark being magic cores, he didn't regret it because he was growing stronger by consuming all those Epic Tier -9 monsters' meat and hearts. Ever so slightly, he could feel he was growing stronger, and right now, he should be equivalent to a true Epic Tier -8 physical, and was rapidly approaching Tier -9. Jacob mused that if he could get another heart at the level of Gecko or the large ice monster, he might be able to break into Tier 9. Furthermore, he noticed it late, but he found that the snow monsters might be the descendants of some powerful legendary creatures since they were making him stronger so fast. But he couldn't summon the cursed book here, so he held back his curiosity and focused on growing. Now, he was even thinking of gaining power equivalent to a unique rank as long as he consumed the high-rank species present in this trial. Right at this moment, Jacob suddenly became alert when he heard a large commotion outside and looked out carefully, and his eyes dilated in disbelief. In the southern wall, he saw dark beings pouring out from the entrances, and they were all zombies. Furthermore, they weren't just any zombies, but all of them were the snow monsters who seemed to have turned. In that instant, the entire Ice City was filled with enraged roars from the snow monsters as they all rushed toward their attackers with blood-crazed eyes. Even if they were their fellow tribesmen, they could tell from their empty, lifeless eyes and smell of rotten flesh that they were no longer the same. A high-ranking zombie. Jacob's heart sank when he looked at all those zombie monsters, madly biting the others and ripping off the others while the other monsters were raining down ice element spells on them like crazy. Within an instant, the peaceful city turned into a bloody battlefield between the dead zombie monsters and living monsters. Right at this moment, a figure blurred into where Jacob was observing the gruesome scene of carnage. But Jacob didn't try to act as he merely looked toward the door, and Charlotte was standing there, flaunting her graceful body and smiling at him. "It seems we are in trouble," she said with a meaningful smile. Jacob didn't deny it and nodded. "I seem so. Do you by any chance know who the assailant is?" Charlotte showed a rare frown as she gravely said, "There is only one dark being who could turn others into its puppet zombies and control thousands of them at will, the puppeteer zombie Dead Duke. That thing is a one-man army, and a battlefield like this is his heaven. The more he killed, the larger his army grew. I heard rumors that the entire dead dukedom of the puppeteer zombie Dead Duke is filled with his puppets. What a bad luck to end up in the same place as him. Even my dad would have a hard time fighting him." Jacob's expression grew grim after he heard this, and he glanced at the battlefield where hundreds of snow monsters were already dead, while the causality on the other side was even larger. The natives seemed to have an overwhelming advantage. But right at this moment, an arrogant husky voice rang in the language of the dead, "Rise, my children, and enlighten these beasts." Thereafter, from the dead zombies, a gray mist spread, and like some strange force guiding it, that mist started to seep into all those dead snow monster corpses. Within a few seconds, they begin to rise from the ground and attack their previous allies. "Told you, that bastard is simply impossible to kill. He can hide somewhere and control this entire battlefield. Unless we kill him, those zombies won't stop multiplying. That's the main reason he's so hard to deal with," Charlotte expressed gravely. Jacob also found the power of this puppeteer zombie Dead Duke absurd and understood why the armies of the Life faction wouldn't invade the Dark Being lands and remain defensive. Just the puppeteer zombie Dead Duke alone was enough to clash with an army under the right circumstances. "If that's the case, then let's go toward the tower right now. Let him keep all of those monsters occupied for us. If there is a shackle inside that tower, I'm pretty sure that guy's objective would be the same. So we have to beat him to it. If there is nothing, we will retreat," Jacob declared as he moved out, as there were no longer any monsters close by. Charlotte smiled coldly as she followed behind him. "My thought exactly." Chapter 482. The Ice Tower Infiltration, Part 3. While the battle between alive and dead monsters was raging fiercer by every passing second, the city was left completely unguarded as every monster was focusing on the southern wall. However, within the western wall of the city, a cloaked figure with empty eye sockets was observing everything. He muttered in his husky voice while turning his head toward the ice tower, "I'll be calming the honor of finding this shackle for my king." What? Suddenly, he seemed to be astounded as he gawked at the vicinity around the tower, and the next moment, blue flames lit up in his empty eye sockets, and his vision magnified like crazy. He just happened to spot two giant figures trying to open the huge ice gates of the ice tower. The flames in his empty eyes started to flare, as if someone had just thrown gasoline in the fire. "Those ants dare to take advantage of this duke's drudgery." His enraged voice buzzed in the empty passage, and the next moment he started to chant a spell. On the other hand, Jacob and Charlotte easily approached the tower doors after all the snow monsters left to defend their home. But who could have thought that the fragile-looking doors, which seemed to be made from a sheet of clear ice, wouldn't budge at all? "Just what the hell is going on?" Charlotte grunted as the veins on her hands were bulging while she tried to push the ice door using her full force. Jacob was in the same situation as the door just refused to open, and he never thought their smooth advance would be halted just because of a damn door. He also didn't spot any keyhole or any rune symbols, which was the most frustrating part about all of this. However, before they could think of another method to open this door, they both sensed danger from behind, and without hesitation, they lunged on both sides. Boom! The very next moment, out of nowhere, a huge ball of slimy blue substance blasted right where both of them stood a moment ago. But it didn't end with just that, because thereafter, an extremely potent smell filled the air while the moment that slimy substance touched the ice surface, it began to melt, creating an even more potent smell instantly. "Acid zombie poison, I think we've been spotted," Charlotte exclaimed with trepidation as she looked at the melting ground and the surroundings quickly turning into a poisonous zone. Jacob's expression was ridged. Wasn't that bastard supposed to be dealing with those guys? Well, it would appear he was paying attention to this tower as well. So someone like us won't try to take advantage of his effort. Charlotte smiled bitterly, but her eyes turned ruthless. Since he dared to use this poison spell, it could only mean he can't afford to split his monster army right now. Nor does he have the guts to confront us head-on. So let's just use our true force to blast apart this damn door. The next moment, Charlotte's entire body was suddenly caught in crimson flames, and the temperature started to rise as the surrounding ice started to melt like crazy. Moreover, the poisonous fog also burns and doesn't harm Charlotte's giant flame-like form. Jacob was astounded because he felt Charlotte was probably 10 times stronger than before, and he had never seen her using this before. The temperature continued to rise even more as those flames burned brighter. Flame spear, she throws a punch which seems to have turned into a flaming spear on the ice door. Boom. A huge explosion rang, releasing a crimson shock wave. The puppeteer zombie dead Duke, who was preparing his second attack, was stopped as the flames in his eyes fluttered crazily, and he shouted in disbelief, "Why is that livestock using the techniques of that crazy livestock Gunnar? Is he around? Don't tell me it's the other one." He sounded like someone completely spooked and quickly started to observe Jacob with scrutiny, but to his frustration, Jacob was wearing a hood and mask, so he couldn't confirm if it was Gunnar or not. Nonetheless, he no longer dared to underestimate those rats, and he cursed in anger. "Those livestocks don't know their place, just you wait. Once I'm done with these pests, you'll be the next. So take good care of the shackle for this Duke, he." The next moment, he started to laugh like a lunatic. After Charlotte threw that terrifying punch, she stopped burning like a torch and returned to normal while smoke was still rising from her person. However, both of them were shocked when they saw the door not only hadn't melted, but it was only cracked and still intact. Just what kind of material it's made of? Charlotte was shocked and felt her pride had been hurt when the door was only cracked, not blasted apart. "My turn." Jacob suddenly moved forward as he threw a punch as well while using 20x acceleration. Another blast rang in the vicinity, and this time ice shards were mixed in the shockwaves. In front of Jacob and Charlotte, a 2-meter-wide hole was opened in the ice door. "Just what is inside?" Charlotte muttered as she felt chills in her spine when she felt a strange aura coming out of the hole in the door, making her feel a strange sense of fear. Even Jacob felt his fine hair stand when the hole was blasted open, and the inside seemed to be completely dark. Both giants could tell whatever was residing inside was too powerful for both of them. "Let's go." Jacob calmed down and moved forward. For him, there was no backing down, and with the appearance of puppeteer zombie dead Duke, he needed to fish this no matter what and as quickly as possible. However, Charlotte took a step back and shook her head with a hint of fear. "I think we should retreat. Whatever is inside, it's not something we can take on, and it might be trapped in this place by someone, and those monsters were guarding it." "This is no shackle but a mistake." Jacob frowned. He could understand where Charlotte was coming from, but as someone who knew about the trial mode, he knew exactly what the shackle was, and now he was 95% sure that the beast of direction was inside. Jacob solemnly said, "All right, you hide somewhere, I'll check once just in case. If nothing is inside, I'll retreat." "Are you crazy?" Charlotte glared at Jacob as if he was a madman, but before Jacob could reply, roar. Suddenly, a thunderous roar that shook the entire underground city reverberated, and it came from none other than the Ice Tower. Chapter 483, The Beast in Tower, Part 1. The ghastly roar reverberated in the entire underground ice city, startling everyone except for the zombies. The snow monsters who were fighting with the zombie monsters started to howl crazily after they heard that roar. Their eyes went berserk, and their bodies started to bulge all of a sudden. This sudden reaction startled the puppeteer zombie dead Duke even more as those snow monsters became instantly strong and started to attack without caring about their own lives. "Is this the guardian of this shackle, or I'm in the wrong place and reached the wrong conclusion?" He muttered with uncertainty and turned his attention back to Jacob and Charlotte, who seemed to have awakened this unknown monster. "Let those livestock confirm this for me. This is playing all in my favor." On the other hand, Jacob and Charlotte, who were closer to that roar, were shocked as their hearts palpitated because the aura that was leaking from the opening was too terrifying. Especially for Charlotte, because she could tell that whatever was inside was even stronger than her father. Jacob was solemn because he had once experienced the might of Captain Free Sword. Even though this monster didn't even come closer to the captain, he had a very bad feeling about this because this monster might not be an epic rank at all. Charlotte quickly said, "Let's get the hell out of here. That thing is not something we can fight. I'm afraid that even an army might not be enough to take it down. Even if there is a shackle in that tower, you need to be alive to claim it." Jacob thought for a moment before he said coldly, "I'm going in." "You should escape. You stubborn man, then die for your greed, I don't care," Charlotte yelled in exasperation before running towards the northern wall. She couldn't understand why Jacob was so obsessed with this foolish shackle. Even though she admired his courage at this point, it was pure madness in her view, and she didn't want to be a part of it. She wasn't here to commit suicide out of curiosity. Jacob didn't do anything as he watched the giant flee without a second thought. But this was just what he wanted because after she was gone, he could use his full arsenal without worrying about anyone. Although the puppeteer zombie dead Duke was still watching from somewhere, he wasn't worried about him because he couldn't figure out his identity. Because if Charlotte guessed who he was, then he would have to watch his back constantly, and he couldn't afford to divert his attention. Using a hex on her will put him at an even greater disadvantage because he needs to replenish his hex mana, and the puppeteer zombie dead Duke will be on guard. That's why Charlotte leaving was the best outcome, and he also noticed that after that initial roar, the monster inside the tower went dormant again. Or it was simply not capable of breaking free from the tower. While keeping this in mind, Jacob entered through the hole without making any sounds. The inside of the tower was pitch black, but he still had his night vision. The tower was over 100 meters wide and 50 meters tall. But his eyes were affixed on the monstrosity sitting in the center. It was another snow monster, but its size was over 20 meters while sitting and 15 meters wide. Its fur was not white. Instead, it was blue, and two white antelope horns were tangled together. Furthermore, its glowing crimson eyes were locked on Jacob the moment he came inside, and he was murderously looking at the tiny intruder with a hint of naked disdain. It was as if he was ridiculing its prey to walk on its own in his mouth. The entire space was deadly silent as both of them gawked at each other without making any move. But right at this moment, Jacob's heart churned when he felt a sudden movement right under his feet, and he instantly jumped to the side. The next moment, a gigantic ice spike emerged from where he stood. Although he managed to avoid it, the pathway he came from was closed off, and at this moment the monster's ghastly pale lips rose as it revealed its sharp fangs. This bastard was aiming to close my escape route. Jacob coldly looked back as it became quite clear that this guy was extremely intelligent and he seemed to be toying with him. Furthermore, he didn't dare to use his hex magic because that monster wasn't an epic rank. The pressure it was giving despite doing nothing but sitting and frosty mana density wasn't something that an epic rank could emit. Not to mention, he wasn't planning on taking that thing down with the hex magic, since he had a more sufficient way to make sure that monster paid for underestimating him. Let me make it abundantly clear who is the actual prey among us. Jacob smirked coldly, and the next moment a sniper rifle appeared in his hands. However, unlike traditional rifles, this rifle had two muzzle barrels and two triggers like a double-barrel shotgun, and magic gems and runes were engraved on its black body. Thereafter, he instantly pulled both triggers while aiming at the monster's face. The monster seemed to be provoked by Jacob's fearless attitude, but before he could react, a sense of crisis overcame him, and the two glowing bullets were right on his face. But to Jacob's surprise, almost instantly, a neon blue light enshrouded the monster out of nowhere before the bullets could even touch its fur. Boom! A huge explosion that shook the entire tower rang before two sonic booms rang from the sniper rifle. The magic runes lit up on the rifle while two of the magic gems turned to dust, absorbing all the recoil. However, Jacob didn't care because a blurry punch was approaching him, and its speed was something he couldn't dodge. Two of his arm guards instantly lit up, putting up two barriers before the giant punch glowing in an icy blue sheen made contact. Bang! Like sheets of glass, the barrier shattered, and Jacob was sent flying and smashed into the tower wall. Chapter 484, The Beast in Tower. Part 2. Jacob felt a metallic taste in his mouth as he was engraved in the ice tower wall after receiving that powerful punch while half of his body was covered in blue ice. Despite wearing a basic unique rank black robe, advanced epic rank level clothes and barriers, he still gets injured. Although it wasn't that bad, it was now confirmed that this monstrosity was a unique rank, and Jacob was in trouble. Furthermore, that thing also blocked his two atomic bullets from his newly built Twin Titan sniper rifle just in the nick of time, and was even able to counterattack. Jacob quickly collected his thoughts, and he pushed out his body and jumped on his feet while looking gloomily at the monster. His eyes suddenly contorted when he saw purple liquid gushing out of the monster's cheek, and there was a deep wound there. Furthermore, the neon blue barrier that saved the monster's head from blowing up was completely gone, and a faint green mist was in the air, which was radiation from the atomic bullets. The monster's eyes were bloodshot and murky as it murderously glared at Jacob. "So, my bullets work," Jacob shone with elation and quickly took out the Twin Titan sniper again. However, the monster seemed to be prepared and didn't give Jacob time to react, and wanted to kill him as soon as possible because this weak-looking sheep was a wolf in disguise. Almost instantly, before Jacob could pull the triggers, a chill ran down his spine, and the next moment an icy faint blue mist oozed from the floor, and the moment the mist touched Jacob's feet, they instantly froze. While right in front of him, a thick ice wall swoops up, blocking his view. Jacob knew the monster was not going to give him another chance to take a shoot at him. He tried to move his feet, but to his horror, he was unable to escape that blue ice like it was made of iron, and he now started to feel frost directly on his feet. Suddenly, a dangerous thought surfaced in his mind, and the next moment, water barricade. Jacob instantly cast his own spell as half of his legs were now frozen. Jacob guessed that even though that ice mist looked normal, and if that were the case, Jacob wouldn't be too worried. But Jacob knew better since it wasn't the case because Spirit probably conjured the icy blue mist. After Jacob got the universal scripture from Star Chaser and the knowledge of the Witch Queen, his understanding of magic became quite deep. He discovered after evolving into a unique rank species, the combat class species would awake element aura, which was 10 times more destructive and potent than mana, while the sorcery class species would awake element spirit that can rival the element aura. Aura can cut through normal mana, like a knife in butter, and that's why it was used with weapons to increase their sharpness, or close-range combatants can cover their bodies with aura to turn them into weapons of destruction, while spirit could amplify magic and make it more potent and deadly. That's why the Union rank species could easily kill epic rank species, while epic rank species couldn't even scratch the unique rank species as long as they are using aura or spirit. Only aura or spirit can completely block aura attack or spirit attack. In an earlier attack, the punch that Jacob blocked was covered in spirit, and that's how he suffered internal injuries despite wearing all those defensive treasures, and the blue ice left on his body was proof of it. If it were aura, Jacob's armor would have been blasted apart. Even though Jacob has a scripture that can help him awake the aura of water, the problem is that he needs to have a unique rank physique to handle aura circulation in his body. When an epic rank combatant achieved a unique rank physique, a unique glyph would etch into the skull of the combatant called an aura glyph. The same goes for the sorcerer. With the different being, they would get spirit glyph. That's why the rank was called unique rank, and if someone wanted to achieve the next legendary rank, the secret was hidden in their unique glyphs. Anyhow, the fact was Jacob couldn't use aura without an aura glyph or spirit without a spirit glyph, while the monster in front of him could. He was using a spirit magic spell to get rid of Jacob once and for all. But Jacob wasn't going down that easily, and after creating the water barricade, which he knew was useless, he took out 2 atomic grenades and instantly threw them over the wall without caring about being continued to freeze. His plan was simple, and he didn't have any other way. Since the monster was using spirit magic and blocking his escape route, he was going to use these as a shield to blow the monster to smithereens or put him on the verge of death at least. The moment Jacob threw the grenade out, the blue mist had already turned the water around Jacob into solid ice, and now he was turning into a blue ice block. A painful groan escaped from Jacob's mouth as the spirit magic was making his mind feel terrifying cold, and the cold was penetrating his body, digging into his skin and inflicting pain, which was not very pleasant. This is truly insane, I'm fucking insane, Jacob thought while sealed in the ice as he tried to keep his sanity and keep releasing water mana, which was instantly turned into ice once it became water because the ice spirit and ice block around him grew immensely. However, Jacob wanted exactly that and endured while preparing himself for the explosion in this confined space. He wanted to see that monster's face after this explosion, and when he realized that his killer moves had shielded Jacob, the snow monster's eyes landed on the 2 tiny objects filled with greenish glowing liquid, and he was confused about why that ant would risk throwing it out instead of escaping himself. But just as he was about to ignore it, those 2 grenades suddenly shimmered in blinded light that instantly covered the entire dark over like 2 tiny suns. The puppeteer Zombie Duke, who was observing the ice tower like a hawk, saw that the entire tower turned into smithereens instantly before a blinding light appeared. Charlotte was also watching from a safe distance, because she could clearly hear large explosions from within the tower and wondered if Jacob was really strong enough to take down the monster in the tower. The same scene flashed past before her eyes, and she didn't even have time to react. The next moment, the entire mountain reverberated in a volcanic explosion, and the top was fully blown off just like a volcanic eruption. Chapter 485, Beast of North. The explosion from 2 atomic grenades was no joke as the highest mountain peak of the Ice Mountain range was blown open, and it didn't just stop with that. Multiple avalanches started, and the entire place became absolute ice hell. Many other figures wandering in this place clearly heard and saw the gigantic smoke cloud rising from afar. They all wondered if that ice mountain was a volcano. But at this moment, SAAI's impassive voice sounded in every corner of the hunter's necropolis, which shocked everyone to the core. Congratulations, faceless ancient, for clearing a trial condition. This announcement was repeated 4 more times before everything returned to normal. However, the people who heard it became dumbfounded and left gobsmacked. It was simply unbelievable for someone to clear a trial condition in less than a month after the trial plane descended. It wasn't done before in the Epic Plains. Furthermore, it was done by none other than the most infamous terrorist of the Epic Plains, the faceless ancient of all people. This news was absolutely sensational. In the trial plains somewhere in a forest filled with deadly trees, an elf in a disheveled state wore an expression of utter disbelief as he slashed his sword on incoming tree branches coming for his life. The tree branches were cut into slices and brown liquid shot out, and the moment it touched the ground started to melt as the liquid was acid. Bastard, how the hell did this happen? That vile bitch will kill me once she gets the wind of this massive blunder. Just where in the hell did that rat bastard end up completing the trial condition so quickly? Just what in the God's name is this dimmable trial type? He roared furiously as more and more tree branches headed for his life. Someone in a burning golden desert, three giants were on the verge of exploding after they heard the announcement. How the hell did this happen? While we ended up in this burning hell, that criminal broke a shackle. Where's the justice in this world? A 5-meter-tall giant roared as he slashed his massive broadsword at a giant scorpion, slashing it into two halves, and the burning sand also split pretty deeply. Mr. Vice Chairman, I think we should head towards it now. We can't afford to waste more time searching for our comrades. At least we needed to quickly report it to the chairman after finding an exit. I reckon the other will also have the same thought. An elderly giant from the Flame Iron Giant tribe sternly suggested, looking toward a particular direction. Everyone's expression went pale as they looked in the same direction as well. There is a silhouette of a gigantic pyramid. In a dark swamp, a graceful figure stood on top of a strange mounter corpse, while her eyes behind a dark mask were bloodshot as she emitted a dark, murderous aura like a demon. You vile scourge, it's all because of you that I ended up in this accursed place, and now you appeared again, and once again you stood in my way of survival. If I don't kill you here, I won't be able to live anyway. Since you like to show off and clear these shackles, I'll be waiting for you here to take back all the debut you owe me with great interest. The dark water of the swamp rose, covering the masked woman, and the next moment, the woman and the corpse vanished as if they weren't there in the first place. A painful groan escaped Jacob's mouth. He opened his eyes and was shocked when a mouthful of bitter water entered his mouth. He found himself drowning in murky cold water. Furthermore, he went black for an unknown time, so he didn't know what happened after the explosion. Where am I? Jacob was startled as he tried to stabilize his body, and his eyes widened because of the excruciating pain that attacked him the moment he tried to move just one finger. All the bones in his body seemed to have broken, and his heart was beating faster to try to heal his body while warm blood, which was almost black, was oozing from his body. Although he wasn't burned or blasted apart because of that explosion since he was wearing so many treasures, his ice block plan greatly reduced the damage. But he didn't escape unscratched at all because he was too close to the explosion, and there wasn't any sea body to absorb the attack like the last time. After that explosion, the heat emitted from the nuclear reaction melted everything around him almost instantly, and if that ice hadn't been made with spirit magic, his black robe would have melted as well. But because he caused the explosion in the middle of an ice mountain and the tower was also made with strange frosty ice, it greatly reduced the nuclear fission heat. However, he couldn't escape from the shockwaves of the explosion, and despite all those treasures, his skeleton frame was broken. It was a miracle he was even able to regain consciousness in this state, and the protection he was wearing for his head was all gone as well. It was also thanks to his new giant skeleton that he was still fine. As for drowning, it was the least of his worries because he could breathe underwater after he completed the water meditation. Since he had regained consciousness, Jacob increased his acceleration to increase the healing process and used his reaming water mana to control the surrounding water to stabilize his body. One after another, the clothes on his body disappeared, revealing his mingled body filled with terrible fractures. The next moment, a 1000cc metal injection appeared in front of him, and by controlling the water, he was able to inject the glowing yellow liquid into his body. This was an advanced epicrank healing elixir that he got from the treasury, and he filled some of it in injections just in case he encountered a situation where he was too damaged to move. Jacob injected 5 such injections before he felt a warm current all over his body, and with 25x acceleration, the healing process accelerated. After a few minutes, he was finally able to move his hands. Without delaying, Jacob took out a body that was none other than Geeko's. He was saving it for grilling, but he needed that lizard's nutrition, so he started to devour it whole without leaving even bones. In the cold water, Jacob was eating as his condition visibly improved, and he didn't stop as he took out the giant snow monsters he was saving as well and ate them. He didn't waste any pills or elixir since they can't be replenished, just like the healing elixir. If someone had seen him, they would take him as a sea monster right now. In less than an hour, Jacob was fully recovered, and his previous fractured body was now flawless. He then opened his star watch to see if that monster was dead, and then he saw it with shimmering eyes. Congratulations on killing the Beast of North, Fiend Yeti. Your glorious deeds have been spread far and wide. Spread far and wide, what does this mean? Jacob frowned but didn't pay it any more heed since no one was there to answer him. What matters is that he was able to kill the Beast of North, which means all that risk was worth it. Jacob was finally able to turn his focus on silent surroundings, and it was at this moment that he noticed a faint blue glow in the depth of icy water. Chapter 486. Hunter's legacy pieces. Jacob was intrigued when he saw the faint glow in the dark depths of these icy waters, which were the result of a massive meltdown caused by the atomic grenade. However, he didn't know how much of the ice mountain had melted. If this water body was even made with that mountain, or if he ended up drowning below the ice lands. One thing he could tell was that this was contaminated with radiation, which didn't bother Jacob at all because of resistance. Furthermore, he couldn't see the surface or light above, which could only mean he had drowned too deep or the surface was blocked. Whichever the case might end up being, Jacob headed toward the blue glow in the depths. He didn't know where the Fiend Yeti corpse was still intact, but it was a huge loss for him because he just lost a unique rank heart. Nonetheless, it mattered little as long as he could complete this trial, and this blue glow might be something good. The deeper he went, the colder the water turned, and Jacob had no choice but to wear all the armor and even activate another defensive barrier around it to keep himself from freezing to death while the water pressure wasn't a problem. As Jacob grew closer and closer, the blue glow became brighter, and at this moment Jacob was finally able to see where that glow was coming from, and his eyes widened. He saw at the bottom that the Fiend Yeti's completely charred and half-destroyed mingled corpse was lying there. The blue glow was coming from its magic core, as it was releasing terrifying frosty spirit magic energy. Elated, Jacob quickly approached the corpse and didn't even give the magic core a second glance and headed towards its chest, which was still intact, and cut it open. To his relief, the Fiend Yeti's heart was still intact, and it seemed to be perverse well because of the ice water, and the radiation hadn't spread this deep into the water. Jacob quickly stowed it away with excitement, and only after that did he take the ice magic orb, which was releasing terrifying spirit mana that almost froze his hand. But just as he removed the magic core from the Fiend Yeti's stomach, he spotted another unusual thing, a purple scroll covered in a white sparkling bubble. What the? Jacob was flabbergasted since this didn't make any sense and tried to retrieve the scroll. The moment he touched the white bubble, it burst open, and the purple scroll turned into a light streak before darting into his start watch, vanishing. Jacob was startled by this sudden turn of events, and the purple streak was too fast for him even to retract his hand before it entered his star watch. At this moment, his star watch vibrates strongly, snapping him out of his stupor, and he quickly activates it. He wanted to see what was that purple streak. Congratulations, Faceless Ancient, for acquiring Hunter's Legacy piece. Please acquire all the legacy pieces to convert them into complete Hunter's Legacy. Hunter's Legacy pieces. 1/5 Note: Hunter's Legacy pieces can be traded through Star Waters. In case a trial participant kills the legacy piece owner, the legacy piece will be transferred to the killer. In case the legacy piece owner dies naturally or by some monster, after 48 hours, the legacy piece will be randomly transferred to a random beast of direction. Jacob stared at that notification for a little while and read it a few times before he confirmed nothing was wrong with it. So to summarize it, I will get this sort of scroll from every beast of direction that I killed. No, this isn't the case. I have to retrieve the scroll myself. It doesn't matter if I killed it or someone else. As long as someone else even touches this thing, it will instantly be transferred to their Star Watch just like mine. That note also made it clear that anyone can claim this legacy as long as they collect all the pieces, and even if they don't, the pieces will go back to a beast of direction. So if someone with 4 pieces gets killed randomly by some beast, the person who killed the 5th beast would get all the 5 pieces. The complete Hunter's Legacy. What a vicious yet interesting game. It's far simpler than the Dark Ruins, but more cruel in many ways. Furthermore, the epic trial plane is really not so simple, just as Immortality warned me. I never thought that the Beast of Directions would turn out to be a unique rank. If that's the case, what about the final beast? Jacob thought gravely as he sighed at his bad luck. If not for the medallion, he wouldn't dare to even think about going against these terrifying monsters. But now, he didn't have a choice but to move forward. Jacob gave the Fiend Yeti's mingled body glance before storing it away as well. Although the corpse was contaminated with radiation, as long as he had immunity, it didn't matter. Furthermore, this corpse belonged to a unique rank magic beast, and despite experiencing the direct explosion from the 2 atomic grenades, only a part of it was blown off while the skeleton was completely intact. Jacob wasn't going to give up on it since he knew once he consumed that heart, he needed everything to make his body compatible with his increased strength. Like a fish, Jacob swam upward at high speed while controlling the surrounding water, and he quickly reached the surface. He was 8 miles deep in the water before, and when he reached the surface, he found it blocked by a dark layer of ice. Just as I suspected, that entire ice land is floating on a water body. I must have drifted away from the mountain when the meltdown happened. Jacob thought before he took out his sword and slashed open a pathway for him to head upward. The ice layer was surprisingly over 2,000 feet thick, and Jacob appeared in somewhere in the icy plains. But he noticed a strangeness. The seemingly endless blizzard had stopped. Chapter 487, Resentful Charlotte. Could it be the blizzard also stopped once I killed the fiend Yeti? Jacob concluded as he was 90% sure it was the case. Only then did he shift his focus, and he was staggered when he looked in the north direction. He saw the once tallest ice mountain of these ice plains was completely gone, and what was left of it was an over half-melted mountain of ice. Jacob sighed with a hint of relief and muttered, "I'm glad I was able to escape alive. I wonder what happened to Charlotte and the dead Duke." A cruel smile surfaced on Jacob's face. He really hoped Charlotte wasn't dead since she was a source of high-level nutrition. Nonetheless, Jacob wasn't too hopeful since the chances of her escaping alive were very low. What he should be focusing on was where to proceed now. There was no way of knowing which direction he should choose, and the Beast of North was dead, so he had to search for the remaining Beast of Directions. In the end, Jacob decided to head in the opposite direction to the melted ice mountain and hoped to find some clues about his next target before anyone else could. Furthermore, he was planning on consuming the fiend Yeti's heart once he found some more secluded place and made some preparations. Like this, Jacob's journey towards the south started. However, Jacob had no idea that at this moment, in the west direction from his, a giant and a zombie were locked in a deadly battle. They were none other than Charlotte and puppeteer zombie Dead Duke. Both of them managed to survive the explosion and escape the hellish sight because they were far away from the ice tower. But to escape the radiation and being buried under the ice and drowning, they both had to use their trump cards. However, they had never expected that they would bump into each other today. The puppeteer zombie Dead Duke was no match for Charlotte without his army of zombies, so he tried to escape. But Charlotte also knew about this fact and didn't let go of this chance to get rid of this troublesome enemy while she had the chance. Furthermore, Charlotte was filled with rage and humiliation after she heard the announcement about Jacob clearing the first condition and discovered that this giant was none other than the enemy of the three hegemonies, Faceless Ancient. This was something she hadn't even dreamt of, and all that information about Jacob being an elf turned out to be nothing but bullshit because he was clearly a giant. The most humiliating part was that the guy played her like a fiddle, and she wondered if he was laughing at her in secret because of her identity. Now she wanted to find that rascal and have a good chat with him. However, despite not wanting to admit it, she knew she was no match for the cunning fellow, especially after witnessing the destruction he had caused by using his infamous weaponry. Furthermore, if he was able to escape alive despite being so close to that ghastly explosion, it was even more impossible for her to fight him. This made her even angrier, and now she wanted to reveal this information to her father so he wouldn't fool Jacob like her. She was about to use her vermin transponder when she discovered the puppeteer zombie Dead Duke and started to fight him with all her might. If she could get rid of a dead Duke, she might be able to wash her shame. Charlotte was encased in crimson flames as she was dodging lances made with purple liquid filled with poison. The puppeteer zombie Dead Duke was desperately retreating while trying to slow the infuriated giant. He was even more frustrated than Charlotte because once the dead king heard that someone from the Life faction had already broken a shackle, many heads would roll. Even his own head was in danger. But encountering Charlotte put him in great danger right off the bat because he was a sorcerer while Charlotte was a combatant. Furthermore, he only had poison magic except for his zombies, and the ironic part was Charlotte could burn the poison. He was a terrible matchup to fight her, so the danger was massive. "Vile livestock, if you insist on killing this Duke, I will take you down with me." He roared furiously when he saw Charlotte was only a few meters away from him, and her terrifying heat was no joke. "HMPH, just become the real dead Duke." Charlotte sneered with killing intent as a massive amount of fire started to concentrate on her fists. She was determined to kill him. Right at this moment, the puppeteer zombie Dead Duke took out a black magic scroll and activated it. Powerful dark magic was released. However, Charlotte seemed to be ready as a white talisman appeared in her hand and she activated it. Thereafter, she threw it toward the dark miasma that was covering her. A blinding white light clashed with the dark miasma, and the next moment, the dark miasma started to burn before nothing was left. The puppeteer zombie Dead Duke was horrified as the flames in his eye sockets trembled, and he tried to use another magic scroll. But it was already too late, for Charlotte's flame fist was upon his face. Boom! A huge flame explosion with the sound of bones shattering rang in the vicinity. The puppeteer zombie Dead Duke's entire skull was blown off as his headless body was falling. Charlotte coldly stood there as the surrounding flames started to retract into her body, but her complexion was pale and she seemed out of breath. She had used almost all of her mana to land a single hit on the Dead Duke. If he had just two of his zombie puppets, she might have been the one on the ground at this moment, not the puppeteer zombie Dead Duke. Still, her eyes shimmered with elation when she looked at the headless dead Duke, who could even make her father wary, but now she had slain him. But when she thought that it was all possible because Jacob got rid of the puppeteer zombie dead Duke's monster army and probably forced him to use his strongest life-saving treasures like herself, she ground her teeth in resentment. Jack, faceless ancient, don't you dare to think that you can get rid of me so easily. Once I report what happened in this place, the entire forces of the three hegemonies will enter this place, including my dad. They will never allow an outsider to walk all over them. The trial is just beginning, and you are way over your head if you think it's already over just because you figure out the trial type. A malicious smile appeared on her face as she took out the vermin transponder and activated it. Chapter 488, On the Brink of Destruction. Outside the trial plane, the Epic Plains were not as peaceful as they used to be after the attack on the Epic Star server and the Star Network's absence. The biggest problem that occurred because of this was the lack of currency, Zodiac credit. The entire Epic Alive Plains relied on the ZC to exchange for goods and personal exchange, and all that happened on the Star Network was because ZC had no material form. This brought forth a huge headache and economic disaster for everyone in the Epic Alive Plains, and every business, whether it was from the three hegemonies or private, was shut off. The second problem was naturally the lack of communication, and any report or news had to be delivered physically through letters. It was like the advanced civilization had returned to its medieval state. Most effective because of this situation were naturally the three hegemonies because they controlled the entire Epic Alive Plains with the help of Star Network. And because of its existence, no one could go against them or undermine their authority. The most absurd part was this all happened on the same day when the trial plane was descended, and the mighty All Alive Alliance, AAA, was forced to change their entire plan. Because of this exact reason, the AAA was forced to send only 30% of their vanguard forces to the trial planes that they had initially prepared, and decided to wait for the Star Network recovery. They also made this decision on the base of the trial planes that had just descended. However, this wasn't even the start of Epic Plains' troubles. Just 4 days after the Star Network went down, nuclear attacks started to occur all over the Epic Alive Plains and in the large-level cities nonetheless, and this process continued for 2 straight days. The entire Epic Plains were in turmoil as people were dying left and right, and no place was safe anymore. It was also then that people took notice of the true terror of nuclear weapons. Radiation started to spread all over the Epic Alive Plains. Species under rare rank started to die, while rare species showed strange symptoms of unknown illnesses. Even the extraordinary species were affected by the fast spread of radiation. Only the epicrank species were unaffected. Still, it didn't mean the radiation didn't affect them in other ways. When the food and water supply started to get affected, the high-level figures finally understood the gravity of the situation. And then on the 7th day, the Alive Epic Plains experienced their first nuclear winter. Death, misery, and despair slowly gripped the hearts of living beings who were once living in peace. Even those high and mighty figures experienced the meaning of true horror. All of this was happening because of one person, the Faceless Ancient. Only now, everyone truly understands why the three hegemonies wanted to get rid of Faceless Ancient. However, some believed that it was their hunger for power that brought this disaster upon everyone. But the Faceless Ancient becomes a terrifying devil in everyone's heart who can bring the destruction of entire Epic Plains. In fact, many believed that the attack on Star Network was also Faceless Ancient's doing. The destruction had already begun, and three hegemonies were now helpless. In a sense, the Faceless Ancient was now even more infamous than the legendary Vile Witch. As if this wasn't enough, at the start of the second week after the Epic Star server destruction, news from all over the Epic Plains started to flood into the temporary AAA headquarters, where the three leaders were staying and trying to get a hold of the chaotic situation. The news turned out to be very grave. High-ranking figures of three hegemonies and powerful species all over the Epic Alive Plains were started to get assassinated. This started another upheaval, and this was also the final straw that broke the camel's back. People from all over the Epic Plains started to band together and march towards the AAA headquarters, which were close to the trial plains, and decided to demand justice from the three hegemonies who were now silent and helpless. Since they can't find the original culprits for their misery, they decide to find the ones who could possibly bring an end to it. While the Epic Plains were becoming more and more chaotic and moving towards destruction, on the 29th day after the Epic Trial Plane descended, AAA's first alliance leader, Chairman Gunnar, instantly called for an emergency meeting between high-level figures of AAA, including the second and third alliance leaders. This naturally made everyone surprised because this giant didn't even react to the current situation of the Epic Plains, so what caused him to react so violently all of a sudden? They even suspect that Faceless Ancient has sent some threat to them to finish them off, so they quickly gather within an hour since they were all living in AAA headquarters, which was made virtually impenetrable by combining three hegemonies' resources. It was probably the safest place in the entire Epic Plains at that moment, and to enter there, one needed a high-level clearance and had to undergo many security checks. At this moment, in a massive room, all the high-level figures of the three hegemonies were gathered together. The atmosphere was extremely grave because they were all aware of the current situation of the Epic Plains and the incoming mob, which was increasing day by day. Sitting at the very front were Lucy and Nelson, while only Gunnar's giant seats were empty. Both of them were one of the sharpest minds in the Epic Plains and always appeared calm. Yet today, those were looking extremely agitated, as if they were sitting on thin ice. Even they didn't know why Gunnar suddenly called this meeting, but they sure guessed from his voice that it wasn't something good. At this moment, the door opened. Gunnar, wearing an imposing crimson armor, entered, and he was releasing an intense murderous aura like a vicious wolf. Everyone felt that aura and their expression went pale, and they quickly lowered their head with trepidation. They all could tell that Gunnar was extremely furious for some reason right now. Even Lucy and Nelson hadn't seen Gunnar this furious before, and they both had known him for hundreds of years now. Gunnar stood in front of his seat and coldly stated while his murderous aura intensified even more, "I found the whereabouts of Faceless Ancient." Chapter 489, The Chairman's Declaration. I found the whereabouts of Faceless Ancient. Gunnar's words struck like thunder in everyone's ears, and their eyes widened as they looked at him with all kinds of expressions, mostly killing intent. "Where?" Nelson demanded in a thrilled voice while Lucy was also looking at Gunnar with elation. Ellie, who was sitting close to Nelson, was emitting killing intent. If anyone hated and were wary of Jacob, it would be these three because they knew if Jacob hated someone in the entire Epic Plains, it would be them. Lucy and Ellie now truly feared Jacob's revenge and want to get rid of him quickly and by any means necessary. However, that guy was like a ghost. He seemed to be everywhere, but at the same time, he was nowhere. They couldn't get any clues about his whereabouts. Nowadays, not only them but all the people here were afraid that Jacob would launch a White Sun missile on them. If Nelson hadn't assured them about his countermeasure against Jacob's mechanical weapons, none of them would sleep in peace. Gunnar's expression remained deadly cold as he replied, "He's in the trial plane." This was another unexpected bomb that dropped in the entire meeting room. "But how?" Lucy blurted in disbelief. "Moreover, how did you get this information and how reliable it is? Did someone come out from the trial? Isn't it too quick, or did someone get lucky and teleported close to the exit?" There was too much uncertainty in this information. Even Nelson was frowning because he felt all that excitement was for nothing, and this information was probably false. But still, Gunnar wasn't someone to jump the guns, so he wanted to hear the source of this information. Gunnar pursed his lips and angrily replied, "Evidently, my foolish daughter somehow snuck into the trial plains, and not only that, she even encountered and traveled with Faceless Ancient until that bastard cleared the trial condition. Seeing even my daughter could enter, I don't think it was a big deal for Faceless Ancient. I guess it's time for me to purge useless trash from our ranks." The entire room fell into deadly silence when they heard this unexpected information, and they looked at Gunnar with utter disbelief, and some of them finally understood why Gunnar seemed so pissed off. But the most ridiculous and grim news was about Faceless Ancient clearing a trial condition less than a month after the trial had started. Gunnar then started to explain how he got a call from Charlotte through the vermin transponder. He no longer cares about other findings about the vermin transponder, since that matter was nowhere near as important as Jacob wreaking havoc in the trial plane. Furthermore, this also proves another thing. Jacob wasn't the one who caused all those explosions or assassinations. There was someone else, probably the society killer. After Gunnar was done explaining the events in the trial planes, everyone in the room turned their focus on Nelson, who had some pale expression at this moment. Suddenly, Gunnar's focus turned to Lucy as she was wearing a mask. But her expression behind that mask was clearly hideous since her eyes were shimmering with killing intent. He coldly said, "Furthermore, I think Miss Manager owes us all an explanation. From what Charlotte told me, Faceless Ancient is a giant, not a golden elf, nor he had a crippled eye. Furthermore, he's as powerful as a peak epicrank combatant. I want to know where you got that information and why you trusted it so much. You should know because of that information. We turned our focus on elves while that guy was busy spreading his destructive weapons and making money." His words caused everyone to shift their focus on Lucy. Lucy was startled by this sudden discovery, and her eyes widened. "This. Are you sure?" she asked Gunnar with absolute shock. Gunnar gave her a threatening glare. "Are you doubting my daughter's ability to differentiate between a weak elf and a powerful giant? Are you working with him, you bitch?" Before Lucy could reply, Ellie stood up from her seat and pointed her finger at Lucy maliciously. Lucy's expression turned ashen as she glared at Ellie with killing intent. Mind your tongue, Vice Guild leader. Your allegation is completely baseless. Everyone knows here how much I have spent to get rid of Faceless Ancient. Then mind telling us why you give us false information on his appearance and race. You should know if he was really a giant all this time, then your proclaiming him an elf could be seen as a huge blunder. All our resources were wasted, not to mention all those golden elves we captured and put through torture would not be very pleased. In fact, all the elves present in this room and the entire elven community would like an explanation from their fellow elf. Nelson coldly questioned. He literally made Lucy the enemy of all elves, and the elves in this room looked at Lucy with a hint of hostility now. Everyone knew that elves stick together and don't let another race walk over them easily. But because of Lucy's information about Faceless Ancient being a golden elf, the entire elf community had been suffering from scorn and humiliation in these past few years. While the golden elf tribe was completely purged, not even children were spared. But now it all turned out to be nothing but a farce. Not to mention, Nelson and Ellie were there to ignite the flames and put Lucy under huge pressure, and it was even more hazardous for Lucy because she was also an elf. Lucy gave Nelson a ferocious glare before she coldly said, "If you really want to know, I'll tell you. I got that picture from the Dark Earl of the Dark City. He was the only person who had come in contact with Faceless Ancient in the Rare Plains. You can even confirm it with the Dark Earls once they arrive here. If you want to seek revenge, seek it with the Dark Earl, not me." Everyone frowned when the Dark Earl was mentioned. Even Gunnar showed a hint of doubt because if this was true, then even he couldn't do anything to a Dark Earl-level figure. "All right, if this is true, then I won't blame you," Gunnar spoke. "Besides, I don't think it's time to blame each other. It's a miracle Charlotte was able to live to tell the tale, and this also put us on the right track. Furthermore, she also killed the puppeteer zombie Dead Duke. Although she was reckless, and I will deal with her once I find her, she had done an excellent job and given us information that not even our most powerful informative couldn't. Since we know where the Faceless Ancient is, and he seemed to be capable of completing the trial quickly, just like he does in the Rare Plains, we can't sit still and wait for him to succeed." Gunnar's words caused many to become solemn. He then looked at Nelson and Lucy and said in an irrefutable tone, "I want you two to put your differences aside and figure out the trial type from the informant Charlotte had provided. Or at least narrowed it down to 3 possibilities. I'm giving you 12 hours. In the meantime, I'm going to put a team together and head inside myself, but if you still don't meet my demand, one of you is coming with me. This is my final verdict and there is no room for rejection," Gunnar declared before he left the room, leaving everyone gobsmacked while Nelson and Lucy appeared quite ashen. Chapter 490, Art of Nature. Fire Meditation, Part 1. It's been 3 weeks since Jacob started heading south and there were still no traces of Ice Plains ending. He had no idea that this place was so big, and teleporting closer to the Fiend Yeti was probably his luck. In these past 3 weeks, Jacob hadn't encountered any living being, but he did bump into a few dark beings which he killed on the spot. There were also no more small Fiend Yetis, and he reckoned that they were all dead. Another thing worth mentioning was he had consumed the Fiend Yeti's heart and corpse 6 days ago. Although he didn't know how much his strength had increased, he was brimming with strength, and his height had increased by 13 inches. Immortality had told him that his size would continue to increase with strength because of the giant fighting spirit aspect. Right now, he was probably at the peak of Epic -9 tier rank. Furthermore, he didn't know if he would get a unique glyph once he achieved the unique rank physique. A peak epic rank physique of a sorcerer had the strength of 100 kilotons and combatant 999 kilotons. While their mana capacity was the opposite. The people of Zodiac Plains measure mana capacity on the cosmic magic scale CMS. 1 CMS was equivalent to a mana capacity of peak star rank magic core. When the species entered the epic rank, the true difference between the two classes started to show. A peak epic mana core of a sorcerer has a mana capacity of 100 on CMS, while a combat only has 50. When a sorcerer entered the unique rank, their physical strength would reach 1 megaton and mana capacity 1000 CMS. On the other hand, a combatant strength would have a physical strength of 10 megatons and a mana capacity of 500 CMC. But these changes only occurred after the spirit or aura glyphs metallized. However, Jacob didn't follow this traditional class system, so he had no way of knowing, and Immortality refused to give him a clear answer, so all he could do was guess. As time passed and he still didn't see any end to the Ice Plains, Jacob started to be anxious because someone might figure out what the trial was and clear a condition. On this day, Jacob's footsteps finally came to a halt when he was at the peak of an ice mountain because he finally spotted someone other than White a few miles away. And he couldn't believe his eyes at first. "Are those flames?" he muttered in disbelief as he looked at the golden flames on the other side of the Ice Plains. This phenomenon was too ludicrous because the ice and fire seemed not to affect each other, and they were separated by clear boundaries as if some magical power separated them. Nonetheless, Jacob increased his pace as he headed toward the golden flames. Whichever the case was, Jacob knew these flames should be where another beast of direction was residing. As Jacob approached closer, he still couldn't feel the head, and he also saw that golden flames were burning over a golden desert, and those flames were about a foot tall. Even when he was only a step away from stepping into the burning golden desert, he still didn't feel any heat. At this moment, Jacob finally crossed that line between ice and fire, and the moment he stepped into it, the temperature changed from intense cold to intense heat. First, he felt cozy since he was traveling in a cold environment for days, but soon, he started to sweat as he could feel the high temperature more clearly. Jacob then took a step back and entered the ice plains again, and the heat vanished, replaced by cold. If these flames are like the snowfall, won't they have increased as I entered deeper into the desert? I might have handled low temperatures, but this intense heat might not have been so easy. Furthermore, these flames might increase in size as well. Jacob frowned as he looked at the burning desert while standing at the edge of the ice plains. But suddenly Jacob's eyes flashed, wait, this might be an opportunity. I've been putting aside the second meditation of the art of nature because, first, I don't have time to spare, and second, the environment's demands and risk for it are simply too dangerous and excessive. Furthermore, my water magic core can't be cultivated from 1-star epic rank to 2-star epic rank, but it can be molded according to scripture, and even abilities functions are the same. I've been wondering if it's related to the art of nature. Now that I've seen this burning desert, it's a perfect time to test my theory. Furthermore, if the second meditation is like the first meditation, then I'll get another magic core, and it will be extremely helpful. Although I need to clear this trial fast, I can't ignore the fact that those monsters are all unique rank, and the final monster might be even stronger. I don't know how much time I need to be a unique rank, but Art of Nature might be able to provide assistance. If the monster is related to fire, then I can't ignore it any longer, and this environment is hard to come by, unlike water. Who could have thought I would get the chance to try Art of Nature's second meditation exercise in this life, the fire meditation? I clearly remember how hard I laughed when I saw it. But now, Jacob's eyes shone with nostalgia. The art of nature was the only thing that connected him to his old world, and he even managed to complete the first mediation exercise after going through many troubles. But he always hesitates about the second meditation exercise, the fire meditation. This meditation exercise required him to meditate inside a burning fire for 120 hours, 48 hours more than the water meditation. However, after he experienced how the water mediation needed a massive amount of water absorption, he didn't know how much fire would take for him to complete this. Furthermore, unlike the water meditation, the fire meditation needed to be completed in one go, and if he weren't able to succeed, he would turn into ashes. This warning was written in the ancient book itself. That's why he was so afraid of starting this meditation exercise, because he didn't have a suitable environment, nor was he confident in his strength. However, now that he saw the burning desert, there was nothing but golden flames in sight. He couldn't help but think about taking this step. He was no longer the person he used to be, and now he was far more powerful than he first started. Besides, he was preparing many fire-type scriptures if he started this exercise one day, and the aura of Fire Knight was perfect for a fire magic core. So with the conviction of forming another magic core, Jacob entered the depths of the burning desert. However, Jacob didn't realize that his fear of death was slowly disappearing because of the fighting giant spirit. Chapter 491, Art of Nature, Fire Meditation, Part 2. Deep within the flame desert over 3-meter-tall golden flames, Jacob was flying with a gray disk as the temperature was around 400 degrees Celsius and he felt like he was burning. Just breathing here was like swallowing fire itself. If it weren't for the unique rank black robe he was wearing, Jacob would be in huge trouble. He was already hundreds of miles deep into the flame desert, and the ice plains had long vanished. At this moment, Jacob finally stopped, as he thought this distance was far more than eloquent enough to start the fire meditation. And he didn't have to worry about running out of flames, as this entire desert was burning in golden flames. He didn't want to go any further because he was sure there would be beasts like yetis, not to mention the temperate was a huge hindrance. And if that beast of direction was a fire type, then he didn't dare to face it without having some protection against fire. At this moment, landed on the burning sand. The clothes on his body started to vanish as he exposed his body to the golden flames, and Jacob gritted his teeth when he felt the flames start to char his skin the moment the treasure protected was gone. Although his body was strong now, it wasn't accustomed to handling this kind of temperature for much longer. He knew within a few minutes his skin would be completely burned, yet he still didn't lose his focus and quickly sat down cross-legged, and his long hair caught fire. God damn it, this better work. Jacob gritted his teeth while trying his best to endure being sitting within burning flames. At this moment, he closed his eyes and started to control his breathing accordingly. The breathing exercise of fire meditation required him to inhale flames 11 times before stopping his breathing altogether until he reached his limit. After reaching that limit, he would feel like fire ignited into his body, and only then would he start to exhale the breath of fire. Thereby, he needed to continue to exhale and breathe fire and repeat this same process again and again. Thereby, the fire would burn more fiercely and brightly until he became fire itself. This was the fire mediation of art of nature. As Jacob started to inhale flames with his mouth, he felt his insides start to burn, but he didn't stop and continued the process while his body was now completely charred. However, when he exhaled for the 11th time, Jacob suddenly felt his water core become active on its own, and potent water mana started to course through his body, greatly weakening the burning feeling. This was completely unexpected, nor was it written anywhere in the art of nature. But he started to understand why those exercises were ranked from first to fifth in strict order. The second exercise can't be done without completing the first. The same goes for the remaining ones. As the water mana coursed through his inner body, Jacob's mind started to become calm as the flames around his body no longer hurt so much. Especially after he stopped breathing, he felt a strange heat inside him rising very slowly. Furthermore, that heat wasn't painful but gentle, and as his breathing was completely stopped for around an hour, that gentle flame began to become more apparent. Moreover, right at this moment, Jacob was shocked because the 10x gravity suddenly descended upon him, and he nearly opened his eyes with sheer shock. Don't tell me, since I can now hold my breath for around 72 hours, the G-force will be the same at the peak of water mediation. Moreover, the true fire meditation will only start once I reach my limit. If that's the case, then didn't it mean if the fire meditation also turned up gravity every hour, I need to handle 1,200 extra G-force to complete this exercise? Jacob felt extremely alarmed when he thought about it. He never expected that the G-force would come back like this because when he tried water mediation, the G-force never occurred, and he thought he was done with that phase. But it didn't mean never to think about it coming back in fire meditation. However, he never expected it to come when the fire meditation hadn't even started yet. He might be confident in handling 1,200 G-force, but he wasn't sure if he could handle 720 extra G-force. It was simply too much for his body. However, the thing was, now there was no turning back. He had started the fire meditation initial process, and he had already started to feel its effect. Furthermore, the water magic core was clearly needed for this exercise as it was protecting him from burning alive. He didn't know what would happen if he broke his meditation now. So all he could do now was trust in art of nature and continue on since this hadn't disappointed him ever. Jacob's mind returned to tranquility again once he regained his resolve. Hour after hour, the G-force continued to increase while the heat within Jacob was getting intense, and the feeling of burning alive was completely gone. However, right now, Jacob's outer appearance is completely different. He appeared like a dry, charred corpse sitting within golden flames, yet for some strange reason there was no sign of him burning. Furthermore, the G-force seemed to be not affecting the surrounding area at all like previous times. It was like only Jacob could truly feel it, or it might be just an illusion at this moment. No one knows. Just like that, the 72nd hour passed, and Jacob felt like he was crushing down under a mountain. But strangely, the heat he felt at the start of the meditation was now a raging flame burning within him. Furthermore, he didn't run out of mana. In fact, Jacob was startled when he found that the water mana was becoming more and more potent as the G-force continued to increase. This could only mean that this water core rank was finally started to increase. This came as a great shock and pleasantly surprise, which gave Jacob even more motivation to persevere. Right at this moment, he finally reached his limit, and despite his mountainous pressure, he was not going to back down. Right at this moment, Jacob's completely charred lips suddenly parted slightly as cracks appeared all over his face, and shockingly, green fire suddenly breathed out, not empty air. The moment the green fire escaped from his mouth, the golden flames around him churned, and the next moment they started to swirl around his body. However, this wasn't the end. The green flame seemed to be heavy as stone, and it fell over Jacob's body and started to burn. When Jacob inhaled again, the golden flames sucked into his body, and when he exhaled next time, more green flames gushed out. The new green flame added to the already burning green flames, turning it larger and more intense. Consequently, more and more golden flames from the surroundings started to gather around Jacob, and he also sucked more golden flames every time he breathed. This was the sign of fire meditation successfully starting. Chapter 492, Art of Nature, Fire Meditation. Part 3. Jacob continued to inhale golden fire and exhale green fire, and hours passed by, but strangely, the G-force didn't budge from 720 G in 24 hours, much to Jacob's relief. However, after 24 hours, Jacob was burning in 50 feet high green flames while a tornado of golden flames surrounded him, and suddenly, a vast pressure descended on him. The 240 G force suddenly added in 720 G force altogether, and the green fire was suppressed until it was only 10 feet tall. Jacob was trance-like, but the pressure really jolted him, and he was barely able to keep his posture. He had gotten numb to the feeling of being burned alive while water mana continued to increase and supported him in this furnace-like environment. Furthermore, the green flames didn't actually burn him. Instead, they seemed to be doing something to his body. He could feel it, and the sensation of melting into the fire strangely turned pleasant as more and more time went by. After 48 hours, another 240 G force was added to 960 G force altogether, and the 100-foot-tall green flames around him started to compress again until they were 20 feet. At this moment, Jacob had lost all the feeling in his body. All he could feel was either water or fire, and he could still feel his heart, which had stopped beating, yet he could still feel his control over it. If someone else stumbled upon this location, they would find the flames from all over the desert in a 10-mile radius gathering around a massive fire tornado. That tornado continued to increase in size, and so did the flame radius. In fact, there were golden scorpions in this flame desert, and they were pretty sensitive towards fire and its intensity because it was their source of power. When an unusual amount of high-intensity flames started to gather at a single point, those golden scorpions started to move towards it like moths to fire. But the moment they entered anywhere near the golden fire tornado, they were shredded into pieces before turning into ashes, and even their magic cores turned into dust. However, those scorpions didn't stop. In fact, more and more started to be attracted by the flames until more giant scorpions showed up after the third day passed, and the fire radius increased by 15 miles from 10, and it continued to spread, attracting more scorpions. At this moment, a few hundred miles from where this phenomenon was occurring, was a pyramid lit in golden flames like the sun, and head intensity here were hundreds of times denser than anywhere in the entire burning desert. It was so high that even the giants from Flame Iron Giant tribe, known for their high affinity with fire and could endure up to 1,000 degrees Celsius temperature, could not approach it. Furthermore, only those species with fire affinity as high as the Flame Iron Giants could reach this point, while others would turn into ashes before they could even see this pyramid. At this moment, the second most powerful person in the Zodiac Warrior Alliance, Vice Chairman Andrew, was also present in this place, and with him were two more giants from the Alliance, all of which belonged to the Flame Iron Giant tribe. However, despite managing to come to this place, they can't go anywhere near the pyramid because it is simply too dangerous, and they instinctively dread that fire on the pyramid for some reason. Now they were struck with a choice between leaving this place and finding another exit or trying their luck anyway. The latter was akin to suicide. But after they all heard about Jacob's accomplishment, they were in a hurry to find an exit to report it back, and this pyramid might be their only shot. But now they seemed to have no other choice but to give up on that idea. Furthermore, they were continuously attacked by giant golden scorpions the closer they were to that pyramid, and they couldn't continue this much longer. However, things turned strange when the scorpions didn't attack them for 2 straight days as they all vanished in thin air, or they might have killed them all. But they were startled when the stoic pyramid suddenly trembled today, making the surrounding sand vibrate violently. Whoosh! At this moment, an ear-piercing shrill reverberated like thunder in the entire vicinity, and the pyramid shook even more violently. What is happening? Andrew's expression went pale as he looked at the pyramid in horror. What kind of thing is inside that pyramid? Do you think it is causing all these tremors? A skinny giant palely exclaimed. The elderly giant was somewhat calm, but his ashen expression wasn't any different from the other two. He grimly said, I don't know what is inside and what stirred it, but I think it's trying to get out. Let's give up on entering that place. It might not be a shackle but a den of monsters. Even if there is a shackle there, I don't think we can take on whatever monster is trapped there. Let's leave before it's break free. Andrew's expression changed a few times, and he was extremely reluctant to give up after coming this far. But that thing inside was causing him to feel fear just by its shrillness, and he could only imagine the size and strength of that thing that was shaking that gigantic pyramid. Furthermore, it was becoming increasingly violent, as if it was restless to break free. In the end, he grimly said, let's go. They all left towards the east using their fastest movement spells. At this moment, over 100 hours have passed since Jacob started the fire meditation, and there are only a few hours left before it will reach completion. The green flames around him were now approaching 250, the high mark, while the flame tornado was sized in miles that even the space around Jacob was trembling. However, Jacob at this moment had turned flames themselves. The only proof of his existence was his pitch-black infinity heart, 2 magic cores and magic orbits, nothing else remained. Chapter 493. Fire meditation at completion. Within the eye of a golden fire tornado, which was 25 miles in diameter and could be seen from a vast distance, a green fire 250 feet high was being slowly compressed into a humanoid shape until it reached the 50 feet mark. At this moment, the golden fire was getting sucked into that fiery green humanoid figure, making him brighter and brighter, while the green flames were now starting to turn sublime. Within these sublime green flames, an infinity symbol with a crimson orb like a tiny sun was present, and all of a sudden it started to pulse in a red glow. The next moment, the red pulse contained a tint of green and blue. Like a starry sky, the moment those green and blue tints appeared, ethereal starry nerve channels suddenly materialized within the humanoid sublime fire. These were the magic orbits of Jacob, and those magic orbits were now part crimson and part blue, while his cursed heart was connected to all of them, while a black hole was present on his solar plexus. Right now he had 2 brightly glowing stars. One was crimson and placed in his heart. The other was blue and located below his belly button. But all of a sudden, the crimson and blue magic orbits started to turn green, except for those 2 magic cores. A vortex started forming on the spot right below his neck. It was the sign of a new magic core formation. As the vortex was sucking all the surrounding fire, a bright green star started to take shape, and the magic orbits connected to it. When the green star fully formed, tiny white stars, the rectified star, started to appear one after another. When there were 9 rectified stars, the green star suddenly grew to the same size as the red and blue stars. At this moment, the white star's number started to increase even further. Similarly, another change started to happen at this moment within the ocean blue magic core when the 11th reified star appeared as the green star. The same started to happen with the blue star. The rectified stars in green and blue continued to increase until they were 99, which was the limit of epic star magic core. But it didn't stop, as the green and blue started to grow even further. They started to turn into ethereal round crystals before the rectified stars began to shine brightly like suns, and the 100th rectified star started to appear. The magic cores no longer looked like a cluster of lights, but a unique starry sky captured in a round crystal. This was the sign of a unique star magic core. The process completely stopped once the 100th star was successfully formed with 2 magic cores, which meant it was now a tier -1 unique magic core with a capacity of 999 rectified stars. Generally, the formation of unique aura or spirit glyphs should begin now. The magic core should start to connect with the mystic signature and begin its activation, which was within the black hole in the solar plexus. But it was only the case when someone had only a single magic core. Jacob has 3 magic cores, 2 unique ranks, and 1 epic rank. Furthermore, the cores made with the art of nature weren't showing signs of being either combat or sorcery-type magic cores like his hex magic core, which was clearly a sorcery type. Neither did they show any sign of being connected with the solar plexus. Furthermore, when a unique magic core is formed, one could etch corresponding rank magic spells or abilities on their magic cores with each successful new tier, which then allows them to use those magic spells with a simple thought. It was only possible when 100 rectified stars connected with the aura or spirit glyphs with either increased tier. But there was no glyph right now, so this would also rob Jacob of the ability to etch anything on his magic core. Still, he now had 209 rectified stars, which means he could form many abilities with them, so it was not a bad deal either. At this moment, the 50-meter green humanoid figure started to compress with the green magic core, and magically bones started to appear with the magic orbits, forming a skeleton, and then organs, blood, mass, muscles, skin, and finally bright silver hair began to grow. A celestial-like naked giant body was formed as the devilish face of this man was tranquil, and his eyes closed as if he were in deep slumber. At this moment, the 121st hour of the fire meditation began. Jacob's eyelids sprang open, and the 1920G force around him burst like a bubble. Thereby, the golden firestorm around him blasted into all directions, creating a massive sandstorm, and all the fire within a 30-mile radius stopped because of this powerful shock wave. In fact, the once 2-meter-tall flames were now only a few centimeters tall, and it was the case for a massive area, not just the area being affected by fire meditation. Jacob had absorbed a vast sea of flames. If he hadn't been in this place, he might have never been able to complete it. It took Jacob a few moments to understand as he stood naked in the giant crater he had just created. He was no longer feeling the heat and was comfortable despite the temperature around him being over 3,000 degrees Celsius right now. The next moment, he closed his eyes to check the magic core conditions, and when he opened them again, they were shining brightly with ecstasy. He opened his palm and the next moment green flames appeared on it and he tried to conjure water from his other hand. It instantly appeared. With fire in one hand and water in the other, his lips rose in excitement. Not only my two magic cores are now unique rank, but I can control them simultaneously at will. But why can't I sense any spirit or aura glyphs, nor can I tell if I had awakened by mystic signature? It should be possible now, but I still can't. What is going on? Jacob frowned a little when he thought about this strange problem. According to the books he had read, he should have been able to feel his unique glyph once he connected with his unique magic core, but he couldn't. In his mind, he should have two magic glyphs because he now had magic cores, and that clearly wasn't his limit. Once the hex magic core becomes unique, he should get another one. But not to mention three, he didn't even get one, which made him baffled, and he wondered if those books left behind by the Witch Queen were just a sham. In the end, Jacob stops paying attention and decides to confront Immortality about it, after seeing what would happen once the hex magic core reaches the unique rank. Right now, he wanted to use those extra rectified stars as quickly as possible, cultivate his fire magic core with aura of Fire Knight Universal Scripture, and gain the same control over his fire as he had over water. However, while he happily increased his strength, he had no idea that he had made the burning desert too easy for others to travel in because he had absorbed over 60% of the golden flames and unknowingly killed 98% of the golden scorpion's population. Chapter 494, Reinforcement arrives. Andrew's retreating team suddenly stopped when they noticed the intensity of the heat suddenly plummeted. Andrew looked at his companions with surprise. Something strange is going on here. Let's continue. It's not time to hesitate. The elder giant said as he knew what Andrew was thinking. At this moment, the other giant suddenly exclaimed, "Vice Chairman, Fifth Elder, look, I think that's a group of people." Both of them quickly looked in the pointed direction with surprise, and they all spotted a group of at least 50 people a few hundred meters away from them. And that group was coming in their direction, which meant they also noticed them. "Is that Fire Tyrant ranked 9th in our alliance?" Fifth Elder spoke with a hint of ecstasy. Andrew smiled faintly, clearly happy to see this person, and nodded, "Indeed, but why did he enter so early? Weren't they supposed to come here after someone exited this place? Did someone succeed?" Without hesitation, those three quickly approached the ground. In the distance, another flame iron giant with a bulky build and two battle axes attached to his gray armor led a large group of three hegemonies, smiling at Andrew. This menacing giant was the Fire Tyrant of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance and ranked 9th in the power ranking of the Alliance. "Vice Chairman, I never thought you would be in this hell." Fire Tyrant laughed gladly as he gave Andrew a bear hug. They were both fellow tribesmen and had an amiable relationship with each other. "Ha ha ha," said the person who likes hell more than paradise. Andrew laughed heartedly. The group behind Fire Tyrant was looking at Andrew with great respect as they all knew about the legendary vice chairman of the Alliance. Rumor has it that his power was only second to the Alliance Charmin Gunnar, and he volunteered to enter this place as a vanguard. Fire Tyrant stepped back and grinned at Fifth Elder. "Old man, it seemed you still have a death wish, huh?" Fifth Elder sneered. "I'm still stronger than you, snot-nosed brat." "Ha, as fearsome as ever," Fire Tyrant laughed. "Stop your yapping, tell me who comes out," Andrew asked as his expression turned serious. Fire Tyrant's jolly expression turned stern as he said, "No one comes out. But we got the information about Faceless Ancient thanks to Princess. Right now, Chairman Gunnar and President Nelson have entered themselves to ensure that guy won't cause any more trouble. But because of our limited resources, we can't contact them. Only 3 people have given away to make contact with them, and we need to find them." Andrew and others were startled when they heard this unexpected news and sighed in relief when they heard the outside was aware of Faceless Ancient. Then they started asking questions about how they made contact, and Fire Tyrant began to fill them in and showed them a vermin transponder, and they finally understood what was happening. "Although I'm glad this all went well. But the little princess is too reckless to enter this place. What would happen to her if Faceless Ancient acted against her?" The Fifth Elder frowned unhappily, and a hint of worry was present in his voice. Andrew pursed his lips. "She's indeed reckless. I expect nothing less from the little princess. Still, if not for her, we might all have been screwed. Let's find the chairman. I'm sure he will find the princess first, and Faceless Ancient might be lying low for now." Fire Tyrant shook his head and sternly and unexpectedly said, "No, according to President Nelson, this trial might be about hunting beasts. Before coming here, he predicted that the shackle would only break after a beast trapped in an ice tower was killed, or it had something to do with the tower's destruction. The princess even confirmed it herself, and after coming here he said to look for such structures, and if there are more beasts trapped there, then this trial is about either killing the trapped beasts or destroying those structures. Andrew and his two companions looked at each other, with shocked and a hint of realization. Fire Tyrant at this moment looked at the horizon where the silhouette of a pyramid was apparent and said with a sigh, "I have to admit President Nelson's guess was spot on, and I think you knew what I'm talking about." Andrew's expression went cold as he nodded. "Indeed, we are coming from that pyramid direction, and we can also confirm something ghastly is trapped in there. But we decided to retreat because whatever was trapped inside was way above our league. However, if what President Nelson asserted is true, then we have to kill that beast and destroy that pyramid before faceless ancient or dark beings do. Furthermore, for some reason, the golden scorpions hadn't attacked us in 3 days while the temperature of this place had dramatically reduced. So, I think something might be happening with the beast inside the pyramid. If you're willing to take the risk, we should return." Fire Tyrant showed a deep frown. This time the fifth elder didn't try to stop any of it because this matter was grave. "All right, let's go. If we can't enter it, then no one else can. We'll then try to regroup with the chairman. Only he can handle high-intensity fire among all the people in the epic plains," suggested Fire Tyrant. Andrew and others nodded and they all headed back to the pyramid. 2 days passed and Jacob was already done learning 12 more abilities, and right now, he had 14 magic abilities. The more powerful the ability, the more rectified stars one needed to form the star magic formations. He had 5 water-type magic abilities, including those in Universal Scripture, 1 Cursed, 4 Enhanced, and 4 Fire types. He still has 28 rectified stars left in his Fire core, but he saved them for Inferno Flames ability from the Aura of Fire Knight. Any element-type ability can only be formed in the same element magic core, with the only exception being enhancement-type abilities. That's why Jacob can only use magic abilities related to his elements. Just like that, one more day passed and Jacob was finally done preparing and started his journey again. Chapter 495, The Flame Pyramid, Part 1. Today, Jacob finally spotted the silhouette of the faraway pyramid and instantly knew where to go. First the ice mountain and now this pyramid. I wonder what other prominent structures are here. This trial is becoming more and more pronounced, and people might soon figure out that it is about hunting. This is getting cumbersome, and I need to report my progress in a few days. Even after acquiring 2 unique rank magic cores, I still couldn't get rid of that slave rune. I wonder if it would be destroyed after the hex magic core evolved into a top-tier unique magic core, which is not possible at this moment. Still, even if it gets destroyed, I need to make sure not to let that cunning free sword find out. He still has his use. Jacob mused as he decided to pick up his pace and use the flying disc. The temperature was no longer a problem for him, and he hadn't encountered any beasts yet. Furthermore, now that he has 2 unique magic cores worth of mana, he can afford to waste some. Furthermore, this way, he would be out of reach and could continue to work on his new fire magic and get more familiar with it. Before, he only focused on forming the star magic formations because they were relatively easy, and he needed to enhance his magic combat ability. Now he can learn the spells he had, and with both fire and water, his combat abilities would soar tremendously. As for sorcery, he only needs his hex magic core and long-range weapons. This was a path Jacob chose for himself, and it was the most optimal path for him. Right now, he needed to collect more hearts to increase his cursed blood and increase his mana capacity. Because his mana capacity is directly connected with his infinity pendant, evolving the core would only provide him with 99 more rectified stars, not that level's hex mana. So learning the fire and water spells was more practical in the long run, while the cursed magic he picked from the Vile Witch layer needed more research and time, not to mention rectified stars, which he doesn't have right now. Before learning the truth from Immortality, he thought he could continue his research here while lying low after completing a condition. But now, he didn't have that luxury. Furthermore, fire and water together opened many possibilities for someone like Jacob, and with his newfound fire immunity, he can be more reckless with his atomic weaponry. As for the third meditation exercise of the art of nature, the environment required for it was extremely hard to find, even more than this burning desert, and Jacob also did not think he could handle the G-force with his current physique. So he didn't even think about it. With his flying disc, Jacob got close to the pyramid within 3 days, and now he was close enough to see the 500-meter-high burning pyramid. But the surrounding flames were only 3 meters high, but the surrounding temperature was naturally higher than anywhere else in the entire desert. Still, Jacob only felt slightly hot and started to look for an entrance. The pyramid didn't have any entrance, and it seemed to be carved with gigantic stone. There were no traces of it being built by bricks or anything else. It was at this moment Jacob spotted an anomaly at the tip of the pyramid and directly headed there. But since he can endure that temperature, it doesn't mean his tools can. When he was close to the peak, the disc under his feet showed signs of melting and it started to shake. Well, what do I expect from a rare rank treasure? Jacob frowned a little and decided to jump toward the pyramid before the disc entirely lost its ability to fly. Boom! Jacob left a small shockwave as he jumped as high as he could, took out his blades, and tried stabbing them on the pyramid's smooth surface and succeeded. He was now only a little bit over 100 meters away from the pyramid tip, and started to climb using his swords like an ice axe and slowly made his way towards the top. When he finally reached the pyramid's edge, he spotted the anomaly. He noticed the top was hollow. Surprisingly, a stairway led downwards. Only someone from above could notice this passage, and even then it would take someone with splendid sight since it was covered in flames. Looking at the dark passage within the flames, Jacob delayed for a moment before he walked in with his swords. He didn't sense any danger and the passage had no flames. When Jacob entered the passage, he saw the stairs were spiral, and within the center was an image of a golden scorpion inscribed on the floor. Slowly heading down, Jacob was fully vigilant. But there was no movement as he got closer to the end of the spiral staircase, and when he was only a few steps away from the bottom, he found a massive golden door a few meters away from the stairs, and it was also carved with a scorpion symbol. Could it be a trap? Jacob mused while looking at the scorpion inscription on the floor. He avoided stepping on it and directly jumped towards the golden door. Now, whatever was behind, he had to open the door to see it, and he still avoided touching it and used his sword to try to push it. Creak! A creaking sound was heard in the silent passage, and the door slowly pushed in, which was somewhat strange, but Jacob didn't stop and continued to open it. When the door was fully opened, a spacious stone hall appeared in Jacob's view and the walls were filled with murals. But what drew Jacob's attention was a white column with runes all over it, and on top of this column was a buoyant, thick golden book. Jacob's eyes shimmered with surprise and uncertainty, and upon looking closely the book was etched with black runes that read, Noble Spirit Flames, Chapter 496, The Flame Pyramid, Part 2. Noble Spirit Flames. Now this is peculiar. Jacob narrowed in eyes with uncertainty. This was entirely out of his expectations since he imagined a beast of direction behind that door, not this mysterious book. Furthermore, by its name, it was clearly related to magic. Could there be hidden treasures like the dark ruins here as well, not just the legacy pieces? Then had there been also some hidden treasure in that tower? Jacob felt some regret when he thought about it because if his conjecture was true, then he really lost a valuable treasure. Still, he didn't care too much since keeping his life in that blast was the most significant gift he could hope for. But now, he had a treasure in front of him, and there was no point in hesitating, and he entered the chamber. There were no traps in his way toward the column, nor could he feel anything as he stood before the buoyant book. Still, just to be sure, he used his sword to touch the book, and the moment the blade tip came in contact with the book's surface, it seemed to have lost its magic power and fell on the column. The next moment, a voice of stones grinding against each other ran, and the column started to sink into the floor. Jacob was startled and quickly grabbed the book before it sank with the column and vanished forever. When he picked it up, he felt he was touching cold metal. But he didn't have time to pay it any heed as his focus was on the voices in the chamber, and when he looked back, he just happened to see the door behind him getting closed. His expression changed as he knew he had activated some mechanism by touching the book. Just as the column was sunk entirely into the floor, right on its spot, the floor started to slide open, and under Jacob's baffled eyes, another stairway was revealed and all the noises stopped after that. Looking confused and alert, Jacob looked around and waited for something to happen, but everything was fine even after a few minutes. That's it. Jacob found it hard to believe, but the proof was right before him. It wasn't a trap, but just a mechanism to open the door towards the next layer in the pyramid. He got that book for free. After calming his tightened nerves, Jacob finally looked at the golden book in his hand. It appeared really made with solid gold, and he tried to open it. The first page appeared, which seemed to be made with a sheet of golden threads, and the writing was graceful. On the first page there was written, Magic Ability Scripture Holy. Noble Spirit Flames, the strongest flames in this world are those that only burn evil and heal the good. The noble spirit flames are holy and pure, and can burn every vile dark being and heal every noble living being in this world. This ability is for those who seek salvation in fire and had the noble purpose of ridding the world of the darkness and illuminating it with holy luster. Requirement: Spirit Fire Rectified Star Requirement. 500 Effect on living, healing internal external injuries, curses, poisons. Effect of dark beings, deadly poisons, extremely hard to recover from. Burn both corporeal and ethereal entities. An extremely rare holy-type magic ability scripture, and it's not just any random scripture either, but by its ridiculous requirement of spirit fire and rectified stars, it appeared to be an advanced unique rank scripture. Jacob's eyes hone with ecstasy because he knew just how rare the holy magic was. It was just like his curse magic, but the opposite in nature. Where the curse magic inclined toward harm, the holy magic was for healing and support, not to mention it was the bane of dark beings. But it was as rare as curse magic, and Jacob knew just what kind of ruckus this one scripture could cause in epic plains. Even in the unique plains, he was confident that all the powers would pay a hefty price to get a hold of it, especially when it only required a spirit fire magic core. Jacob sighed in pity as he stored the book away. Even if I have this book, this is useless if I don't have the spirit glyph. Meeting the rectified star requirement means nothing. If I had met all the requirements, I would have learned it in a heartbeat over other magic abilities. At this moment, Jacob finally focused on the surrounding murals. He didn't dare to ignore anything like this in a trial, even if it was straightforward. There were 8 different scenes in those murals. The first showed a silvery tree, a blue humanoid figure, a golden scorpion, and a purple snake gathering around a black egg, which was quite strange. In the next scene, with the addition of those 5, another black humanoid figure riding some beast. In the other 6 murals, those 4 were fighting the rider, and that was it. There was no result of their fight. But Jacob was looking at those 4 monsters, the black egg, which remained stoic in every scene, and the rider, who seemed to wield a bronze stall. If I presume the blue humanoid figure as the fiend yeti of ice plains and the golden scorpion the best of flame desert. Could it be those 5 are the beasts mentioned in the requirements, while the person fighting them is the hunter? But what is that black egg that was being protected by those 4? Or it's just some random shit that I'm taking too seriously, Jacob mused. In the end, Jacob stops thinking about it too much. If his conjecture was correct, he'll know soon once he confronts the other beasts of directions. Still, the black egg gave him a terrible feeling for some reason. Jacob then took the stairs and headed further down the pyramid, chapter 497, The Beast of South, Deathstalker, Part 1. The staircase was slanting and pretty deep. Just as Jacob was heading down, the staircase suddenly started to shake. In fact, the entire pyramid started to experience tremors. What is happening? Jacob was startled. Roar. The next moment, he heard a mighty roar from below, and he got a pretty good idea of what had caused those tremors. Don't tell me someone else is here, or did it sense my presence? Jacob mused with a grim expression and increased his pace downwards. At this moment, he finally reached the end of the staircase, met with another golden door, and used his sword to push the door slowly. The door was open like the previous one, but this time in front of Jacob wasn't a stone hall. Instead, there wasn't any footing, but the passage was over 100 meters above the floor, and powerful sounds were coming from below. In the 1,000 cubic meter wide area of the pyramid, a 100-meter wide and 50-meter tall golden scorpion with a long menacing crimson stinger which was lit in a golden fire was raining down golden fireballs at his giant attackers. Its crimson pincers seemed to be made with fire, and every time it struck those attackers, a destructive heat wave would release. On the other hand, the attackers were 7 giants, 4 elves, 3 kobolds, and 9 barbarians holding different weapons. They attack the fiery golden scorpion from different angles but seem to be failing terribly as its sharp legs are covered in a golden sheen, and they can't seem to approach it, and it is pretty quick on its legs. Furthermore, over 25 sorcerers were standing in the distance, and they were trying to counter its fire magic with their own, but they were also struggling. The beast seemed to be overwhelming that part of over 50 people, and they were all mighty, especially those combatant giants as they were releasing flames of their own, which made him think of Charlotte's crimson flames. Nonetheless, they can't even approach the beast, much less land an attack, and the scorpion seemed to be not even trying as it continued to rain down powerful fireballs while randomly waving around its pincers. It was almost as if it was playing with them. The giant holding a 6-meter-long and 1-meter-wide broadsword roared in frustration, "This bastard is toying with us. We can't waste our energy. Use your strongest attack-type magic scrolls." He was none other than Vice Chairman Andrew. Fire Tyrant cut the fireball with his axe with some difficulty and grimly nodded. "Indeed, this bastard is far stronger than we anticipated. I gathered it might not be an epic rank at all. If this doesn't work, we need to retreat." The next moment, the combatants take out a magic scroll of their own, and they all release them toward the scorpion, and all sorts of magic attacks materialize in the air and shoot toward it. The scorpion let loose a mighty roar, and its fiery singer suddenly moved like a spear, and a liquid substance like lava suddenly released from its gland. The moment that lave-like liquid touched the magic attacks, it burned them all and headed towards the attackers without stopping. The vanguards were startled before they felt appalled by that lava, and they knew they had to absolutely dodge it, while the sorcerers were a little slow and tried to use their magic barriers to stop, and some used movement magic to escape from its range. The moment that lava touched the magic barriers of the sorcerers, it burned right through it, and the moment it landed on the sorcerers, they didn't even have time to scream and they melted away. 8 sorcerers died just like that, and 2 combatants also met the same fate. Furthermore, the effect of that lava didn't just end with burning. A potent crimson smog started to be released from it, and the temperature in the vicinity also rose drastically. It was a hellish scene of carnage, and Andrew also released just how powerful the scorpion was, and the gap between them was overwhelming. Could it be this bastard is really not epic rank? His heart sank and he roared furiously, "Retreat." Everyone quickly retreats. We are no match for this thing. No one objected to this welcoming decision, and they quickly headed towards a crude hole in the pyramid wall which was clearly just made. However, the scorpion seemed to have no intention of letting them escape, and cunning viciousness surfaced in its ruby eyes. It raised its stinger again and shot another blast of lava toward the exit. "Block it or we'll all be dead." The fifth elder roared in panic as he was the furthest away from the exit, and he knew only 2 or 3 people would make it at this moment. Furthermore, the crimson smog started to show its proper effect. As it turned out, it was highly toxic, and one of the elves inhaled it. He instantly started coughing blood before power seemed to leave his body, and he dropped in agony. Now, escape was even more critical as no one wanted to die. Everyone used their strongest magic scrolls and sent them in the way of the toxic lava to desperately block it. However, the toxic lava seemed to be the bane of magic, and it burned through every magic they thought at it like a knife in butter and directly landed in the pathway. Also, one of the sorcerers who was about to enter it, the lava instantly turned him into smoke there and then. Everyone was appalled now that their escape route was filled with toxic lava, and they weren't sure if their magic barrier could pass through it. The atmosphere turned heavy and suffocating as despair washed over everyone. The scorpion didn't even give them a chance to settle down, and at this moment its entire body started to glow golden, making it appear like a sun, and the temperature was even higher. "Everyone, it's do or die now. Try to escape even if you can't make it. I need one of us to leave here and find someone to pass this information along, so make your death count." Andrew roared with bloodshot eyes as his broad sword shimmered in a crimson hue. Jacob, who was watching this with great interest, couldn't help but chortle darkly, "Heth, I'm afraid I can't let you do that nor let that bastard waste away so many good hearts." The next moment, Twin Titan's sniper rifle appeared in his hand, and he comfortably laid down and locked on the glowing scorpion. Chapter 498. The Beast of South Deathstalker Part 2. Chapter 498. The Beast of South Deathstalker Part 2. The sun-like glowing scorpion raised the space temperature to over 4,000 degrees Celsius, and the scorching light from his body was not ordinary either. It was filled with radiation. The trapped party members of Andrew felt like they were being burned alive in a poisonous furnace, and they were literally inhaling fire. At this moment, those without fire affinity started to drop on the scorching floor as their skill made sizzling sounds. But 2 sonic booms rang right then before powerful explosions sounded above the glowing scorpion. Jacob frowned a little. He's emitting so much heat that the bullets can't even touch its shell and blast off in the air. Since that's the case, let's see if he could melt advanced rank friction killer bullets made with diamond iron. The next moment, another magazine filled with blue bullets, which seemed to be made with diamonds, appeared in his hand, and he switched it with the atomic bullet magazine, and without hesitation he took a shot. Bang, bang, the high-velocity bullets directly pierced through the heat and hit the scorpion under it. Roar. A furious roar rang at this moment. It must have stung, huh? Jacob's lips rose slightly. Since the beast was roaring in agony, it could only mean the bullets were effective. Without hesitation, Jacob started to fire rapidly and emptied the 20 bullets magazine, which cost him 1 million ZC in a nutshell. Andrew and Fire Tyrant, as well as the other living members of the team, were shocked when they heard so many powerful sonic booms, and they finally spotted an open space above the wall and the twin muzzle of the rifle. Furthermore, the scorpion stopped glowing at this moment and reappeared, but this time there were cracks on its golden shell. "Who is this?" Andrew exclaimed, but everyone was as clueless as him. Still, they knew whoever it was. It was on their side since he saved him by shooting the beast. An ray of hope finally ignited in their heart. The scorpion at this moment roared furiously as it finally averted its attention from the dying ants and turned its giant body in search of the assaulter. But before it could, 2 bullets suddenly shot again, and this time they landed in its ruby eyes, and before the pain could overcome, another pair of bullets landed on its remaining eye, blasting it to watery bits. A painful howl was released as the beast lost its eyes, and crimson blood gushed out from the wound and started vaporizing as it streamed on the seething floor. At this moment, Jacob switched his magazine again with the atomic bullets because the scorpion was no longer emitting heat and had lost its eyes. Hence, it was the perfect chance to put it out of its misery before it started to go berserk like the fiend Yeti. Furthermore, the crimson glowing muzzle of Twin Titan had few cracks on it, and he knew it wouldn't last for much longer, nor did he want to use an atomic grenade here if it was not necessary. However, before he could take the shot, he saw Andrew, Fire Tyrant, and Fifth Elder closing in fast with their brandished weapons. They were taking advantage of this situation to get the kill because they had no idea who this person was, and giving away a shackle to an unknown person was too risky. So despite their conditions, they moved to finish it off even if they had to offend their savior. Jacob's eyes went cold, but he didn't want to miss this chance, so he took the shot at the scorpion's skull. His bullets were far faster than those three wounded idiots, and the scorpion was in a state of shock and pain. This time the glowing bullets directly hit the open eye wound, and two harrowing blasts rang, creating shock waves that even made the incoming three attacks block them. Without stopping, Jacob shot another dual shot, and the beast's skull was finally blasted open as it filled with a low-intensity dying shriek. Right at this moment, SAAI's impassive voice sounded in every corner of the hunter's necropolis, like the time, with the only difference being Jacob was conscious to hear it. Congratulations, faceless ancient, for clearing a trial condition. SAAI made the same announcement 4 more times, and Jacob's heart was as cold as ice as it finally dawned on him, and he got the meaning behind the message he received. Your glorious deeds have been spread far and wide. It wasn't like this in the Dark Ruins. If this same announcement was made last time, then didn't this mean everyone knew I was the one who cleared the first condition, and if someone gets out with that information? Jacob felt rage bubbling up since this one thing would change everything. But he had other things to worry about. The rifle suddenly vanished, and another single-muzzle rifle appeared with the diamond iron bullets magazine. The conscious members down below were in utter shock when they heard the announcement and the name they were all supposed to look out for. Yet that same guy claimed another shackle right under their nose. At this moment, death gripped Andrew's heart as his fine hair stood in alarm, and before he could snap out of his shock, his head blew off like a watermelon. Run, he's going to kill us all. Bang, the Fifth Elder bellowed before his head exploded. No, Fire Tyrant's expression paled as he quickly used a barrier to cover his body and tried to take cover behind the dead body of the scorpion. Alas, he didn't even move 2 meters before another sonic boom rang, and the magic barrier around him blasted apart with his head. With the only 3 movable combatants gone, Jacob didn't bother with anyone else because everyone else was immobilized while some were on the verge of dying. It was all because of the radiation emitted by the scorpion. Jacob finally jumped down from the hidden passage as he walked towards his trophies. One unique beast and others were some of the most prominent figures of the epic plains, especially the dead vice-chairman of the Zodiac Warrior Alliance. Chapter 499, The Beast of South, Deathstalker, Part 3. As Jacob landed on the scorching floor, he felt the toxic heat even more clearly, but unlike others, it wasn't that effective on him, especially after getting the unique rank Fire Magic Core. Still, his expression didn't look like someone who just won a fight against a unique rank beast and cleared a condition. He was still gloomy about the open announcement, which caught him off guard, and now he knew that everyone knew who had cleared not just 1 but 2 conditions in less than 3 months. Everyone will be on his tail now, even the dark begins, and he is afraid the others will soon figure out what this trial is about. The sense of urgency increased further instead of lessening. His star watch vibrates at this moment and he sees the notification. Congratulations on killing the Beast of South, Deathstalker. Your glorious deeds have been spread far and wide. Jacob harumphed coldly, clearly displeased, and then headed towards the bodies lying there. Although it was unfortunate, he had to move forward. He wasn't the one who made these rules. He quickly stowed the bodies of the team members before they would further contaminate or burn, and only then he moved towards the scorpion, Deathstalker's carcass. He had to admit that Deathstalker's outer shell was instantly sturdy, and that it was only cracked even after enduring all those bullets from his rifle. If the Deathstalker was solely focused on him like the Fiend Yeti, he knew he could never have been able to take out his eyes and turn them into vulnerability to use his atomic bullets. So he had to give some credit to kind baits, and now they would all be turned into his dinner. But first, he checked the beast's mingled neck where its head was supposed to be a few moments ago and found no glowing scroll of magic core. So he turned the beast upside down using his tremendous strength, revealing the weakest part of its body, and started to dissect it. He was very interested in that lava-like poison for his whammy poison research, so he cut the entire tail and stowed it separately. Its outer shell was probably a unique rank material that could do wonders in someone like Jacob's hands, and everything that wasn't a material was food. Even the bolting blood was nutritious because of its rank. Jacob didn't let go of anything to waste from this beast, and just like he finally reached the beast's heart in the middle of its gigantic cheek. It was a unique tubular heart, and right below it was a palm-sized golden orb giving off intense heat. It was the Fire Magic Core, and Jacob stowed it away without hesitation. Just like the last time, the moment he removed the heart, a glowing scroll appeared, and he smiled as he touched it, and the next moment, it turned into a golden streak and vanished into his star watch. Congratulations, Faceless Ancient, for acquiring Hunter's Legacy piece. Please acquire all the legacy pieces to convert them into complete Hunter's Legacy. Hunter's Legacy pieces, 2/5 note. Hunter's Legacy pieces can be traded through Star Waters. In case a trial participant kills the legacy piece owner, the legacy piece will be transferred to the killer. In case the legacy piece owner dies naturally or by some monster, after 48 hours, the legacy piece will be randomly transferred to a random beast of direction. The same notification appeared, and he closed it with a thought, and now he looked at the beast's big heart and cut it out. I might be able to achieve the unique rank physique with this heart, if not all the hearts I have yet to consume. Let's begin with the main course first. Without hesitation, Jacob took a massive bite from the scorching heart of Deathstalker, and he felt like he just took a piece of burning lava into his mouth. Still, his fire immunity helped him consume it without much damage. And the moment the heart entered his system, powerful heat energy started to course through his body, making Jacob's eyes widen slightly. Looking at the big heart, his eyes shone as he started to eat like a beast without stopping for even a second, as his body size started to visibility grow. Jacob also didn't seem to notice a faintly glowing door appearing on the western wall of the pyramid at this moment. While Jacob was reaching new heights in power, the same could not be said to the others who heard about his other glorious deed, and now everyone started to turn restless. In a place filled with poisonous miasma and dark, muddy waters, the dead Duke of South, the bloody white dead Duke in his dark armor and cape, was moving while the water behind seemed to rip in his direction. It was like the water surface was moving with him. But the truth was, there were hundreds of dark beings swarming behind the bloody white dead Duke as his spooky murmuring could be heard in this gloomy place. Another shackle has been broken. I'm dead? No, I'm not dead if I blame that zombie, but still, 2 broken shackles mean 2 dead, so I'm dead. His spooky, gruff voice was filled with fear and trepidation as he kept murmuring whatever came to his fearful mind. Right at this moment, the bloody white dead Duke suddenly halted as his loose mouth closed, and a pair of silvery flames danced under his capped head as he looked in the distance, where a pair of wilted trees with dry branches bending into the dark waters were. On top of one of the trees was the sitting figure of a graceful masked woman adorned in a black dress. Her astute, icy eyes looked at the bloody white dead Duke without any fear as she said, "Bloody white dead Duke, it's a pleasure to meet you. I share a common background with you as the loyal vessel of His Majesty, the King of Dead. As we both know, the Faceless Ancient has already broken 2 shackles in astonishing time. So I'm pretty sure you might be anxious to report it to the King of Dead before it's too late, especially now that 2 of the shackles are gone, and we have no idea how many more are there. But the thing is, I can't leave this place because I'm on a deadly mission. But you might be glad to hear that I've discovered an exit, and I'm willing to lead you there only if you tell His Majesty about my contribution." The woman impassively spoke her terms while revealing the only thing that the bloody white dead Duke wanted the most right now. Bloody white dead Duke's silvery flames blazed brightly as he questioned in an amusing yet ferocious tone, "And who might you be, little lamb?" The woman replied, utterly unfazed by the ghastly aura emitted by the bloody white dead Duke, "Just tell His Majesty the former Shiro sent her regards and the assets now can be recovered. I'm sure the King of Dead will personally descend this time." Chapter 500, Unique Physiology. After Jacob consumed the entire scorpion's heart, he started to feel extremely lethargic, and he knew he needed a massive amount of nutrition right away. So he began to devour the rest of the scorpion without leaving its bones, biting through them like they were biscuits. However, he soon found that wasn't enough, so he began to consume the bodies of Andrew and his team, including their hearts. But it only helped him a little, as the more he consumed, the more he felt the gulf he needed to fill this time. In the end, not only did he devour everything, including his reserve, but he even had to consume 40% of his Titan Tears reserves to feel complete. He had prepared over 100 liters of epic rank Titan Tears with all the Titan iron he could get his hands on, and 40% of them were gone just like that. At this moment, Jacob looked at his own body with a hint of dread and elation. The former because now he was 10 meters tall and his pale white skin had a tint of silvery glow on it, which looked highly sublime. While the latter because he was brimming with unimaginable strength like never before. Jacob knew the size of a giant was predetermined by their bloodline, as their strength was extensively present by their size to oppress their opponents. But their growth was not increased every time they leveled up. However, with the fighting giant spirit aspect, Jacob's size continued to increase with his growing power. After his last rapid growth in power, his size seemed to be blasted through the roof, and the more full he became, the more it increased. Only after he broke in the 10 meters did it stop, and it was only then that he fully integrated with his power level. He was sure his cursed blood condensing was above 40% or might be touching 50%. This means that he was now a holder of a unique rank physique, and the instinct to seek powerful opponents to test his might against also increased tenfold after this power-up. This goes against Jacob's intent to remain low profile and humble to trick his opponent into thinking he is a weak target. All in all, this goes everything against his very being. A tower over 10-meter-tall giant was in no way low-key, and he even believed that he might be the tallest giant in the entire epic plains right now, which would draw too much attention. Not to mention, if this continues, he needs to change his entire arsenal of weapons and armor to suit his new body. But he couldn't ignore that he had finally achieved the strength of a unique rank species, and with his giant body, he could now tear apart any tier -9 epic with his bare hands, or even tier -1 unique rank would be helpless against him. This is still not counting his fluid acceleration, and he had a feeling that he might be able to increase it up to 50x acceleration at this moment. Recently, with his new understanding of fluid acceleration, he learned just how much speed 1x acceleration provides. It was equal to 20 mph miles per hour. This means he could increase it to 1000 mph or 1.3 Mach speed of sound right now. This speed would continue to increase as he powered up, with the possible limit being the speed of light or beyond. Mind you, the speed of light is 874,030 Mach. A body that could handle the speed of light had to be ridiculous, and Jacob had no idea when he would be able to achieve it, but he sure does look forward to it. With his current power and boost provided by the fluid acceleration and the innate ability of the giant fighting spirit, he had no idea how many unique rank tiers he could go beyond at this moment. But dealing with the Fiend Yeti or Deathstalker would not be so difficult on the basis that magic wasn't involved or some abilities like his own in play. However, Jacob had no idea at that moment that the fighting giant spirit was not just an aspect with only a single ability or effect to increase his size and fighting instincts, but it was an aspect with a cluster of abilities, and he only scratched the surface of it. When he achieved the unique rank giant body with the fighting giant spirit, he unlocked another terrifying passive ability which he would soon come to realize. At this moment, Jacob was finally ready to move forward and exit the pyramid when he noticed the faintly shimmering door releasing undulation, which he hadn't noticed before. Maybe it was because he was too weak, or it was just that his new instincts were in play. Jacob squinted his eyes as he guessed, could it be the exit? He could only think of this because there was no other explanation, as the scorpion was dead, the shackle was cleared, and he had never seen an exit out of the trial plains before. But that exit wasn't there before, and dark beings in the rare plains lay claim to an exit even before clearing the trial. However, he no longer compared them after the announcement, so he wasn't sure. Moreover, it might be another hidden location, like the upper level of the pyramid, and instantly Jacob wanted to explore it. Let's see if it's an exit or someplace with a treasure. In both cases, I can retreat. Making his decision, Jacob moved toward the faintly glowing passage in the wall. His giant face no longer supported his mask, so he had no choice but to use his hood and a piece of advanced epicrank cloth to cover half of his face. This only made him more upset about his size increasing continuously, and he couldn't help but think about the gluttony mask in his infinity pendant. One of the mask's abilities is to change not only facial features, but also body composition into the same being it feeds upon. This might be able to help me with this blasted problem. But the problem lies in its second function, which affects the wearer's mind the stronger it grows. I've already had the fighting giant spirit to look out for. But even if I'm willing to take the risk by keeping its growth in check, I still need a mystic signature to become its owner. Jacob frowned in scrutiny before he sighed ruefully, as this all was getting too complex, and in time like this, he somewhat missed the cursed book. Keeping his problems in the back of his mind, he entered the glowing passage, and the moment his body passed it, the portal churned before it closed with a blink. Chapter 501, An Arrogant Idiot. In the middle of a dense forest filled with gigantic trees, a giant walked out from a light portal before the portal behind him vanished with a flash. Jacob was startled as he smelled the affluent air around him, which was somewhat intoxicating, and when he looked behind, the portal was gone entirely, making him frown. Then he looked around him and saw hundreds of meters tall, towering brown trees giving the air of ancientness, and he was standing on a vein-covered ground without any trace of soil. Furthermore, the crown of the trees covered the entire sky, and it was pretty dark. Jacob felt ill at ease despite no enemy in sight. Where did it send me? Another section of the trial plain. Is it even possible? Thought Jacob with uncertainty. But if it's valid, then all I need to do is to search for another landmark like the ice mountain and the pyramid. Furthermore, now that I think about it, I have seen a tree in the mural. With such a thought, Jacob selected a tree to climb on because if he had been transferred to another section of the trial plane, this would have saved him a tremendous amount of time traveling here. However, before he could touch the tree bark, a panicked voice bellowed from somewhere, "Don't touch it, you fool, unless you want to die." Jacob was alerted and stopped his action before turning toward the panicked voice. It was too sudden, and he didn't even hear any footsteps approaching. Over 50 meters away, he saw a tall, handsome, pale white elf with messy blonde hair panting heavily as he looked at him with bloodshot eyes with a hint of relief. Jacob's eyes narrowed as he coldly said, "Who are you?" The elf caught his breath before he berated with pursed lips, "You fool, this elder grandmaster here just save your giant ass. You don't even know me, an elder grandmaster from the Alchemy Guild." A sharp glint flashed past his eyes as he could feel the disdain and pride in the elf's voice. "Do I suppose to know you?" The elf frowned in dissatisfaction as he retorted, "You bumpkin. You didn't even know the great Ephraim." Jacob coldly said one word, "No." Contempt flashed past Ephraim's blue eyes as he walked toward Jacob. "HMPH, a bumpkin indeed. How do you enter this place? I didn't remember seeing such a gigantic idiot in the vanguard unit." Jacob suddenly felt annoyed by Ephraim's tone, and an urge to tear this guy with his bare hands enveloped his heart, but he controlled himself. "Why did you stop me from touching this tree?" he asked. He could tell this guy was highly prideful, and saving someone whom he looked down upon was entirely against such a person's nature, so this could only mean he was saving himself or there was something else that benefited him. Ephraim sneered disdainfully, "Humph, from your tone and how you'd managed to get this deep without getting killed, it seemed you just entered these shit lands. Let me tell you, if you had touched that tree bark, all the trees in a 100-meter radius would have come alive, and they had made sure to strangle an ignorant muscle brain like you, if not melt you with their acid." Jacob was stunned as he looked at the surrounding trees with a hint of apprehension, and he finally understood why he was feeling so ill at ease after appearing here. Yet another part of him wanted to try touching them, which was clearly his powerful instincts. "This place is far more dangerous than the other two," Jacob thought grimly, looking at the elf who was now smiling disdainfully. Since he could survive this place without even a scratch on him, this could only mean he's incredibly resourceful. Furthermore, he's claiming to be an advanced elder grandmaster, so he ought to have many good things. Since he stopped me from touching the tree, this could only mean he's looking for a puppet and meat shield. So by revealing his identity as an advanced elder grandmaster, he clearly wanted to awe me. But do I even need an epic rank arrogant idiot anymore? A cold flashed past Jacob's eyes at this moment as he watched the eyesore of an elf walking towards him without any care of the world, as if he was highly confident that with all his insults and attitude, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Furthermore, he wasn't weak at all, not by a long shot. If it were anything else, Ephraim was utterly right because having an elder grandmaster as a companion was like having an extra lifeline beside them, and no one would be foolish enough to get on their bad side. That's why Ephraim keeps his shitey attitude that he had on the outside and still thinks that elder grandmaster like him is not to be trifled with, especially when he was one of the top 10 figures of the Alchemy Guild. As for why someone like him agreed to enter this dangerous place, it was naturally because the vice president promised him a huge boon. But he never thought that he would end up in this dreadful forest of all places, and he couldn't even find anything while 2 of the shackles had already been broken, which was nothing but bad news for him because the person who broke them spell nothing but misfortune. Now he wanted to get out of there and not care about the promised reward as he was afraid the same person who cleared those shackles would come here next. And now he felt like luck was finally shining upon him when he saw the robust giant. "I can finally use him to cut through this shitey place," he thought with glee as he approached the silent giant staring at him. He had seen too many stares like that: anger, killing, intent, rage, yet they all could do nothing but endure helplessly, for he was an advanced elder grandmaster Ephraim. Ephraim stood before Jacob, disdainfully looking him in the eyes, and coldly said, "Now you big oaf, if you follow me obediently, I might let your bumpkin tribe enjoy my alchemy." Hick. Before he could finish his words, a giant iron claw suddenly gripped around his face, and next movement, crack, puchie. The sound of skull-crushing rang in the silent vicinity before Jacob's sonorous voice sounded, "Bug." Chapter 502. A deadly forest. After crushing one of the 10 chief alchemy elders' head like a bug, Jacob stowed away his body and tried to check his space ring. However, a deep frown appeared on his face, and he stowed the ring away as well, mumbling, "Another ring with mystic signature. First the flame iron giants and now this idiot elf as well. I've killed quite a few high-class beings and I need my mystic signature too." Jacob lamented his helplessness against these locked space rings, and despite having 2 unique magic cores and a unique physique, he still couldn't awaken his mystic signatures, which was quite frustrating. Now he mused that his mystic signature was probably connected with the Hex magic core, which was still at extraordinary rank, and it wouldn't evolve into a unique rank until he was in unique planes or encountered unique rank dark beings. At this moment, he looked at the dense population of trees around him, and it all seemed like a giant death jaw to him. He was in the middle of deadly trees that could be active with his touch, and he had no way of navigating. He couldn't even see the sky, much less search for a landmark. This was a perfect trap for anything, and now he had to choose a direction to move forward. For all he knows, he could be going in the opposite direction where he needed to. In the end, Jacob didn't want to take that risk, especially when he was halfway there to reach his goal. He started to move carefully while looking for an opening. The size of the trees was almost the same as if something had deliberately made this living tree wall to block the sky, and there's lie the answer to his question. However, even after walking for hours in the sea of trees, he still didn't even spot a trace of light. In fact, he found that the trees were only growing higher and the pathways between them were becoming narrow. But it didn't mean he was going deeper because there were certain areas where pathways were massive, but the tree branches seemed to be longer, and the veins hanging from there gave Jacob no room for moving. At some point, Jacob completely forgets where he entered this place and where he is right now. But he suddenly heard something which put him on high alert, a sudden commotion at west. Carefully, he headed there silently as he passed arrays of trees, and soon, a scene of horrors played in front of him. Over thousands of branches had come alive like lashes as they were all moving on a small, agile figure which was jumping around on tree barks to avoid, and even made those deadly trees strike each other. The moment those trees were wounded, dark brown liquid gushed out, emitting poison-brown smoke, and Jacob instantly remembered that Ephraim had warned him about the acid. How can one kill a tree? It has to have a heart or core. Jacob mused. He watched from a distance how the scene played in the distance while closely observing the array of branches rushing towards the small figure clad in black armor while his face and head were covered. But Jacob noticed that no matter how many attacks those tree branches did, the person wasn't attacking back, nor were the trees using any mana attack as they were all using their sturdy, long branches. Jacob found it quite strange as the more he saw, the more he noticed a peculiar pattern to those tree movements. Each one of them only used 12 or 14 branches, and the moving and expanding branches didn't have any razor-sharp leaves on them, and they were highly flexible. As for their attacking prowess, each lash left behind a deep gush even on their kind, or those trees were too fragile. And the most crucial part about those trees was despite being cut and wounded, they didn't seem to be losing their attacking speed or slowing down. At this moment, the figure jumping in the middle of those menacing whips suddenly changed its movement pattern, and the next moment, a faint azure glow surfaced below the person's feet. Under Jacob's astonished eyes, the guy suddenly jumped in the air, and then he took another one rising 30 meters high. It was like there were some invisible steps in the air as that person continued to jump higher, even faster than those veins could catch up and reach halfway toward the tree crown. He also wanted to see the view from above. Jacob's eyes shimmered with sharp light as he quickly saw through what that person was doing, and he seemed to be succeeding. However, at this moment something strange happened. The tree crowns suddenly started, and after that the razor-sharp leaves started to fall, creating a beautiful leaf rain. But for someone like Jacob, who was extremely sensitive towards mana and danger after his last evolution, he sensed dread from those falling leaves as each of them was coated in a layer of faint brown mana, and there were tens of thousands falling towards the advancing dark figure without leaving any opening. Right then, the leaves suddenly started to spin at terrible speed, creating sharp whistle sounds of wind cutting. But the person who was going to slice into mincemeat didn't seem to be afraid as he continued to jump, and the next moment, he suddenly took out a milky white scroll and activated it. Under Jacob's narrowed gaze, beautiful white runic symbols started to appear in the air, forming a particular array circle pattern at terrifying speed, covering a 100-meter area. The runic array was completed instantly, and a powerful pressure suddenly descended in the vicinity. Then, an aura of destruction spread from the array circle as the white rune symbols started to crackle with white lightning. The trees in the center of this strange runic array circle started trembling when white lightning began to charge. It even affected the surrounding trees as they all seemed to have sensed their nemesis approaching, and all hell broke loose when the white lightning started to shoot down on anything that seemed to be moving or had any aura of life on it. Furthermore, whenever the lightning lands, it leaves a strange white fire behind, which begins to burn even more fiercely once it comes in contact with trees. Moreover, the lighting suddenly surrounded the dark figure like a shield, and the mana-filled leaves couldn't even graze him anymore. This lightning range also targeted Jacob as he watched with a grim expression a few lightning bolts coming in his direction. Chapter 503, Target Spotted. Just what kind of magic scroll is this? Not only did it activate like a runic array, but it also isn't showing any sign of disappearing. Jacob thought as he dodged the white lighting bolts. Although they were fast in Jacob's eyes, they were a tad bit slow after achieving a unique rank physique, so he wasn't worried. On the other hand, the surrounding trees were static, and they experienced massive damage from the strange magic scroll as the white flames spread fast, and they seemed to be the bane of these trees. As for the small figure, it was already close to the top while being protected by a lighting barrier. Since you provided this opportunity, it would be unwise not to take advantage of it. Jacob thought coldly before he started to move. However, he didn't have any magic that could make him step on air, but he does have a low-profile and effective method. A gray disc appeared below his feet. He started to fly above while some of the tree branches were heading his way. But they were not enough to match his prowess as he covered his blades in flames and sliced through them. The small figure finally noticed the strange movement amidst the chaos as his eyes landed on a giant burning figure moving upward like him, and he was even faster than him. A flame iron giant. But aren't their flames supposed to be crimson, and he's too large, not match the profile of the Alliance chairman, and what is that tool he's using to fly? Deep interest surfaced in the mysterious figure's eyes, so he wants to take advantage of my efforts, huh? I'll remember it. A dreadful smile emerged behind his mask, and he stopped paying attention to Jacob. As more and more white lightning spread, more trees began to activate, and the fire was turning into a wildfire. This also seemed to affect the trees' proficiency to attack, and their attack became clumsy and disorientated. Brandished with green fire, the blades became even more brilliant and fierce as he slashed one last time, and the light of the gloomy sky shone on his face. Jacob maneuvered the disc and instantly escaped the web of trees. He didn't stop as he continued to go higher, and he only stopped when he was over 700 meters high in the sky. Now he could see the dense forest filled with a sea of trees, and suddenly he looked down, and his emotionless eyes locked with the small figure who was also looking at him, and the lightning barrier around him was also gone. However, unlike him, that person was only a few meters high from the burning trees, and that seemed to be his limit, or he didn't want to approach Jacob. His abilities and means are not to be underestimated. I should get rid of him while I have the chance before he gets in my way. Malice surfaced in Jacob's eyes as a hint of crimson surface. It's a pity I won't be able to get my hands on his heart or treasures, but at this point, I don't think he would make much difference on my progress. Slumber Hex, the entire Hex mana reserve emptied at this moment, and thereafter the small figure suddenly started to fall into the burning trees. Jacob thought it was over and was about to avert his eyes when, right at this moment, something magical happened. An array of rune symbols suddenly surfaced around the falling person, and before it could even touch the fire, he vanished with a blink. Shocked, Jacob narrowed his eyes and felt like he was hallucinating. Did he just vanish or teleported? His heart went cold as this was not what he expected, and the person who seemed insignificant became more mysterious and terrifying. First that magic scroll and now this strange ability which literally saved his life. Who could have had this sort of means? Jacob thought gloomily, anyhow since my hex worked, this means that person was epic. There is no need to worry about him if he won't get in the way, but if he appeared again, killing intent flashed past his eyes, and he decided to put this matter back in his head for now since it was too late to do anything. He looked around and finally stopped when he spotted what he was looking for. There was an enormous silhouette of the tree a few hundred miles away from his current position, and it was as tall as the sky and a few miles in diameter as it stood in the center of the forest. Seeing the enormous tree on the horizon and then thinking about the trees below, he thought with a hint of apprehension, "Don't tell me that thing is also alive." Just thinking about it made Jacob fearful as that thing wasn't something that could be killed quickly, because its sheer size was enough to put anything he had ever faced to shame. A unique rank species of a tree. I need to figure out where its core is, and if not, then all I can do is launch that thing here. Jacob grimaced as he started to fly toward the new target, the enormous tree. To the north of the deadly forest, with a flash, a small figure appeared and landed on the snow bed. But it didn't move as he was in a slumber, neither there was anything that could threaten its life in the vicinity. After 6 hours, the person finally regained his consciousness, and shock with fear surfaced in his heart. What the hell happened? My life talisman that Grandpa gave me is gone. Just what the hell did he do? He muttered with horrifying fear swirling in his very being as he felt trepidation just thinking about that flaming giant figure. On another part of the forest, a giant enveloped in dense crimson flames was throwing punches, and with each punch, a few trees would be blasted apart with sheer destructive might from his punch. HMPH, not even a challenge. Gunnar arrogantly sneered while his eyes were deadly cold as he walked toward the enormous tree. Gunnar suddenly frowned before a vermin transponder appeared in his hand, and the moment he activated it, a sweet voice rang. "Dad, was that you who caused that commotion just now?" Gunnar couldn't help but smile faintly, and gentleness appeared in his eyes, but he didn't let it show in his stern tone. "What took you so long to come?" "HMPH, do you know how hard it is to find you in this place? But I know you won't sit still, so I just followed the commotion and I was right on the mark. Just wait a moment. I've also found our people and more," Charlotte cheerfully replied. Gunnar didn't tarry as he said, "Make it quick." We need to deal with that tree and make sure to claim the shackle. Chapter 504, Blue X-Sun Missile. Jacob continued his flight as he got closer and closer to the colossal tree, and he could finally see its wide and thick branches spreading throughout the sky. Each leaf was around 10 meters in size. Furthermore, the closer he gets, the more excited his mind is for the challenge in front of him, while his rationality makes him feel the opposite. Now, Jacob started to experience the actual effect of fighting the giant spirit, as it was getting hard for him to keep his calm mind in front of a powerful opponent. At least this proved this thing is a unique rank existence on my level or even stronger than me. But how am I supposed to fight it? Jacob grimaced as he looked at the colossal existence before him with no visible weakness. Even the fire spread by the mysterious person won't be able to put a dent in it. At this moment, Jacob suddenly heard a faint commotion some distance behind, and the moment he lowered his head, he witnessed a few giant trees blasted apart, revealing a large group of people. He saw every time a tree moved, they would quickly deal with it by powerful magic, and they were literally carving their path towards the colossal tree within the deadly sea of trees. Although Jacob wasn't worried that this group could do anything to the monstrous existence before him, this still didn't mean he wasn't in a hurry to end all of this to move on toward the final beast. There was still a chance someone else would be fighting the last beast right now and might clear it at any second, so wasting even a second was unacceptable. Especially when there was a chance someone would go back and report his achievement, and then people would start pouring in to stop him at any cost. Just this group down below has more than 100 people, and they were all quite powerful, far more powerful than Andrew's group, and they might stand a chance against the Fiend Yeti or Deathstalker. This gave Jacob the urgency to deal with the thing before him and stop moving forward to fight it head-on. Suddenly, he turned around and started to fly backward and higher at the full speed of the disc, with coldness creeping in his heart. Why the hell I'm taking such a risk when I can just be done with it without taking any risk? Could it be this fighting giant spirit is changing my psyche, turning me into more reckless? Just thinking about it made Jacob feel chills in his spine while a sense of helplessness washed over him. He knew it was too late to regret, and this was far from his control. All he could do was to keep his mind in check, and he didn't believe this aspect could not be under his control as it was his aspect. So he fought every urge he had to turn around and explore the ghastly opponent behind him as he was getting higher and further from the tree until he was tens of miles away and high up in the sky. The gloomy gray sky of the trial plane seemed to be endlessly huge as there was no sign of its ending. But at some point, Jacob started to feel strange pressure and low air, but he continued to go up high. At this moment, he could almost see the entire forest and the colossal tree in the center of it, while he noticed there were walls of mists on the four sides where the forest ends. This should be high enough. Jacob thought as he was still completely fine and his mana wasn't even half deployed, and this was the case for only the water magic core. The next moment a space ring appeared on his empty finger, and a 40 feet long and 10 feet wide blue missile appeared with some section of it glowing in neon blue liquid, and a small command panel was set in the middle. Jacob called this Blue X-Sun missile, and it was 10 times stronger than the White Sun missile that blew off the Epic Star Void server and covered almost half of the Epic Plains into nuclear clouds. This was the strongest missile Jacob could create with all the available resources in his possession, and he knew this thing could destroy an entire continent. But the thing was, he didn't care because this wasn't a continent. Furthermore, Jacob didn't find any other way to blow off that tree, which was a unique rank existence, and the atomic grenades were lacking, and neither did he have any more White Sun missiles. Jacob activated the small panel, and he set it up on the timer because he didn't think it was necessary to use its rocket thruster and launch it when he was floating right above the target. Once the timer was set to 5 minutes, Jacob threw it like a spear toward the crown of a colossal tree with his mighty strength. This was another reason he didn't need to launch it. The Blue X-Sun missile whistled through the air at terrible speed while approaching the colossal tree. At the same time, Jacob moved even higher and further away since he wasn't sure just how much aftershock he would experience. Still, he was confident in getting out of this without much injury with his new body and magic. He was 80% sure that this blast could not hurt him from this kind of distance. On the ground, Gunnar led a massive group of experts towards the tree as they were still over 70 miles away. Still, they could already see the colossal tree branches starting to cast a shadow above them as they were all recovering their mana. Walking beside Gunnar, the enthralling giant, Charlotte's eyes flashed with apprehension as she said, "Dad, do you really think we can take on that thing?" Even the people following them had the same question, and they were not as optimistic about this as Gunnar. "Tell me, do you think I'm not as competent as that faceless ancient?" Gunnar questioned sternly. This sudden, irrelevant question stumped Charlotte, and then she replied with narrowed eyes, "If you want an honest answer, I think you're no match for him regarding cognitive prowess." He's like the president regarding cognitive abilities, but he's just as powerful. Which is a deadly combination. Gunnar's eyes flashed with coldness, while the others listening to them felt cold sweat breaking, because only the fearless daughter of the Alliance chairman could talk to him so disrespectfully. Aren't you being too tactless after meeting that coward? Gunnar narrowed his eyes dangerously. Charlotte pouted sweetly, don't get angry now, you were the one who asked for my opinion. Looking at his daughter acting cutely in front of him, he felt gratified, but his stony face remained the same. HMPH, I'm not someone who doesn't admit his shortcomings. But despite all that, we need to clear at least one shackle no matter the cost. Even if I have to lay my life, I will kill this thing. Charlotte was startled seeing Gunnar's grim seriousness. Just why is it so important? Gunnar's eyes flashed with a hint of helplessness as he replied, sigh. You won't understand, nor can I tell you before you become the chairman yourself. Just make sure you keep yourself safe if something. Before he could continue, a blinding light suddenly bloomed in the forest's depths. It enveloped everyone. Chapter 505, Beast of West, Earth Calamity Tree. In the center of the deadly forest, an endless whiteness bloomed at a speed impossible to follow with eyes before it enveloped everything. Bibu. A second later, a world-destroying sound that could make anyone deaf reverberated far and wide, and within that whiteness, a yellow fountain of destruction rose, and shockwaves turning everything into dust followed suit. Even miles above the sky, Jacob felt the might of his creation as terrifying heat that could even make him feel threatened enveloped him as the feeling of being burned alive overcame the giant. Still, it was not enough to burn his skin, and he only turned crimson with radioactive heat. The destruction continued for a few minutes before things started to settle down, and what was left of the once clear, overgrown forest was thick radioactive smoke. Jacob managed to endure it all with some skin burns before his body began to heal with his powerful ability. Still, the temperature was over 38 degrees Celsius, which was the case for the outer area of the terrifying explosion. The core was literally turned into a molten lava pit. At this temperature, even the diamond would not survive, much less anything living, but I need to get that piece, yet it's madness to go in the center even for me. Let's get out of here for now. I don't think anyone would survive this place or go anywhere near the core area. I'll get that piece from another beast. Jacob mused grimly as he stood in the blinding smoke. He didn't let himself be blinded by greed. The legacy pieces were not his primary goal, but to clear the trial before anyone else, so he started to fly in the other direction. At this moment, the hateful voice that he had been waiting for rang, making Jacob grimace. Congratulations, faceless ancient, for clearing a trial condition. He only scoffed and looked at his star watch. Congratulations on killing the Beast of West. Earth Calamity Tree, your glorious deeds have been spread far and wide. 2 more to go. Jacob thought with shimmering eyes as he continued to fly. At this moment in the Golden Desert, the flames have been completely extinguished after Jacob clears the trial condition. A tall elf in a white robe and cape appeared, and she heard the unexpected announcement. Congratulations, faceless ancient, for clearing a trial condition. An icy mist exploded from her, turning a 100-meter area around her into an ice field. Just how in the world is he doing it so quickly? She yelled in frustration. The next moment, a vermin transponder surfaced in his hand before it connected, and another woman's voice rang. Did you manage to enter without problem? The elf bit her cherry lip as she replied, yes, mistress, but I just heard another announcement about the faceless ancient clearing another condition. What? The voice on the other side rang in shock before she asked, are you certain? Didn't this make it the third one so far? The elf grimly replied, indeed, it has not even 3 days since we received the news about him clearing the second condition from the president. I don't know how he's doing it. This is very bad for us. The gloomy voice rang. I'll send more people in and in the meantime find the president. He said he's in some dark swamp and I'll contact the chairman. Remember, we can't let that hateful rebel achieve the solo championship, or our entire organization will be shuffled, and the current authorities will be punished heavily. Furthermore, if you find any dark beings higher-ups, try negotiating with them. At this point, I don't think they will try to pick up a fight with us since they would be as desperate as us. Tell them we're willing to form a temporary truce until we or they claim another condition. The elf's eyes widened with shock before she regained her composure. As you command, mistress. Within the dark swamp, a towering dark being emerged donned in menacing dark armor and a long crimson cape, and the eye sockets of his dark helmet were ablaze in crimson flames as he looked like a harbinger of carnage. One after another, more and more dark beings appeared behind him. At this moment, the voice rang. Congratulations, faceless ancient, for clearing a trial condition. The crimson flames in his eyes suddenly burned high, and a terrifying aura of carnage enveloped a massive area. Is this some kind of mistake, Deadminster? His husky, eerie voice rang, filled with terrifying killing intent. A ghost-faced dark being behind him trembled as a quavering voice sounded from his empty mouth. I don't know, your majesty. The king of dead, Onyx, stood there as his crimson flame eyes burned fiercely, and he finally spoke, "Go back and tell Prime Minster to come here with reaming forces. This is not a time to hold back. This faceless ancient is far more capable than we gave him the credit for." Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, clapping sounds rang as the king of dead and the army behind him became alert as they looked in the direction of the sound with death glares. At this moment, a tall figure clad in pristine blue armor walked from the darkness like a phantom. He was a middle-aged man with purple skin and long blue hair, and his astute was filled with wisdom as he gazed at the towering king of dead fearlessly. Onyx's eyes flared up slightly as he said coldly, "You are the wise monk of living side, Nelson." Nelson's pale lips rose slightly as he nodded. "It's an honor to be remembered by the king of dead. HMPH, I was under the impression you like scheming behind walls. But now you deliver yourself to me. Don't tell me you're here to plead fealty," Onyx coldly said with mockery as his aura locked on Nelson. However, Nelson remained smiling. "Now that would be a sight to behold, wouldn't it? But I'm afraid we won't be able to make it happen anytime soon. Today I'm here to form an alliance against our common enemy." Onyx's flaming eyes blazed fiercely. "You mean faceless ancient?" Nelson smiled darkly. "Indeed, and that's why I applaud your majesty, because you know the threat this person poses. I'll be blunt and sincere with your majesty. There is a shackle in this place and I'm willing to support you to clear it." "Is that so? How did you discover this place?" Onyx questioned. "Heh, just a trifling ability of mine. Trust me, I want the faceless ancient dead, and I'm willing to ally myself with you to achieve that. This person is far more terrifying than you can imagine, and it's in our best interest to get rid of him before we continue our traditional game," Nelson smilingly stated as if everything was under his control. Onyx's coldly replied with killing intent, "And what made you think I'll agree to this insignificant alliance with a livestock?" Nelson's expression went icy as he declared, "Because I have the same weapons as the faceless ancient, and I'll give you 100,000 epic rank living to do as you pleased afterward." Chapter 506. Encountering Jaslyn. In the dark swamp, a portal flashed in the space, and two giants fell in the dark waters. Their breathing was rigid as they panted heavily with widened eyes, and disbelief was written all over their face. They were none other than Gunnar and Charlotte. "What just happened?" she asked with an appalled look. Gunnar tried to regain his calm, but the fear in his eyes was far greater than anything he had ever witnessed as he replied with a somewhat shaky tone, I don't know, but at that moment I sensed death approaching, and then I used only life talisman. I had to grab you, and here we are." Charlotte was stunned as she had never seen Gunnar so shaky before, but she knew Gunnar was stating the fact because she felt it herself. If not for this life talisman, she would have been turned to ashes and felt her heart palpitated just thinking about that blinding light. "Do you have more of these life talismans? Why didn't you give me one?" she asked quickly. Gunnar gave her a stern look. "Do you think it's candy? I even bought it from someone after spending all of my savings. Besides, do you think just anyone can kill you? I would have given it to you if you had bothered to come to me before you entered this place." Charlotte blushed in embarrassment and quickly changed the topic. But what was that? Do you think the tree does something?" "I don't know." Before Gunnar could reply, an announcement was made. "Congratulations, faceless ancient, for clearing a trial condition." Both father and daughter looked at each other, gobsmacked by sheer surprise before that dreadful light surfaced in their minds. All of a sudden, their doubts were cleared as day. Jacob flew past the radioactive smoke at this moment, and in front of him a familiar cold whiteness appeared, making him frown. "I'm back in the ice lands." Jacob looked around the ice lands and then turned back to see a smoke-filled atmosphere. The boundary was even preventing the smoke from affecting the other areas of the trial plains, which was quite a spectacle and good news because this would make things easier. As for the people who would enter that place, they will be in a world of pain and might never make it out alive. However, this didn't concern Jacob because he was now lost, and he needed to find the next beast, which would be in another unique environment. "I got lucky when that portal appeared in the pyramid. Now I need to find my way." Jacob mused gravely as he looked toward the Icelands and decided to head towards the west and hope he would end up where he wanted to. The Icelands were cold, and there weren't any more beasts attacking, nor he saw any people there until the 6th day. He spotted a party of dark beings and got rid of them on the spot before he decided to rest and eat a certain arrogant elf. Thereafter, he continued his journey towards the west. On his 10th day, he finally saw another boundary, which made him seethe in anger because he was again looking at the golden desert, which was now calm and without any flames. At this moment, he spotted another living being coming towards the Icelands, and this time it was a graceful elf in white robes. "This is not going to work. I'm wasting too much time." Jacob thought grimly as he looked in the other direction before looking back to the elf, who seemed to have also spotted him in the sky. He wasn't using stealth because he wanted to save mana. Furthermore, except for the beasts of directions, he had no match in this place. The elf looked at Jacob with scrutiny and surprise, while she was also astounded seeing the ice land on the other side of the desert. "Who are you? State your name. I'm the personal guard of the bank manager, Jaslyn," she loudly proclaimed with a hint of arrogance. She wanted information, and this mysterious person was capable of flight, so she decided to reveal her background. Furthermore, she also wanted to reach somewhere as quickly as possible but was helpless, and this place was too strange. Jacob was also the first person she had spotted after entering. As for getting attacked by the other party, she was extremely confident in herself and had her means to escape if things went awry. Jacob was about to turn her into his food supply when he heard her introduction, and his lips suddenly rose in a cruel smile as he descended toward Jaslyn. From the high altitude, Jacob appeared relatively small, but when he descended, Jaslyn could finally see his towering body with a hint of surprise. Jacob spoke while landing a few meters away from the elf. "So you know Lucy?" Jaslyn's eyes narrowed with displeasure because Jacob's tone was relatively coarse, and no one dared to call the bank manager by her name. She pursed her lips. "I'll let your rudeness slide this time, and yes, I know bank manager. If you help me, you'll be handsomely rewarded." Jacob merely scoffed. "You have no clue how much I respect Lucy. Now if you want to live, you'll tell me about her and all of her hideouts." "I want to know everything." Jaslyn sensed an ominous feeling suddenly as a crystal green sword appeared in hand, and frosty mana started to emit from it. "And why would I do that?" She didn't know why, but she was feeling a deep sense of dread all of a sudden, and she knew this giant had ill intentions toward her because he held a grudge against her mistress. Still, she was elite among elites within the agency, so she wasn't afraid to fight. Jacob remained unfazed by the alert Jaslyn, and his killing intent suddenly manifested, causing her expression to turn appalled. He said coldly, "Because I'm faceless ancient and I'm an old friend of Lucy. If you don't tell me, I'll eat you bit by bit while letting you watch, and trust me, death will look like a blessing to you once we start." Chapter 507. A wild turn of events. Jaslyn's expression instantly warped when she heard the name of everyone's common enemy. The air suddenly became suffocating as she looked at the towering giant. She had never thought the target she was supposed to search for would appear right in front of her so abruptly and even reveal his identity. But his size didn't match the description, nor did he wear a mask. She screamed in her head, and the next moment she decided, and her eyes turned decisive, and ice mana exploded from her sword. However, an insanely fast dark streak flashed past her shoulder, and when she tried to swing her sword, nothing happened. She felt empty all of a sudden before piercing pain struck her. She moved her head towards her right arm and saw it lying on the ground, and blood gushed out from her dismembered shoulder. Bloody realization dawned on her, and her eyes went wide with pain and horror. "Ah!" She screamed, and before she could even snap out of her trauma, another dark streak flashed past her left shoulder, and another arm was gone. Her screaming turned into even more piercing. In less than 10 seconds, she had lost both of her arms, and she couldn't even see the attacks or dodge them. Yet Jacob wasn't done as the swords in his hands vanished, and green flames replaced them, and he directly grabbed the bleeding shoulders of the screaming elf. "Wa nuo!" Jaslyn screamed in pain as she felt the scorching flames burning her wounds. It was like dipping the wounds in salted water. Jacob remained impassive as he said, "Now that your sticky hands are out of the way, start speaking, or I don't mind removing your slender legs to motivate you further." He removed his hands and the bleeding was stopped, but the unimaginable pain was there, not to mention the trauma of losing both of her hands. "Ah, kill me, you fiend!" she screamed with a pale expression. Losing both her arms was like a death sentence to her because there is no place for a cripple like her in a place like Epic Plains. However, Jacob didn't even mind as he merely chuckled darkly, picked up her bleeding arms, and removed the cloth, revealing his handsome face. Right before her aghast expression, he took a bit out of one of the arms. Jaslyn felt icy and frightened as she watched the giant chewing on her skin and bones while her blood covered his lips, making her take a step back and trip. He appeared nothing short of an absolute fiend at this moment, and the little bit of strength she had was gone entirely. Jacob nonchalantly said while taking another bite of her arm, "Who said I was going to let you live? Didn't I say death will appear like a blessing to you? Now the only question is if you really want that blessing or not. Trust me, I won't let you die until I eat you up right in front of you." Terror. Boundless terror ran in her very being at this moment as she had never even seen something, much less experiencing it herself. Torture wasn't even the right word for what she was experiencing at that moment. The cruel giant in front of her was like a hungry beast who wanted to eat her, but also wanted to cause her as much suffering as she could endure before breaking her mind. At this moment, death really seemed a blessing to her, and all that arrogance and bravado shattered like a dream as the light in her eyes dimmed, and they became empty as she started to speak without knowing what she was saying anymore. "Heh, she breaks just like that." Jacob sneered as he listened to her information regarding the bank manager. He held a deep grudge with Lucy and Ellie, and he could ignore anyone but them, and they had to pay for what they had done. Jaslyn was Lucy's one of the 3 personal guards, and all of them were from the Ice Elf clan just like Lucy. According to her, Lucy inherited her position after the old bank manager, who was also from the Ice Elf clan and Lucy's father. But in truth, she only managed to gain that position after her elder brother's mysterious death. The bank manager position was passed to the Ice Elf clan for generations in Lucy's family, and Jaslyn didn't know why. All she knew was her ancestors held pretty high positions in the higher planes. After she descended the throne, the bank and the Ice Elf clan flourished, and whoever opposed her vanished without any trace. Everyone feared her and her secrets were many. Jaslyn only knew about a few of her hidden assets and hideouts, and they were all hidden all around the epic plains. It took her over half an hour to tell Jacob everything. "Please kill me now," she demands with an empty voice. Jacob had a thoughtful expression as the arms of Jaslyn were already gone into his stomach. He questioned, "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Last question. What do you know about Vice Alchemy President Ellie, and are they connected somehow?" Jaslyn replied, "Nelson and Ellie are from an unknown elf species, and they are the only ones present in the epic plains. She is the only daughter of Nelson, and her character is vile and shrewd. Mistress and Ellie are like fire and water." Jacob was intrigued. "Reason? No one knows. I once heard a rumor from my senior. The president once had a relationship with Nelson, but then she found that he was also involved in an affair with her late mother, so it ended very quickly. I don't know if it's true or not, but Mistress seemed to hate both of them," said Jaslyn. Jacob's eyes flashed with surprise. Could it be she is her daughter? Jaslyn shook her head. No, Ellie's mother was actually Mistress's younger sister, and she eloped with Nelson. It was a huge scandal when they announced their relationship to the world, and Mistress almost declared war on the Alchemy Guild. "Are you kidding me? That old man fucked the entire family," Jacob couldn't help but question in disbelief. The image of the prestigious Alchemy Guild president becomes nothing but that of a playboy. If any of this was true, that guy was a real player. Jaslyn shook her head. "Nothing is clear, but Ellie's mother was assassinated when Ellie was around 10. Many speculate that Mistress was behind the assassination, therefore the hate between Ellie and Mistress. But Nelson never raised any finger or seemed to hate Mistress at all. All the skirmish between the guild and bank is because of Ellie." Jacob didn't know what to make of this, as it was all too confusing yet simple at the same time. Even he knew that Lucy was a vengeful bitch, so it won't surprise him if she was behind the assassination. Yet if Nelson didn't do anything and endure all this time, then he was a terrifying person, the kind that Jacob wanted to avoid messing with if not necessary. Or he was just a coward, or he knew Lucy wasn't behind it. Whatever the case was, he wouldn't spear either Lucy or Ellie. If Nelson stood in his way, he'd be dealt with. "All right, you did great." Jacob nodded before his sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed past Jaslyn's neck. But right then, when Jaslyn's head was rolling down, an unexpected announcement was made, making Jacob horrified. "Congratulations, amenable wizened monk, for clearing a trial condition." Chapter 508. Next best thing. In the center of the dark swamp, there was a massive dark mountain. But at this moment, over half of the mountain was blown entirely off as radioactive smocks were spreading through the dark waters. A half-burned corpse of a massive pitch-black snake was lying there lifeless, while the corpses and bones of thousands of dark beings were scattered all over the place. It was like a sight of genocide. The king of dead, Onyx, stood before the snake's corpse, and a gigantic crimson skull covered him like a shield. But the skull's jade-like surface was filled with cracks. "Congratulations, amenable wizened monk, for clearing a trial condition." The crimson flames in Onyx's eyes burn with rage and murder as his eerie voice reverberates in the entire silent vicinity filled with death like thunder. "Nelson, you treacherous livestock, it's either you or me." Miles away from this scene was located at the exit of the trial plains. Nelson's figure appeared like a phantom as he wore an astute yet cold smile. "Forgive me, O King of Dead, but you have yourself to blame for your stupidity. If you manage to get out of there alive, I hope you'll learn never to trust others." He snickered with disdain. "Now that I've completed the task, there is no need for me to remain here any longer. Faceless ancient, I must say you almost had me, but a small tidal wave can't stir an entire ocean. Now I'll wait for you to clear the remaining conditions and reap the benefits of a champion slot. In the end, you still got used by us, such a pitiful fate of lowly being." Cackling full of glee, Nelson exited the trial plains as if it no longer mattered to him if Jacob claimed more trial conditions or someone else. He had accomplished what he had come here to accomplish, and what happened next he doesn't care. Stunned, Jacob stood there in front of the beheaded Jaslyn, having absolutely no idea how to react. All he could feel at this moment was disbelief, shock, helplessness, and seething anger. What he feared the most has ended up happening. While he was aimlessly wandering, wasting his time, someone else really managed to bring down a beast of direction, the beast of East, Lesser Basilisk. Although he didn't know how they did it, one thing was clear. He was bested by none other than one of his enemies. Nelson really proved that he was a terrifying son of a bitch, and now he had cut off his way to go towards the unique plains. At this moment, something unexpected happened. The ice lands, the forest, the desert, and the dark swamp began to shake, and the barriers that divided these four different plains vanished. The gloomy gray sky started to lose its luster and begin to dim and turn dark. Tombstones begin to emerge all over the trial plain. Jacob didn't have time to wallow in defeat as he used his disc to fly off the ground and observed with murderous eyes. The Beast of Necropolis. This name came into his mind as he knew only after killing the four beasts of direction would the final beast emerge, and it seemed it was happening. Do I really need to care anymore? Thought Jacob with a hint of defeat before his eyes shone with cruelty, but was this the only way towards the unique plains? Since this door is closed, this doesn't mean there aren't any others. The three hegemonies, the Dark City, they are affiliated with powers of the higher planes, then they might have ways to acquire what I'm looking for. Jacob wasn't the type to give up that easily, especially when his life was on the line. If he drove into a corner, there wasn't anything he wouldn't do to make sure he got what he wanted, even if it meant to destroy everything. Since you're the one who messed things up, you'll be the one to make them right again. Jacob's mind became serene as he started to plan Nelson's doom, but first, he was going to finish what he started. Since the medallion was out of the question, he would take the best, the legacy pieces. Furthermore, the champion shop was on its own an opportunity. The transformation of the trial plane lasted for a short while, and now it looked like an old graveyard filled with tombstones. The atmosphere was silent and creepy, and the ground covered a faint mist. Now it really looked like a necropolis. Jacob begins his hunt for the Beast of Necropolis, but he doesn't go on foot because those tombstones give him a bad feeling. Not only him but everyone present in the trial plane were uncertain about this sudden change. A few hundred miles north of Jacob, the small figure walked between the tombstones with a deep frown. He was still in the middle of Icelands when the change happened, and now he really wanted to get out of this place. A vermin transponder appeared in his hand and an old voice sounded, "I just heard the news about the president." He confirmed it. Yes, it seemed we don't need to intervene anymore. But the entire place had gone through a strange change after the president cleared the condition, or it might be the result of something else. Since it's a hunting trial and 4 conditions have already been cleared, I suppose the change is either because the final condition has arrived. Nonetheless, we don't need to bother ourselves with it anymore. Return, the faceless ancient can do as he pleases now. The old voice solemnly stated. Nodding his head, he replied, "I'm also planning to, but I don't think it'll be easy. Still, since we don't need to intervene anymore, I can stay out of trouble until it all ends. I nearly got killed a few days ago and I don't even know why." "What?" The old voice sounded concerned. "There is someone who can pose a threat to you. It was quite strange, I'm telling you, Gramps. I've encountered a 10-meter giant, and the next thing I knew, my life talisman was activated on its own while I lost consciousness," he told with a grave tone. "Was it faceless ancient?" the old voice solemnly asked. "I could be." His height didn't match the description, though, but one thing is sure, soon after that incident, another condition was cleared, so I'm 90% sure it was him. If you re-encounter him, just run. From my point of view, he was after the medallion, and if he knows that he can't get it anymore, he won't be pleased at this moment," the old voice stated. "That's why I'm hurrying to leave." The small figure was about to continue when he suddenly stopped because a 2-meter tombstone in front suddenly started to tremble, and the next moment, a bronze bone hand emerged from the ground. Chapter 509. The Undead Race. After the entire trial plane turned into a necropolis, Jacob slowly advanced towards the large tombstones. He noticed that after covering a certain distance, not only did the designs of the tombstones change, but their size and a strange dark aura emitting from them also increased. That's why he didn't want to touch any of them and flew deeper into the direction of large tombstones. Right then, Jacob stopped a few hundred meters away from him. He stopped at an ancient white mausoleum with 2 stone statues of vicious beasts on its square roof. The mausoleum sticks out because it was the only building or tombstone in the 500-meter radius, and in this darkness, the magic blue flame torch over its entrances could be seen from a vast distance. This was the first structure other than the tombstone that Jacob had come in contact with, and truth be told, his attention was drawn by the runes engraved on top of the entrance. "Death is but a dream lead to Netherworld." Intrigued he may be, it doesn't mean he was going to investigate that creepy building. It didn't look like his target. At this moment, a commotion suddenly breaks out, drawing Jacob's attention. He spotted a few people running towards the mausoleum from the opposite direction, and his eyes widened ever so slightly when he spotted bronze skeletons riding skeleton horses galloping after those people. Furthermore, as those people passed the tombstones, one tombstone would suddenly shatter, and a bronze skeleton emerged on a skeleton horse from the underground. This scene was bizarre yet eerie as tens of skeleton riders were chasing after the group of people like crazy, and it soon became clear why they were running instead of fighting. A lion orc desperately tried to attack the skeleton rider when it was about to pierce the chest with a bone spear. He activated an attack magic scroll, but surprisingly, the moment that magic spell landed on the skeleton, it instantly bounced off without leaving a scratch on it. Not even magic scrolls are working. These bastards really have magic deflection, and they are not like the usual dark beings with dead flames. Only physical attacks will work. We need to take a stand, or our enemies will continue to multiply if we keep running. Another wolf orc roared in frustration. Let's continue to move towards the mausoleum. There are no graves in its vicinity. If we stay out of the building, we can kill those annoying bone freaks and then rest. A bronze barbarian stated with a grim expression as he seemed to be leading everyone. Not like the dark beings. Jacob watched and heard everything from above as he could tell those skeleton riders were really not the dark beings, but they were spamming out from the misty grounds after a tombstone would shatter. Furthermore, only a handful of tombstones would shatter, not all of them, or there would be an army of thousands within seconds. I first consider the dark beings the undead, but only after gaining access to the Witch Palace did I get to know that the undead is merely tools of dark being. Undead are creatures that are summoned after their death or reawakened by powerful dark beings as an undead race of dark beings. The undead race also didn't have dead flames like dark beings because they can't evolve like natural dark beings. Instead, they had their particular evolution system, especially if they were living beings before their awakening as undead. To sum it up, the undead are the most mysterious of them all. If those skeleton riders are really undead, then there has to be a medium that is awakening them from those graves, and they seemed quite special as they emerged with an undead mount. It has to be a high-level undead magic. Or I'm missing something, Jacob mused as he recollected the information he had got on the dark beings in the Witch Palace. Witch Queen wasn't just interested in the living but also the dark beings as well. She had numerous records of experimenting with dark beings because those guys have a natural affinity with curse magic rather than living beings. But she was only interested in researching the curses, not the origin of dark beings, or she just knew her limit. Whichever the case was, all that knowledge was under Jacob's control now, and he didn't even scratch the surface yet. He was in a hurry, so he only managed to get the best of everything. The undead race was one of those topics that Witch Queen was interested in because she assumed that the undead race was a bioproduct of a specific curse, and having no proof of it or aptitude, she didn't dig deeper into it. Nonetheless, this entire place gave Jacob a lousy feeling after transforming into an actual necropolis. Now, the emergence of an undead race made it even more apparent that he would not have an easy time with the final beast. As long as I can find its location. Jacob's eyes shimmered with dark decisiveness as he continued to observe the fleeing living and pursuing undead. At this moment, the group entered the empty vicinity of the mausoleum, and something strange happened. The undead skeleton riders who were furiously chasing after them abruptly stopped their skeleton hours on the boundary of an empty area. The group naturally noticed this, and they were both surprised and uncertain. But soon, relief washed over them as they ran for those skeletons for a while and at the end of their rope. This place was where they decided to go all out, but now suddenly those skeletons stopped, which was nothing but good news for them. Don't let your guard down, everyone. Since they are stopping at the edge, this means they are either afraid of something or this area has some special effect. Let's stay here and don't go closer to the mausoleum. Once we recover, we'll find a way to leave. The barbarian solemnly stated that he wasn't a fool to believe that they were safe. In fact, he knew it was the opposite, but they can do nothing about it. Step, step, step. At this moment, a powerful metallic sound of steps resounded in the entire vicinity, and it was coming from none other than within the mausoleum. Something unknown was walking out. Chapter 510, The Necropolis of Epic Trial. Part 1, from the open entrance of the mausoleum, an 8-meter-tall skeleton giant clad in heavy armor walked out. He was holding a shield and sword in his hands, and a strange pressure was emitting from him. The advancing group of 5 instantly halted their steps as they looked at the giant skeleton with horrified expressions. They all could feel a sense of dread from the giant undead, who was hundreds of meters away from them. The giant skeleton moved his skull in their direction as his empty eye sockets were locked on them, and the next moment he moved and, like a blur, vanished before everyone's eyes. Dodge, the barbarian roared palely as he sensed death approaching and instantly leaped on his left side. But others were not as fast as him, and just after the moment he leaped, a gray streak flashed past 3 orcs in the group, and they weren't able to react before their bodies started to dismember. Only a troll and the barbarian were alive to witness the horror as they looked toward the giant skeleton standing a few meters behind them. He had covered over 300 meters within a second and cut down 3 epics like they were clay dolls. Jacob naturally witnessed this all with significance instead, and his eyes were locked on the giant skeleton who was about to move to finish the reaming intruders. I wonder if my hex core will evolve if I kill them. But I doubt that since they don't seem to have cores and killing undead is an extremely tiresome task. I probably need to shatter their bodies. Forget it, I should move on. Jacob's thought process came to an abrupt halt when the giant skeleton suddenly turned its head in his direction. He was astounded because he was a few hundred high in the sky and also using the stealth of the disc at this moment. Although the stealth was only at a rare level at this distance, it should be more than enough for an epic not to notice him. This skeleton was glaring right in his direction. At this moment, under Jacob's stunned expression, another undead walked out from the mausoleum. It was a giant bone horse, but it was vastly different from other undead mounts he had seen at this point. It has bone wings and gray flames wrapped around them. The giant skeleton moved again, and the next he appeared right above the bone-winged horse, and the undead mount didn't delay as it flapped its flaming wings and flew towards Jacob. Looking at the majestic yet ghastly sight of a skeleton charging right at him, Jacob wasn't amused at all. In fact, he was somewhat alarmed. His rage from losing a condition to Nelson was still not entirely subdued. The big guy was provoking his suppressed spirit, and for a moment he decided to vent a little. Inferno flames! Killing intent flashed past his eyes as green flames emerged around his body like a raging inferno fire manipulation. The green flames around Jacob started to bend on his will and gathered in the sky, forming bright flame lances, and they quickly turned into 50. With a thought, Jacob shot those lances on the incoming undead mount. He wasn't like those epics, and that skeleton was not unique at all. It was just that he was using agility-type magic, but in the sky, he didn't seem to have that advantage. However, the giant skeleton charged right into the fire lances without any intention of dodging. However, when those lances touched the skeleton, a massive explosion rang, and a chain of explosions followed suit. Jacob's lips curled in disdain. Star combustion, a fire-type magic ability of unique rank that can make any fire magic combust. Simply put, the stronger the fire, the stronger the combustion. Hess, now I can make explosives at will. That thing might have thought about magic deflection. Oh, how wrong you were. Furthermore, Jacob's mana was as potent as unique rank mana, so his magic spell was even more powerful, and epic rank mana couldn't hold a candle in front of him. He looked at the setting smoke, while some debris of bone fragments were falling. The barely attached skeleton and skeleton horse appeared as the flames on the bone wings of the horse were dying as it was rushing down. The skeleton was even more miserable as his armor was fully cracked, and half of his skull and arm were gone. Jacob sneered and pulled him out of his misery by sending another volley of flame lance and then used the star combustion. Fire magic was a pure, destructive type of magic and could do far more damage and destruction than water magic. That's why he only uses water mana to fly around while saving the fire mana for this sort of situation. After dealing with the undead skeleton and his undead mount, he glanced at the mausoleum and just happened to witness the torch on it dying down. The next moment, the small army of undead at standby suddenly rushed in as if a barrier just has been lifted. So, as long as the owner of the mausoleum dies, the restriction on the lesser undead would be lifted. This last part of the trial is far more complex and dangerous. I wonder what kind of monstrosity the Beast of Necropolis is. Jacob thought gravely as he no longer paid those undead any heed. They were not worth his time unless they were dark begins. Jacob continued his journey towards the depth of the necropolis, and days passed. He now started to see more mausoleums, not to mention they were extraordinarily grand, and some of them were even the size of a small mansion. However, he tactfully avoided going above their empty territories because he mused if those undead were like the giant skeleton, they might not react as long as no one infiltrated their territory. On this day, Jacob again comes into contact with a massive undead army and another army as ghastly as the undead were fighting against them. It was the army of Dark Begins, and in the lead was a ghost-faced dark being. He was the White Dead Duke of Ghost White, Chapter 511, The Necropolis of Epic Trial, Part 2. It was quite a strange scene seeing the dark beings and undead at each other's throats, and the dark beings had a clear disadvantage. The White Dead Duke was clearly struggling to keep up with the onslaught of the undead, as they were dominating the Ghost Whites with their magic deflection and superior agility. At this moment, the White Dead Duke, who was enshrouded in a dark mist, suddenly let loose a roar of fury, and a massive magic circle suddenly appeared behind him. Thereby, all of a sudden, more Ghost Whites begin to emerge from the sinister dark magic circle. Jacob watched all of this with an impassive expression. The number of dark beings was enough for his hex core to enter the next rank. But he knew if he entered the fray, he'd be exposed to undead as well. Besides, he knew once he was done with this trial, there were plenty of dark beings in the epic plains to serve his purpose, so he decided to move on. He could now see a massive mausoleum in the distance, which was the size of a castle. Magic torches surrounded its corners, and the statue of four beasts of directions was standing tall. There was a phrase written on its entrance. Life is full of limits, and death is at the end of each one. Furthermore, as he got closer, he spotted a massive army of undead skeletons wearing armor and powerful flying mounts guarding its open entrance. Observing from the above, he mused that it would be impossible to sneak in with all those undead, as he knew if he got in specific distances, those undead would notice him. So he decided to go all out from the start. He took out 3 atomic grenades and dropped them on the vast army from high above the sky. He wanted to confirm the beast of the necropolis was really inside that mausoleum by drawing it out. The best way to do it was to destroy its home and army. 4 massive explosions sounded in miles of radius, and mushroom clouds rose in the darkness. It was loud enough to draw everyone present in over 100-mile radius attention. However, Jacob remained at a safe distance, and this much radioactive smoke was not enough to harm him or the heat. He didn't directly go down and decided to wait for any movement. He was pretty sure his surprise attack wiped out the undead army, and the mausoleum was most likely destroyed. However, Jacob suddenly noticed something absurd when he saw the light of magic torches within the thick smoke and the silhouette of the mausoleum outlined within the light. Are you kidding me? It even survived 4 atomic grenades. Jacob was shocked as he wondered if he was imagining things or if the mausoleum was made of something that even the atomic grenades couldn't blast off. Whatever the case might be, Jacob had to go down to make sure, so he slowly glided towards the entrance. The undead army was really blasted into smithereens, but the mausoleum was still standing tall without any scratch, and there wasn't any movement from the inside. Furthermore, the smoke seemed to be avoiding the dark entrance as if there was an invisible wall present. Jacob frowned, and he found this situation quite absurd since it was clear that he had to enter the mausoleum or he could try to launch a blue X-Sun missile. But the latter option was quite risky since he had to escape far away, and if it remained ineffective, he had to wait a long time to come back to check. That's why he first wanted to draw the beast out to ensure it was there before launching it. But the final condition has surpassed Jacob's imagination, and now he has to decide between risk and waiting. But deep down, Jacob was getting impatient because he wanted to get out of there as soon as possible, and there was no telling what would happen if he delayed this. There were many possibilities, and waiting might not be a good choice. So, biding his resolve, Jacob headed towards the dark entrance amid the intense radioactive heat. As he got closer and closer, he felt a peculiar aura that wasn't threatening but filled with warmth, which was quite strange. At this moment, Jacob's disc finally crossed into the dark entrance, and suddenly the high heat vanished. Rather, a bone-chilling coldness engulfed him. He stood in a vast frozen space, and in the center of space was a black column, and above that column was a pitch-black egg wrapped in dark flames. Just looking at it made Jacob feel alarm like never before. He felt extreme danger just looking at that pitch-black egg. Furthermore, looking at it closely, there were few cracks on the egg, as if the creature within was still in the hatching phase. Jacob instinctively looked behind and was shocked when he found the entrance was gone entirely. There was nothing but a frozen wall. Now that he looked closely, those frozen walls were filled with magic runes, and most of them were unknown to him despite learning the unique rank rune language. His attention again retracts to the pitch-black egg, which made even him feel fear despite his overbearing aspect. Don't tell me the beast of Necropolis still needs time to hatch. Jacob came to a terrifying conclusion, and a part of him wanted to let it hatch so he could measure its strength, which Jacob instantly suppressed. Killing intent flashed past his eyes as his rifle appeared. Even if it wasn't the beast of Necropolis, he had to kill this thing before it could fully hatch. This much was clear. But before he could pull the trigger, an excessively gentle, ethereal voice rang directly into his mind. Wait. You're making a mistake. Jacob's eyes widened as he looked at the egg. He clearly didn't know the language of that voice, but he could clearly understand it. The voice rang again, if you help me, I'll grant your deepest dream. I'm the beast of primordial dream, entrapped in this place for eons. If you help me, I'll be your partner and help you achieve any of your dreams. Jacob frowned as he wasn't expecting to encounter such a situation in the trial plains. He was under the impression everything here was without intelligence or at least unaware of their situation. The trial plains were like an illusion, but at the same time, they weren't because it was all too real to be just an illusion. No one knows where the lands and being within the trials came from. It was one of the biggest mysteries of the Zodiac Plains. Now this egg was telling him it was trapped for eons, and it seemed highly intelligent, so Jacob naturally hesitated. Still, from his experiences up to this point, he was sure that nothing in this world was free or without any price. I'm afraid we can't help each other. Whatever trapped you here won't let you walk out of here alive, and I have no intention of offending that kind of existence, Jacob coldly stated. He was telling the truth. This monstrosity was trapped here, and now his objective was to kill it. He didn't want to find the consequences of going against a trial condition. Not to mention, he has no way of confirming if this thing is even telling the truth and won't just kill him once it is born. The voice rang again. I know why you are here, and I also know it is impossible to escape my current situation. All I want from you is to form a contract with me before you kill me. I'll be able to escape my long nightmare.